Hello, everybody. Okay, we're here. We're ready. At least I like to think I am. Oh, shoot. No, I'm looking for no. Oh, okay. So today is a night for the ladies. Hello, ladies. It's a night for the ladies. The fellas are going to ask them the questions. I do have some questions that have been. Sorry, y'all. I'll look in your face, right? Some questions that have been sent to me, and I will definitely ask those questions. Please, 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 please go ahead and like, subscribe, and share. Make sure you go to the YouTube page, which is on the Raw News No Fluff. Again, that is Raw News No Fluff page. Please subscribe and share. I would prefer you comment there so that I can see who's commenting and then talk trash about you. Okay. So again, that's on the Raw News No Fluff page. Go ahead and like, subscribe, and click for notifications so that you won't miss a show. Because we're about to up the ante on oh Lord, this first name. Oh shoot. Oh hey, handsome. Okay, hold on. Let me add some people real quick. I'm gonna add her because this name is it just gave me so much life. Ma'am, be ready. I'm bringing you in. Ma'am. Ivana Samuels.
Kavina.
Ivana Samuels.
Kavina.
Kavina. I'm sorry, right, Kavina. My bad. Don't ask if you can't handle the truth. Come on with the come on. I need you to know.
Hello.
Hey, I'm sorry. Here, my bad. I'm bringing you in.
Hey,
Okay.
how you doing?
Hey, handsome. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Good, good, good. Okay, so tonight is a question is for the men to ask women questions. You missed last week, Jay.
Ah,
You
I
missed
was in
last week.
I was in Delaware for 2 weeks.
Hmm.
My
I should
apologies.
have used you because the men last week they were real soft on the answers. They were real like just soft on the answers.
Oh no,
They
that ain't
weren't
me.
ready. They weren't ready.
Oh,
But some of the questions I have on here are they're pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. One thing I've learned is that men think they know women because they didn't have very many questions. It was weird.
oh.
But anyhow,
So men
those
do that
things.
to also kind of keep the peace too.
But the thing is, it was you talking about last week or this week and ask the women questions because the thing this week was what question would you ask women if there was no consequence, no none of that. What question would you ask women?
Oh, okay. And they didn't have no questions.
Somebody talk about where would you like to go on your first date or what's your favorite song or like those kind of questions. I'm like those are for one on one, not for what we're trying to do here. And I feel like Kavina is about to be.
Uh oh. Uh
How's your
oh.
day, Kavina? Kavina.
Oh, great.
So you got I'm gonna need you to know your name now. You gotta remember what name you put on there, okay? JG better remember what name you put on
It's
there.
going great.
Like you're like la ti da, la ti da.
Right.
All right.
Oh,
Oh
goodness.
shoot. Okay, I'm just gonna let okay, we got so another man. See this is come on, ladies, but I need the ladies to show up because I'm not about to answer all these questions. I think between the two, I think we could answer all the questions. You know what I'm saying? But we don't want to hurt y'all feelings or like give y'all too much with the too much. I bet she'll still be lost. I bet we'll still be lost. How do I make that bigger? I bet y'all will still be lost. How's your day going before we get started?
Day is going great. I'm super excited.
Okay, don't please note the rules of engagement. I will also put them in the private comments. just so that the private chat, just so y'all know, so that y'all don't lose your mind. And we can be focused, okay? Okay. Read those when you get a chance. All right. Of the two fellas that we have here now, do y'all have like ooh, open book? Yes, I like it. Let me switch these around because yeah, there we go. We got open book. We got Dina Sanders. They want to change my name to Let's Talk.
Kavina.
Ridiculousness.
No, mine is
DJ
crap.
put
I
me
want
on
to
a little
change
bit.
it.
You said what?
I thought mine was clever. Kavina Samuels is better.
Right, right. So fellas, do y'all have any like one question that y'all want to ask real quick, and I'll try to type it and put it in.
Are you doing something different this week with your audio, Brandy? You sound like you're in a
You can't hear me?
tunnel.
Okay, hold on.
I can hear you. You just sound different. I can't hear you now.
Is this better?
That is better.
Okay, okay. I was trying to be better. Okay, well, cool. That works too because now I can hear. I feel like I can hear better. All right. Okay. So, questions. Do you have any questions that y'all wanna bother me with?
Not at the moment.
Say again.
So it's questions about anything.
To the ladies, a question about anything. Yep.
I do have a question, ladies. And this is something I've always wanted to ask women, but who was your prime example of a real man growing up? Like, who was your example of like masculinity or uh, the example of what a man should be? Who was that for you?
Well, I'm gonna say my dad. I mean, that's I'm sure almost everyone's answer. But
Right.
my
Ditto and kiddo.
So let me preface what she's about to say. The three of us are sisters.
Oh, okay.
So
Right.
go ahead, Kavina.
so my dad for me, he's hands-on. He knows how to do an oil change. He know how to protect, provide. He is the definition of a masculine man for me. So when I look at a man, I'm looking for almost the same traits as him. Because he's definitely hands-on. My love language is acts of service because my dad would definitely help out where needed at any given time, and I love that about him.
So your dad knew how to serve. Like he knew how to just be really hands-on, get in, just whatever the needs were in the house, he was able to.
Correct.
I want to say knows. He knows.
Inside and outside the house, cars, will cut the yard. Like he's a working man. Like he will work. He's all around.
Okay.
And I think that go ahead.
I would say ditto to our dad. But I will also say it evolves over time. I'll see things in another man that I like. And I will add that to my list. So there are things that my uncles did. There are things that I've seen along the way that has shaped what I feel a man is. Because though our dad, in my opinion, he's all around, there were some things that he didn't do. He wasn't emotionally vulnerable in front of us at a younger age. He is now as we got older.
Right.
But so I have an uncle who was emotionally vulnerable. So that I took a little bit of him and a little bit of my dad, and I kind of made my own man in my head.
Gotcha. I appreciate that.
I'm gonna have to say my dad, and it's unfortunate that there isn't someone who didn't have a dad figure in their life because I think that question would be better served with them also.
Right.
But I'm definitely gonna say my dad. And I'm a daddy's girl. Anybody can ask. You can ask anybody. My dad. I'll bring my car to wherever he is, and if I look like I'm about to wash the car, he'll be like, "I'll wash it." And I'm like, "Dude, I can wash your car." He'll be like, "But you shouldn't wash your car." And like pumping gas, my dad will chop me in my arm if I try to pump gas and he's there. He's an example of let a man
be let a man for you. And that was, and my dad is he's very determined, he's very focused. What he says, he basically means. So let your word be, for me, it was for a man, your word must be your word type of thing. And so yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with the other two. And that was a prime example of what masculinity, that was my initial definition of what a masculinity is, or what a man should be. And like Open Book said, it does evolve. Like, I use you as an example. You're very, let's do this, or I'm going here, grab your bag, let's go type of situation. And that is something that's important to leadership, being able to make a decision. So it does evolve.
And I want to add that because my dad was so hands-on and at a young age, because I remember if he picked you up from school, he would grab your book bag. He
Okay.
also taught me how to be a woman
Mhm.
by him being a man to me. He
Yes.
also showed me how to let someone guide, lead, take care of you, and not fight against them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
Thank you for the question. It was a really good question. Jay, did you have a question, or did you want me to throw one up?
No, I do have a question. And it's a two-part question.
Oh, remember,
What
I'm
is the biggest fear concerning the opposite sex, and how has that changed over the years?
Ooh.
I'm gonna have to answer that because I have to type it up.
You want me to say it again?
The
You said,
biggest fear concerning the opposite sex and how has
yeah,
that changed?
yeah.
I think off the top of my head, STDs. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
That's
That's,
the biggest fear that you have when you think about a man.
I mean, as far maybe I don't understand the question. I took it as meaning I interact with maybe.
Nope.
So I would
Just in
say
general.
my biggest fear, and I guess I use it as
Sorry.
my biggest fear when it comes to the opposite sex is lack of consistency. Um, Showing that you're this kind of way and making me think you're this kind of man and making me fall for you and making me just feel like you're the best thing in the world. And then all of a sudden you just flip the script on me and I'm like, who the freak are you, my guy? Um, how has that changed over the years? It's become more important to me for consistency. Before it was like, yeah, you got to open the door for me. Yeah, you pull on my chair. Yeah, but now it's like, oh, so you just gonna stop opening the door for me now? Okay, so you're not the man I want because I really need somebody that's consistent. It's more important to me now than it was back then. So that's one of my biggest fears when it comes to opposite sex. Anybody else want to answer?
I'm trying to think of one, but I'm thinking my biggest fear is meeting a guy and he want to play games. Like, okay, so you like me, and then you know that I'm starting to like you, and now all of a sudden you want to back up and you want me to chase you, and then when I stop chasing you, then you want to come back and chase me, and that whole cycle is just annoying. So how that
It
changed
sure
me over the
is.
years is now I'm a brick wall. There's an ice box up in here. I don't have the time. So I'm trying to, not, everyone's not the same, but I think that would be a concern. All them playing games. Oh, no, I'm too old for that. I don't got time for that. We're going to vibe. We're going to make it work. We're going to be together. Or we're not. I don't have
Thank
time for
you.
that. I'm 44. I ain't scared to tell my age. And I look.
I thought for sure y'all gonna say safety. But it was interesting to hear y'all's responses.
Oh, like
Yeah,
somebody
that.
gonna beat me?
No, wait, hold on. Don't take it that far. But I'm just I'm
Wait,
just saying, like, describing, like, listen to y'all describe your father and just how hands on he was. You can't hear me?
no, I can't hear him. He's signing. Can you hear me? Um, but yeah, go out and come back. Um,
You mean safety far as we would be concerned if he's going to protect us?
Like, yeah. So like the way you guys described your father, like he's the guy. He's that guy. And when you step out into when you grow up like that, you step out to the world. It's kind of like, oh, this is different. And I think as even as a guy from the outside looking into a woman's world, I would be so afraid to have a daughter right now, being that we're watching men, broken men, emotionally unstable men, like unalive their partners and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is like navigating a very coming from a very safe world um, under your father and just navigating today where some men can't take rejection and you just don't know how that interaction is going to go. But maybe that's maybe a different demographic of women. I'm not really sure.
No. Yeah, that's definitely. I'm glad you mentioned that. That's definitely a concern. Because you know nowadays, if a man try to approach you, you brush them off. Some of them, take it all the way there. Like
Yeah.
their self esteem is that low where they don't realize it's 10, 20 women to him. But from my understanding, I heard there's not a lot of caliber women out there for. Can you hear? You can hear us. I forgot his name because I can't see it.
Oh, I bet we'll still be lost.
Oh, but yeah, safety is definitely. And then when you want to leave the relationship, if it's toxic, yeah. But thank
Uh-huh.
God, I haven't been in that situation. I got some stand up guys, and they know they look good, so they know they can find somebody else. So it ain't no problem.
That's good.
And I think that even in that, even though my dad was very hands-on and all around, he also taught us how to protect ourselves. Like he demanded we learn how to fight and wrestle and do those things. Um, so I think that that also plays a part. But a fear, but I would say that that's a worry for me, especially because I'm a mom. Um,
Mhm.
so I would say safety is definitely something that I think about. I wouldn't say it's a fear, but it's something I think about.
Right? Yeah, I agree with you.
But something. What was the original? Oh, the question. The biggest fear concerning the opposite sex. I would say a big thing that I have is him not being able to take care of himself.
Yeah.
I don't want someone that I have
You
to
mean over time, or you just not meeting him?
just now meeting him and over time.
So
Like
you would, if a guy can't take care of himself, you would still entertain that?
a lot of people you don't know. Some people
That's true.
they're not telling you, you know, what's really good.
That's true.
I found that out living in Atlanta. I'm from Georgia, but I moved to DC and I kind of came into my adulthood in DC. But moving back to Atlanta, it just like everybody was doing well, everybody was doing good, and as you got to know people, like it was all a front, it was all a show.
Right.
So I can definitely understand what you mean by that. Like you really have to pay attention to how people move and operate to see their living situation and how they handle their own personal life. Because a lot of places, it's definitely a show. Who this person? Definitely a show.
So, Ron, were you finished? Oh, book.
And I have one more. Yeah. That he can't be there for me emotionally or give me the um uh display love the way that I receive love.
Or if God forbid something happened to you or the woman, and then he decide he can't handle it and leave,
Mhm.
instead of being there, through health and
Sickness and health.
sickness and in health, and he decide he want to leave. Because I feel some men, when the going get tough, they get running.
They get going.
Right, they get going.
You're muted, Jay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. I want to jump in there. So is recently I had a friend who I don't want to say was sick, but had some issues, and she said that she feared that she would be single as a result of it. And I remember thinking to myself, is that a real thing? I know in movies it used to be depicted that when women got sick, the man would leave. I don't think that's a modern thing, at least for me. Is that something that women really fear? That if you get terminally ill, whether it's cancer, whether it's something like that, whether you're disabled, that a man that you're in a relationship with, who's committed to you, would leave you? Is that a fear of women?
I don't think that's necessarily a fear, but it's a reality. I mean, on the last live, y'all said y'all only giving a lady 5 minutes after guilty to leave her. So
Going to wait a minute. In proper context, going to prison and being sick are two different things. But I get your point.
I I hate to go back to my dad again, but I would say that's a reason I want my dad to live forever. My mom and my dad are not together, and they haven't been together for 37 years. My mom had a massive stroke, and the last hurricane, her house flooded. My dad was the first one on the scene to help get my mom out of the house, and they're not in a relationship. I remember going home that night. I had power and everything, and I cried, and I thought, who would come get me? And that was a big concern for me. Was who would come and get me if I was in that position? Because my mom is paralyzed on one side,
Mhm.
and that's a real thing. I think that men would
It
not
it
be there.
it
Some
hold on.
don't
It's
be.
okay, since we can't hear the crumpling of your paper.
That's it though.
did you want to answer that question, D? Or 21 questions? Eh?
Yes, I
What's
can
your
answer
biggest fear
both.
concerning
Can
the
you hear
opposite?
me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. I can answer both. Let me answer the second one first. My worst fear about being with about the opposite sex is somebody portraying themselves as one thing, and then when you get in a committed relationship with them, they end up being the complete opposite. And that includes like being abusive, um, you know, emotionally and physically abusive, because people like to put on a show in the beginning,
Yeah.
and they can put on that act very long. But as a trauma nurse, I have seen some relationships go terrible and end up where they end up in the trauma unit when
Oh
people
no.
Sheesh.
change. So there's that. How has that changed?
Like it hasn't.
It hasn't.
I just want to say here for if anyone was keeping score, 100% of the women talked about consistency. Brandy said it, consistency. Sensuela said switching up, playing a game is what she called it, but it boils down to consistency.
Or wasting
Uh,
your time.
yeah. Ashley said can't take care of yourself. Sensuela brought the point out about um, how would you know that, and she said you could put on a front, which boils down to consistency. And then D said the same thing. So if the men are watching and they're keeping score, be consistent is
Are you? I
And
100%
feel
for
like
that's
me.
you're writing
and
stuff
that
down.
also adds to the person who said fear is the narcissist. That's also consistency too, because
Right,
narcissists are very inconsistent.
right.
All right. Here's your next question.
Oh, I wanted to answer the first one.
Oh, okay. Girl, I'm gonna put
So
your
I
phone
know you
down.
guys are all sisters. So my prime example of a real man and masculinity, well, up until the age of 12, um, well, my stepdad lived in the United States. So most of the men that were around me were men who were my uncles, and men who worked for my mother in her business. So those were my prime examples of masculinity, until I was 12. And then, of course, my stepdad, when we moved into the country, my dad, um, yes, then he became my primary example. And that has, of course, evolved over time because I've seen different aspects of masculinity through, like, my friends, my sisters and their husbands. So I see a lot of that because a lot of my sisters, many of my sisters, three of my sisters are older than me.
Okay.
There's nine of us.
Oh, go ahead, Jay.
Do those examples that you all have, I know they play a part in how you date, obviously, but do those examples you all have, are you tied to them because you saw them early, or are you flexible? Like, is there another form of masculinity? Are there some men who maybe are, I don't know what you're eating, I want some. Whatever it is.
Well, I think everyone said that they evolved over time based on what we were exposed to, like throughout our time. Because, of course, we can see those examples in other men in their relationships. I mean, from our observation, of course, because, of course, you don't know what happens in people's homes.
Right.
But from our observations of how they are with their families, I mean, that can evolve over time as we meet more people.
And
So,
men who don't, sorry.
so I'm
What
gonna say, just like I am a fan of consistency. Yeah, mine are pretty consistent. Mine are pretty. Yep, that's what I want. That's what I look for.
You're
Uh,
not flexible on those. Those are non-negotiable.
for the most part, I am not flexible on them.
Okay.
I am. I see guys, especially today, who who are lacking some things, and that also shapes what I want. I'm like, I realize I don't want that. So I'll see someone who doesn't have masculinity, and I'm like, ugh, that's not what I want. So then that'll
Yeah.
determine again what I think a man is or should be as far as being in a relationship with me.
I had a guy ask me, well, since Swallow, what do you want? I said, I don't know, but I know what I don't want.
Hello,
I
come
know what
on
I
with it. Come
don't
on,
want. So
come on with it. Come on, dude. All right. Here's your next question. Oh, I think somebody's microphone is on. They're watching it somewhere. Why do women bring up things they say they forgave? Why do women bring things they say they forgave back up? Sorry, I read that incorrectly.
Because just because I forgave it, I didn't forget it. And I think the sister that's not on here, she said the best prediction of the future is the past. So if you've done it in the past or this has happened in the past, then it's not calling it up to belittle you or to punish you, but just to highlight that this has happened before or this led to that. I think, and another thing, another reason that I might bring something up is even though I forgave it, I don't feel like you heard it yet. Once I feel like you've received it and you understand where I'm coming from, I think I'm easier to let it go. I bring something up is even though I forget.
Okay. I'm going to say, why do we bring things up that we say we forgave? It's not that we bring it up. Well, let me talk for myself. It's not that I bring it back up. It's that he performed the same action. So, or something that he did trigger or is similar to something he did in the past. And therefore, you may think I'm bringing something back up that happened in the past, but it's actually happening right now. So
I
that's why something that I forgave, I'll bring back up. If you say if you ask me for forgiveness for, let's say you dropped the glass cup, right? And it's like, okay, fine, forget it, whatever, that's cool, whatever. And you keep dropping that same cup, I'm be like, dude, you keep dropping this cup now. So, but you
I
want to say I brought it back up. Go
I
ahead.
think that question is deeper than that. Like, if I'm dropping a cup, I know I just dropped the cup again. I think that question is deeper. Let's talk about infidelity. Sometimes women stay after you cheat. And literally, even though there is not an accusation or um, well, maybe it's a suspicion, but even though there's not an actual conviction that you're cheating again, sometimes women stay. They say they forgive you because you were texting somebody, this, another, but they bring up things like, I've had examples where you could be walking in the store talking about something that's completely has nothing to do with the act of infidelity, and you could say, "Oh, that's a good looking dress," and if she feels like that's not something she would wear, she could say something like, "Oh yeah, what your girlfriend, your little girlfriend, she would look cute in that." I think that question is talking about that kind of bring up. I don't think any man is slow enough to be in the act of breaking a glass and say, why are you bringing up something you forgave? And I know the glass was an example, but I mean, I don't think it's that cut and dry. But there are some things that women bring up for grudges that they hold for things that you've done that they could just be having a rough day and decide that they're going to revisit this because they're already having a rough day. Why do women do that? I think is that question. Explain that.
Well, we're still explaining why we bring things. Why you say we bring things up that we say we forgave, and it seems pretty cut and dry because women are answering the question for you, and
And maybe we didn't get closure. Maybe we did forgive you, but we didn't get the full closure on that situation.
I like that answer.
Well, no matter. See, you so you want to answer that you like. Got it.
And I think that's a trigger. So
this is my writing face.
Somebody dress that she wouldn't wear, that's a trigger. Like the one dude said a couple lives back, he gave his ex a gift during Christmas. You know, just because everybody was there. And it's like, that's a trigger. So now you brought me back mentally to that space. And like Kevina Samuel said, then I maybe it's not fully closed for me, I guess.
Is that supposed to be like an actual name or?
You know, Kevin Samuels, Kevina.
Yeah. Okay.
Play on words, but you know, he's very blunt and direct.
Okay. I'm sorry, because I was supposed to be the Kevin Samuels of this group, but okay.
Who said that?
I'm just chiming in. I'm letting y'all know I'm here. Go ahead.
We
continue.
see you.
Right. Fellas, didn't you fellas have a question?
Well, I do have a rebuttal to that question. That is a technical question, but
okay.
Is that what you're asking?
Is it a question rebut or
it's a question? It's more so along the lines what Ashley just said, open book just said. If then the question is, whose fault is that if that's bringing you back to a place that you thought you self-corrected? Is that on the man or is that on you for not actually getting through that situation? Whose fault? Who lies in fault at that point?
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay. We're responsible for our own feelings for everything. We're responsible for our own feelings. It doesn't take away the fact that could be a trigger, because we are still responsible for how we respond to things, how we respond to triggers. However, the other person is still responsible for placing that trigger there, knowing that could be a trigger.
Is that person actually responsible for putting that trigger there though?
Yeah, because they committed the act
something we've discussed.
That got us there. First off, like you did the offense.
You committed the offense.
So you are responsible for putting that trigger there, because I wouldn't be triggered had you not done that. And so I feel like as a partner, I would hope that my partner would not want to trigger me, just like I wouldn't want to trigger him. So, and then I feel like the first time, no, I wouldn't feel like he's responsible for the way I take it. But if he sees that I took it that way, I would hope he wouldn't do it again, And
if I bring something back up, I'm feeling like you wasn't truthful in the beginning. So I'm trying to find the real truth so I can get that closure, because I feel like you probably gave me some type of answer. And that's not adding up in my head 2 months later. And now I'm putting 2 and 2 together.
And men are not guilty of not bringing up stuff from the past either, because men do it too. Men absolutely do the same thing. Where, for example, say if a man ever forgave you for infidelity, right? Forgave you. But then anytime you leave the house or anytime you come home 10 minutes late, who you with? Or if you answer a text message that comes through later on, who's that on your phone? Like those kind of things. So it can be done on both sides.
I mean, I get that part, but I think personally, speaking from a man's perspective, I think that's a man that's walking in insecurity, and a man that's not comfortable with what his situation is, and so because just speaking for myself,
even if they're secure, I think even a secure man can get triggered.
Well, okay, then my other question to that, then, why stay with someone that triggers you?
So you're
If you
saying
know they
that
trigger you to be negative and not.
Did somebody just have cricket sound effects?
Yeah, I think that's JG.
No, this is
The
my background for
person,
sure. That's my background.
Oh,
the person is not the trigger. It's a certain action that might be a trigger.
that person should be consciously not trying to cause.
Yeah.
Well,
So
but
the
then
person is not a trigger.
what if another person triggers it? What if like you get with a whole different partner and they trigger it? Then whose fault is that at that point?
Then it's your fault
That's your
because you
fault.
haven't. Then just put it on me. Then it's my fault because I didn't go ahead and deal with that trauma and process that trauma before I brought it onto somebody else. So then at that point, that's my fault.
And I don't think just because a person triggers you it means break up.
Right.
I think
Exactly.
everything else in a relationship is good. You know, we have a good time, we laugh together, but just this one thing. I mean, and that's in any relationship. There's gonna be something about anybody you date it's gonna be something that you're like, I'm not the biggest fan of that. You know, so I don't feel like that equals breakup.
And to answer Darian's question,
I don't think it does either. Just was that?
No, I agree with what Open Book said and 21 questions. But to answer Darian's question, you're forgiven. I'm just still healing from whatever I had to forgive you for. So if I'm bringing it up, I'm just still healing because maybe you triggered something, or maybe I thought about it later on.
And I can forgive you and not forget. I think that's a misconception that people have. You think just because somebody forgave you for something, you expect them to forget it also. But that's not how it works. That's not how the mind works.
But what if I don't want?
That's just like saying, this is like not riding a bicycle for 7 years. When I get on it, I'm going to, if I pick it up or if I touch it or if I like handle it or whatever, then I'm going to be reminded of how to ride it. So it's not like, it's just not, oh, I forgive you. What's your name again? Like, that's just not how it works.
And I think it's very similar to getting surgery. The surgery is over. You still got to heal. You know, you still got to let the suit, you still got to heal. And that's a process in itself. The offense is over. I forgave you, but I'm still healing. And like 21 said, that's on both ends. That's a man can relate to that. Y'all can pretend like y'all don't understand that. But there are things that you probably forgiven and it still hurts you. You know, that it even happened. When you think about it, it still hurts you. And you're still healing from that act. Whether it was a friend or girlfriend.
Well, my question to that is, if you're going to go to...
Hold on a second. I think, I bet we'll still be lost. Was going to say something.
I'm trying to just use some...
I'm a little lost. Yeah, I'm still lost. And I thought this was... So my question to that is, even if a man is not saying you can't forget it, I think what the question, the root of it is, why is it that we have to live in a prison because you can't forget it? Like, for example, Brandy, or I think that was Ashley who said something similar about I'm healing. It is a 100% truth that, well, I don't want to say 100% truth. It feels like for most men, some men, me, that a woman can't take the scrutiny of her actions like a man can. And I think that maybe the difference in that would be infidelity. But I think that if a woman misses a turn, if a man misses a turn and a woman says, you don't know where you're going, you're not following the GPS, yada, 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 yada. He's okay, he gets it. If that same man does that to a woman, she breaks down. She may even cry. You literally, she can't even take something like that. Even simple things. A man can go in there and be making cookies and burn them. That woman will light into him. You should have been paying attention, yada, yada, yada. If he does the exact same thing to a woman, and we get it, they're softer. My question, though, is...
Okay, I'm like, where is this question?
How does it become, I know you're healing, but why do I have to live in it? Why can't you heal in your head so I don't feel like I'm a prisoner to what I did? Because no man wants to be paying for the same mistake in perpetuity forever. There has to be some stopping point in this, whatever's going on in your head.
There is. Don't commit the offense again.
I think
Putting
that's
the onus on
selfish. I think it's selfish what you're saying. Why can't I deal with it in my head? Because you don't want to be in prison to what you did. If I'm in prison mentally because of what you did, we both in prison. I have the right to express how I feel. I have the right to tell you that it hurt me until I'm not no longer hurt. And I feel like to compare men to women is interesting. I've heard a man say, I fight it in my head. I'll deal with it internally. That's the makeup of a man to try to do that. That's not a makeup of a woman. And I feel like we're emotional creatures. And what is it? A transfer of energy. If I'm emotional, I want you to be emotional too. So my outlet is to tell you that bothered me.
My question to the whole example about going to get surgery and healing, would you get surgery, heal your wounds, and then cut the wound back open again?
No, but there's still a scar
Good
left.
question.
There's still a
scar
scar
left.
left.
No. Answer the question. Would you do that? Would you go to the surgery?
He's asking a question.
Get it cut, get itself cut up, whatever surgery was. Get that thing stitched up, let it heal, and then go back and see the scar and cut the scar back open. Would you do that?
Well, technically,
No,
it would
but
be the other person cutting you back again with
right.
the same scar. It wouldn't be me opening the scar.
That's not what the question
who is
says.
the offender who's cutting back
The
open
question
the scar.
does not say why do men keep reoffending. You all are not reading that question.
But
We're
that's what
answering
we're
the question.
Usually,
But you're not.
if
You don't
if
like the way we're
bringing it back
answering
up,
it.
usually if we're bringing it back up, it's because the offense has been done again, or something similar to the offense has been brought again. So it's basically reopening the surgical wound.
So that means for every person that reopens this surgical wound, it's their fault, even though that surgical wound was opened by Dr. Miami, but now you're at Dr. whoever, they didn't even touch that wound, but because they did something close to that wound, that Dr. Zandoff, that's his fault as well. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
No, we already answered that.
Well,
We
if you
said
don't
that
have
that's
a
on
surgery,
us at
it's
that
going to be
point.
the same healing process.
Well, then why isn't it not on you from the beginning? Why is it not on you from the beginning?
No, but I think
because you didn't commit the offense from the beginning.
With your example about the different doctors, I think that happens in the medical industry. One doctor does do something and maybe botches something, and now you're leery of other doctors. You do transfer that over. That's in anything. If you had a police officer that treated you bad, the next one you kind of have a reservation about them. If you get bad service somewhere, you can't. That's human nature. That's not specific to women. So if a man has mistreated you and it hurt you, you kind of transfer that over. Men do that too, because I talked to plenty of men who were in a bad relationship. She cheated or whatever. He becomes more cautious, and he's like, well, I'm not gonna. A lot of men will stop loving. They'll become guarded, and for the next one, it's even harder to get connected to him.
And they become
now put up this cyber, like a super shield that he didn't have before. That's not specific to women.
But I think that question, even though it hasn't been asked, I was going to ask it, was why does it seem that women make men pay for another man's mistake? I think that's something completely different than the man you're with.
But that's a good question.
Yeah, that the man you're with saying, I feel like you keep bringing this up and you forgave me for it. Even if, let's say I did reoffend in a similar way or the exact same way. Sometimes a woman can remind you of every time you've done whatever you've done in chronological order. When we first got together, you did X, Y, and Z. And they can lean into it, right? And you feel like the weight of the argument that we're having in front of us is not predicated upon what we're going through today, but the weight of this argument or discussion has generations of offenses tied to it. And I think that's a real thing. I don't think maybe men and women are different, but how do you justify that? If I messed up today and we were fine before today, why is it that the weight of yesteryear is prevalent in the conversation today?
I feel like she
Yeah.
answered that question.
If I okay, so let me ask this. If I'm speaking to y'all all the time and I'm a known liar, I'm lying to you all the time, and then I come to you and I say, hey, and I tell you whatever, and I'm like, this is the truth. Will you believe me, or will you think I'm a lie? Or will you think I'm lying?
I may doubt you. I may doubt you.
Right, but you should automatically. What y'all saying? Y'all should automatically assume that I'm telling the truth. If I'm telling you I'm telling the truth, don't bring up how we used to lie in the past. That's irrelevant. Today I'm telling the truth. So you shouldn't bring up what I did in the past. So based off of me saying whatever I'm saying, that triggers you to think that I'm automatically lying. So when in a woman asks perspective, when y'all say something or do something, it triggers what happened in the past. We don't want to bring it up. Trust and believe. We do not even want to think about it. Legit. But when it comes up again, we want to try to nip that in the bud before it happens and it gets too far out. And it's like, okay, well, you did this or you remember this. We don't want to do it. Trust me. We don't even want to bring it up. We want to literally forgive and forget and don't even bring it up. But we don't want you to also do anything to cause that same thing to come up.
I can understand that.
I got a question for that.
Remember, these are questions for the ladies, fellas. Remember, these are questions for the ladies. So
no, this is a question for. Trust me, this is a question for the ladies. Why must that be a man's responsibility? Why must that be a man's responsibility?
So if you were okay, let's say, so if you know me, you and I are dating, you was cheating on me or whatever, and you used to stay out late. So the minute you walk out, you don't want me to ask anything. You don't want me to question anything to you, knowing you have a history, and knowing you did the same exact thing you did that started.
You didn't answer my question though.
What did you say?
I said you didn't answer my question because you're now you're asking me a question with a question, and now it's just like avoiding my question.
Okay, so what's the question?
I said, why is that the responsibility of the man?
So, okay, let's use you as an example. You like to be a leader, right? It's all about the man. He's a leader. He's the head of this. He's a forefront. So it is your responsibility to make sure that I am comfortable in what you do and that whatever you have done in the past is taken care of emotionally, mentally, and physically within me. So it is your responsibility for a relationship, and you want to be the head of this relationship, or you claim to be the head of this relationship or the leader. Had you not, like I said before, had you not cut me the first time, I wouldn't have this scar and I felt that pain that you caused. And because I don't want to feel that pain again, I'm leery of you. I love you, but I'm leery that you may cut me again. And when you hold a knife in your hand, I'm nervous because you might cut me again. So I might say, remember that one time you cut me? Please don't let that be this. Maybe hopefully you're just spreading some butter around. But that is why it's a man's responsibility to care for a woman, the woman that he's with anyway.
To be perfect.
I have a question.
I'm not saying he has to be perfect, but he has to be perfect. He has to be perfect in this, in how he handles me, how he relates to me, because he should know me.
So to I don't know if any other ladies want to answer that question or not.
I feel like I've answered it already. How is it the responsibility of the man? You committed the offense. So I don't know how else to say that. I mean, I think that the issue is that I would hope that men would take off your logical hats and try to see it like we see it. Because in your head is logical to just let it go and not to bring it up. But I think, and I've never been inside of a man's head, but I don't think that y'all do that. I think it's easy to say that, but just like with the whole Keke Palmer, she shouldn't be out there doing it. And then if she go back out, you're going to be saying, well, what? She going to another concert. I wonder what she's doing. That's human nature. And I feel like y'all are trying to make it seem like we're aliens and we're one of a kind to do that. No, men bring up, I've been in relationships. Men bring up, well, remember when you did that, and remember when you did that, and we've been here before. This isn't the first time we've been here. You know, you bring up stuff too. Come on, man. Or why you smiling so hard? Because he said, you know, why you smiling like that? Men
It's
bring
probably the
up
man you
their
date.
insecurities.
Yeah, you took my whole question, honestly. So I
Well,
appreciate you
okay,
being
I got something for that. So
What?
obviously, if you're on the street, we're gonna use an example to lead into the question, and you get attacked by someone with a knife and they stab you, right? And now that person has physically wounded you, right? You know, next time that this is what this person is capable of. Why then do women return back to the man or the individual that, you know, stabbed them emotionally? Why do they return back essentially to their how can I say, their abuser, if we want to use that term? Why do they return back to the person they know hurt them when there's a capability of it being done again? Why don't you
Okay,
just go and remove yourself from the situation of the person that hurt you?
If we did
So
that, if women did that, no one would be in a relationship.
right.
If we said, you know what, you offended me, that hurt me, we're not together anymore, no, there will be no relationships. You get in a relationship, ST3, you are going to offend her, you're going to hurt her, period. You're not going to go through life with her a year, 10 years, 20 years, and not do something to hurt her. So every time she get hurt, she got to leave a relationship? No, I still like you, but what you did hurt me. As a parent, I'm going to chastise my children, and I'm going to be wrong sometimes. I hope that they don't say, "Ma, I hate you, and I never want to talk to you again because I messed up." My goodness, my mom does things that I don't like. She always tell me to slow down. That aggravates me.
Oh.
I'm like, just be the rider. But that doesn't mean that she will never get in my car again. The next time she want to go somewhere, get shotgun. And we do it all over and over. It's a cycle. No one does that. That's not life.
And then also,
But
just because somebody does something one time, should we expect for them to do it again? Like, I'm like, I don't see why the first offense and men and y'all be on that jump like, dang, I ain't even do nothing. Why I only did it one time? It's like, why does one time mean okay? You need to leave that person alone. That's it. Is that no more?
well, it's not
It's not
that. It's
returning
just,
to your offender. It's not returning to your assaulter or whatever. It's trusting that they're not going to do that again.
well, then okay, with the ability to trust, that means whatever happened, you forgave them, and now you're rebuilding from that. In order to trust, you have to
Right. But
forgive.
if you knock the foundation out, then you have to start all over again, which is repeat offenses.
I do agree that the person who offends you does not get to dictate the time of your healing. I want to say that I do agree with that. I think that the person who offends someone to then come back and demand that they get over the offense in your timeline, just hearing that seems silly, right? You don't get to hurt me and then drag me through healing at your pace and be upset with me because I'm not healed from a hurt that you caused. I do agree with that. But I do also agree with ST3's statement that some things that you do are they're you don't get a second chance. In kindergarten, one of the greatest lessons that I learned was a teacher said, "Sorry doesn't fix it this time," because you teach kids say sorry and everything's okay, and something happened, and I can't remember how I hurt somebody. I hit some kid or something, and the teacher's like, "Sorry doesn't fix it this time. You're in trouble. Like, you're in big trouble." But I think what is confusing for men is sometimes a woman really cannot forget, and if she's honest, she really can't forgive. She can learn to operate while being hurt, and sometimes she'll hold on to you hurt, and you end up being a punching bag when she really should let you get down the road. And I'm not saying that's something as simple as he screamed at me once or he didn't do this once, but I'm saying there's some things that, especially infidelity, or maybe he got too physical, or maybe he got too loud or something like that. Sometimes women hold on to you, and in those instances, they really should let you go. And that's why they keep bringing it up, because it's something they can't get over, and they should express that and allow you to go.
Well, then who's
Okay.
then with that?
So
Then whose fault is that?
I love these long comments that you fellas are having, but remember we got a lot of questions to get through for the ladies to answer, and we've only done three or four questions, and it's been an hour. So,
I want
fellas,
to comment on that though. What he said. He said,
Oh, yeah,
I want to be honest about that one. So she can't forgive, she can't let go, she keeps bringing it up to hurt you. I think that goes back to maybe last week or the week before that. When we were talking about a placeholder. I think that sometimes we're gonna stay in this relationship until I heal and I can let you go and be happy too. I'd be darned if I let you go while I'm emotionally broken and you skating down the road and having a good time. I think some women do feel that way.
Thank God for honesty.
Well,
Yeah,
then,
I think that's a thing.
There it is.
And so when I get all the way healed and fed up and over it, then
Next question. We found our answer.
There it is. There it is.
No,
Selfishness is rooted in selfishness. There it is.
You found the answer
Rooted in
that you
selfishness.
wanted.
We got it.
You were given the answer. You found the answer that you liked. So now
Rooted
we can
in
move on. Let's be
selfishness.
real.
Well, y'all also
It's
have
about
the
you.
option if she bring it up the second time, you have the option to leave. You don't have to stay there for each and every time it happens. You can leave.
Girl, I love you. I ain't going nowhere.
You don't have to sit there and be tormented with all.
Girl, we toxic.
Right.
Girl,
I'm just saying,
girl, call your daddy over here.
You have the ability to leave as well. You don't have to sit there after the second time.
Call your daddy.
But when you stay for the third, fourth, fifth, sixth time,
I'm not going nowhere.
You just as toxic. If you stay there and you don't like it, then that's
there it is.
Guess what?
Thank you.
Look outside
Thank
your
you for
window.
answering the question.
Peekaboo.
All right, 2 minute questions. All right, here's the next question because y'all got the question that you like. Anyway, are women open to polygamous relationships?
I mean, some women are, not me. I'm
Why not?
on this one. I'm not.
Yeah, let's not say women. You individually.
Right, yeah, you.
Right, just like I wanted y'all to answer last week, but y'all had trouble doing that. Anyway, I am not.
You see how you bringing it up?
I am right.
You see, look
triggered.
at that.
I am not.
Look at
and I'm gonna bring it up. That's not something. Y'all be okay. Y'all be fine. Y'all acting real sensitive right now. Anyway, I am not here.
There you go. Now you got to question my manhood.
I'm talking 2 minutes, fellas. Y'all relax. Y'all got y'all attention. Y'all so attention whores. I am not for a polygamous relationship. I am for a polyandry relationship. I think
What's
it is.
that?
What polyandry? Where a woman has multiple husbands.
Where a woman has multiple husbands.
Calm down, because I can whip this thing back in when she's ready, but you can't whip that thing back up when the next chick is ready. So yeah, I will be down for that. Let's have that. If you want to poly something, let's have that polyandry.
We get somewhere now. Okay, there we go. There we go.
Wait a minute.
I am not for a polygamous relationship either. I feel like I am extremely needy.
Right.
And I am a slight bit self-centered when it comes to relationships. And I feel like I do have different modes and kind of personalities, I guess, when it comes to relationships. Sometimes I want to be baby. Sometimes I want you to treat me like I'm a boss, you know. So I feel like I need all of that attention on me. But I do feel like the whatever name that the host gave, polyandry.
It's called polyandry.
All the same.
That, because I am needy, that is right up my alley.
Hello.
And I do feel like having that attention on me would be amazing. But I don't feel like God agrees with it. So I wouldn't.
Look at that. Look at this.
Y'all give me scripture.
Kavina or 21 questions?
No, I don't want to do polygamy on either side. That's not
okay. Did one of the fellas have a question that they wanted to ask?
Why are women so selfish?
Why are men so selfish?
No, don't do that. Don't answer the question with a question. Answer the question.
You should have been here last week.
Don't do that.
Everybody,
don't do that.
Don't
do that. Answer the question. Don't answer the question with a question.
Everybody.
You're in the hot seat.
No, not genuine. You do that.
Okay, so the question is,
why are women so selfish?
The question is, why are women so selfish?
I would like
Can
to
I answer the polygamy one?
please.
Oh, go ahead. Yes. I'm sorry. Yeah. Go. They started. You know how men
For
do.
the sake of conversation, please. Why are women so selfish with what? You can't generalize it. Give them a.
I can
That's a good.
generalize it if I want. That's why are women so selfish?
That's a good one.
No, I feel
Okay.
like
Why
Well,
are
we
women?
should.
let's
That's
first.
how I
That's a
asked.
good one.
I
How you
like
I
say
said,
that,
why are women
Chad.
so
that's a
You're
good
selfish?
one.
right.
I like that.
But
For
let's
the
Wow,
go
sake
it
on.
of
was.
conversation.
Here we go. Remember when John,
Calm
right?
down,
Said,
D. You're gonna answer
okay,
the
you
question
see,
about polygamy. Let's get that
yeah,
one out
look
the
at
way
that.
first.
You see,
Go ahead.
hey, we
So,
getting somewhere tonight. Go
all
ahead.
right. Polygamy is a rich man's sport. Okay.
Thank you. Come on with the come
Polygamy
on.
is a rich man's sport. So if an Arab prince wants to come and make me one of his wives, I
She
will
said the word.
gladly do so. As
She
long
said
as
the
I
word.
have the same thing that every wife has. She got a BMW, I need one too. My kids need to be taken care of just like all of the other kids. Polygamy is a rich man's sport. All the cultures that
Well, what if I
support
got both
polygamy,
y'all in the
they make sure
projects?
that everybody has to have the same things.
What if y'all both in the projects? You cook the beans, she cooked the weenies. You're still
Polygamy is
equal.
a rich man's sport.
Right. Rich. All right.
Rich man's sport.
All right, y'all.
So
Chad, I know you're not
somebody in the
gonna close
projects
up.
can't afford to be polygamist.
All right. I agree.
Come on, uncle.
Here's your next
Uncle had,
question.
uncle had
Why
two
are
women
women
my
so
whole life.
selfish, ladies?
I like because that is too general. I like saying selfish in what area.
Why are
But
women
I'm
so
not. Hold
selfish?
on. But I'm not speaking. When I say I'm selfish, I'm talking about me, Ashley, this person here. I'm not speaking for all women. I am selfish probably because I'm the youngest. Because I am a mother of 4 girls. So my time is shared all the time because I'm a business owner. So I give a lot to my clients. It could be a lot of reasons why I am selfish, and I'm selfish in a relationship. I want my guy to be my safe place, my place of rest, my place of peace, my place of just being vulnerable. So I'm selfish in that regard. I don't want him to have other women that he has to entertain and take time for, can't answer my phone call because he has to answer her call. No, I don't want that in a relationship. So I'm selfish in a relationship, not in every aspect of my life.
I'm selfish, and I agree. I'm selfish in connection, but not in personal. So it's not gimme. I want. You can't have anything. No. Me. I'm not that selfish chick. I'm that's not me. I'm very, very actually very giving. But I am selfish when it comes to relationship and be in that it's all about the two of us. If I call you, call me back. If I text you, text me back. Just as if you call me, I'm gonna call you back. If you text me, I'm gonna text you back. If I cook for you, I'm gonna make your plate. If you cook for me, make my like feed me. So that is the aspect of selfishness that I would say I am.
Who said that?
I
Sounds like reciprocity to me.
Tasia.
What about you, Miss Samuels?
Okay, it can be reciprocity.
I agree with them too. Yeah, I'm selfish in a relationship because I want my man to myself.
I have a question about that. So,
Hi,
as,
Mr. Q Art. What's your question?
is he in China? Why is the sun still out?
What is your question?
Sorry. My question is, so for a while back, we had an episode, and Dr. Jackson talked about a man who had so much time for her being somebody who wasn't busy enough for him. How do you balance that? The selfish with the man who may be involved in his community, may be involved in a church, may be involved with mentoring and things like that. How do you balance that with a man that's productive, but yet I'm still selfish? Does that man lose a shot of a good woman because he has these other things going on?
No, because that man should know to be intentional about his time that he spends with his woman. If he's intentional, then I don't know.
And I'm going to go back to my dad again. My dad was always busy. and he'll be working or in front of a client, and if we call, he answer the phone, and he'll say, "Is it important? I'm with a client. Like, do you need me to end whatever I'm doing to talk to you right now?" And he still does that to this day. So that you could be as busy as you want to be. Just say, "Hey, I'm doing something right now. You good?" That goes a long way. Cause I might not be good, but because you busy and you've expressed that, I'm gonna say, you know what, I can wait. I can hold on while you're doing whatever you're doing. So I think don't brush me off just because you're busy. That is a big turn off, and that's a big non-negotiable for me because of my life. My life is already busy, so I need you to be available to me, not just at a drop of every dime, but let me know that you care about whatever I'm going through. So but that's a big non-negotiable. Not answering your phone all the time or sending me the voice. Don't send me the voicemail.
And I'm
Just
gonna
let it ring. If
and I'm
anything,
also
don't send me the voicemail.
and I'm also gonna bring my dad into it. So my dad always said a man will make time for what he wants to make time for. So if you too busy to talk to me, if you are too busy to give me some sort of connection, some sort of communication, some sort of you, then why are we doing this? Just like I'm balancing my time for you, I expect you to balance your time for me. And if you want to call it reciprocity, call it reciprocity. I'm gonna call it a relationshiping.
Well, how much time is required compared to
I
like
was
a
going to
man
ask
that is
that question.
busy? Compared to a man who is busy, a man who is, that has a lot to handle
That
in
could
any
be
given day.
variable.
How
Right.
much time is enough time for you?
You're bringing in
That time is
differential equations in
variable.
that, love bug.
I'm bringing
That's a
what now?
differential equations. That's a mathematical calculation. It depends on
What
what
is he bringing in? What is he bringing in, Brandy?
differential equations. It's mathematical. You will have, it depends on the person. It depends on the situation. And I hate to say it
Depends on the
depends,
couple.
but it depends on the couple. Like, right. If he's
As long
always
as there's
traveling, I can't
discussion.
expect him to talk to me while he's on a flight.
Well,
Or
okay, is a minute talking to you okay? Is it 5 minutes? Is it 10 minutes of, hey babe, I'm okay? A
just
text
like
message? What is it?
Open book said, my dad would answer the phone and say, "Hey, is it something? Is it important? No. Do I need it? Because I'm in front of a client right now." That took all of 30 seconds, but it made me aware that that I need to talk to you. It made me aware that I'm present, and that's what matters. So
Is a
there's no
text
like
message saying the
time
same thing
limit.
okay?
I'm sorry.
Is a text message saying the same thing okay? What if there's not an opportunity where they can pick up the phone and
It's
speak to you? Is sending a
acknowledgement.
message okay as well?
It's
Was
acknowledgement.
that?
As long as you don't send me the voicemail, just don't
I
send me the voicemail.
think it depends on the guy. I talked to this guy. He was super busy. Too busy for me. I mean, it ended up not working out. But if we talked in the morning, like the 10 minutes on his way to work, I would be good. Like, just give me some of your day. And for me, a relationship is like a phone charger. It's like a battery pack for me. Like it gives me, like it does something for me. Like it motivates me. A guy can motivate me. So just having those little spurts of time are good for me because I'm pretty busy. So I'm not going to be on the phone all day with you. And I don't expect that, so I think it just depends on it just depends, I guess.
And
At
can I add to
Mr.
that?
Q Art, did you have something you wanted to say? You popped on. I don't want you to just be dangling.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I just came into the middle of the question. I'm not sure what the question actually is.
May I ask what is
So
a polymath? What is that?
That means that you use both sides of your brain at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so these are questions that guys are asking to women and the women are answering, but it seems like the guys be wanting to talk so much. But go ahead, D. You had something you were gonna say, girl.
Oh, well, I forgot what I was gonna say now. Oops.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, because you said how much time, that's unique to the couple, that's unique to the situation, and that's something that should be discussed as far as, what you consider, you know, hey, what is acceptable for us in this situation? And that doesn't stay the same across the board. It's a discussion that you guys have.
Okay. Fellas, did you guys have any questions, or do you want me to put up another question? I'll put up another question. I'm sorry. Did anybody have a question unrelated? All right. Here's your next question, ladies. Ladies, what is your love language? I'm trying to see something.
My love language is acts of service. That's my first. It used to be quality time. Used to be the first one. Now it's acts of service.
Open book.
By far, words of affirmation goes a long way for me. If he's saying you got this, or I like this, or just any words of affirmation, I could date somebody in China if he got a good talk game, and I never cheat on him. D, it's the truth. D.
Quality time and acts of service. Quality time and acts of service.
I'm gonna say acts of service and words of affirmation. But at the top, this is not a love language, but for me, it's consistency, or not consistency, but attentiveness. That would be my main love language. Being attentive, like knowing me,
Attentiveness.
the things about me, is my main one.
Thank you for your answers. Can I ask a derivative question? Which is,
Sure.
if you could make up a language, what would you want a man to speak to you?
Intentionality and consistency. Consistency and
Make up like a love
intentionality.
language to me.
I would say leadership and a plan. I want to know that he has a plan. Like I'm a big thing. Like you need to have a schedule, a plan, a timeline with some goals. Like know where we're going, know where you're going, and I can get on board. Just know where you're going at least. Gosh,
I'm gonna agree with that. Leadership.
I have a question.
Are we done? Did the other ladies answer?
Oh, go ahead. I didn't know. I don't know. Go ahead. But I have a question, just so you acknowledge that, host.
Okay.
Instead of snapping at me.
I can't even think of one.
Sensitive. Golly. Wow. Go ahead. Kavina.
I can't even think of one. I still want acts of service. If you see my yard need to be cut, I want you to take the initiative and go cut it. If just take the initiative. Be the
initiative.
man.
Then that would be your initiative.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't want to ask, and I don't want to ask 2 or 3 times. If I do ask, I just, please, just do it, sir. Please.
All right.
I'm a girl.
Go ahead. I forgot the question.
Lady. What's your question?
Go ahead. I forgot my question.
Oh my! Doing all that arguing and
no, you didn't let me answer my question. Ask my question, so
Right.
I didn't know you needed to know it right.
I think you should have allowed a man to moderate this week, Brandon. I do agree with ST3's assessment.
Well, go ahead and moderate. You have the questions.
She don't want me to moderate. She don't want me to moderate.
I didn't say you. So there you go.
Right. See, why are women so controlling?
Do you want me to send you the questions, Jay?
Send me the questions. I would love to.
Today.
Right. Send me the questions. I do have a question while we're about that love language question. When I heard some answers that are interesting. Those love languages, I think only Ashley said that there was a reward for it. She said that she could be with someone and not cheat on them if they spoke her love language. Do the rest of you feel that way too? That if he speaks your love language and that is 100%, he's meeting that you don't really need anything else? Is that a fair assessment?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't need anything else.
Right.
That's just my love language. That doesn't mean I don't need anything else. I still want you to be a masculine man. I want you to provide, protect, all of that. But my love language is quality time. So if that's something you need to come to the table with, quality time, and then what you call acts of service. It doesn't mean I don't want anything else. It doesn't mean I don't like gifts. Doesn't mean I don't like words of affirmation. It's just the top of my list. is quality time and acts of service.
So I have a sister that one of my other sister, she used to say back in the day, make love to my mind, I'll give you my body. So yes, if you are taking care of that act of service, you ain't got to worry about me. You ain't got to worry about me. I'm in it for you to win it. Okay. What? I'm serious.
I'm in it for you to win it. I know that's right.
Come on.
Remember, word, girl.
Whenever you get a free moment, I have a question for the lady.
I'm sorry?
When you have a free moment, I have a question for the lady.
Go for it.
Go for it.
How good are you guys at language in general? Because like Spanish, French, or any other language in the world, you can speak conversationally, you can speak a few words, or you can be fluent. In your love languages, how fluent are you?
Very.
Extremely.
According to what standard?
Go ahead.
I would say I'm fluent, one, in what I want. So if I like words of affirmation, I am heavy in giving them. Like I give them. I will talk through a situation. I like to talk. So I'm heavy in that. But I pay attention to the person that's in front of me. So I will give you love how you receive love. So if I find out that your love language is acts of service, I'm going to give you all of that. I'm not going to ever leave what I do. I'm still going to talk you up because that's just what I do. But I'm going to give you the acts of service that you need. So I mean, if you want me to baby you and that's your love language, like you being a baby, I'm gonna do it. I call me mommy. Like I'm all for that. So I pay. So I would say I'm multilingual because I'll speak any love language you want me to, and you'll think that's my first language.
And right, and that's what I was going to change mine to. I'm very versed in knowing what I want. I know what I want. I know how to give that. I know how to provide, and I know how I want it given and provided me. But I also am very versed in providing the love language that my man needs, because I understand that giving him what he needs is just as important as me getting what I need.
Precisely.
Ditto.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Well, this is a hostile takeover. I'm your new host for the rest of this broadcast tonight. I've got the questions. I do have a question that I want to ask.
I think ST3 had a question.
I was just about to say that. He had that wire.
Wait. ST3 had a question. I literally got a text message to do the same thing that the last host did, which was ignore his question. Just joking.
I did not say, don't do that. Don't do that. I did not.
Brandy got it out for me for some reason. I don't know. What is it?
Don't do that because you know he's gonna believe that, John.
Right.
What you got against me, Brandy?
ST3, what was your question?
I said, why are women so controlling?
Why are women so controlling? Who's up first? Danielle, go ahead.
Usually if we're controlling, it's okay. Usually if we're controlling, it means we don't trust you.
Ooh, wee. Sweet Jesus.
I'm sorry. Can you say that louder? I didn't hear you.
She swung a bat.
Usually, if we're controlling, is we do not trust you.
That's a good answer.
And she whispered it.
That's a good answer.
Next question.
No. Answer the questions.
No, I agree with that.
Wait, hold on one moment. There's only one host here, SC3. That's me, if you forgot.
Oh my goodness,
Open book, you were saying.
Wrong person host.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
No, I think he's frozen.
All right, new host, please. He can't even get his internet connection clearly.
I think that there's no other answer. I think she really for the first time she spoke for all women. Good job.
Okay, well, I gotta. Since the host is frozen, I got a question for that question. If you don't trust them, why be with someone you don't trust? Why be around? Why allow yourself to be with someone or around someone you don't trust?
Because you're a placeholder until I find somebody I do trust.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we established that women are selfish. There we go. All right, continue.
Okay, well, here's a question that was asked, and since our host is not here, I guess I'll step in where I can. Tell us something you never told a man.
Hmm.
Why would I say it now?
Right, that's not a question.
Yeah.
Why
That is a
wouldn't
question.
you now? I can rephrase it because it's not a question.
Yeah,
But-
please rephrase.
What is
Put what at the
something you've
beginning and
never
it's a
told a
question.
man?
Well,
Yeah,
but
it
I
what
was
is
wanna
something
hear
you've
it.
never told?
as tell us something you never told a man, but I will rephrase it so that it is a question. I'm almost 40 and I have a litany of things that I wish I could have asked a woman or told a woman. So, what I am asking you, women, is what is something that you wish you asked a man or male, whether you were 18, 25, or 35, or where you at? What is something you wished you asked them in your current state and maturity that you have not asked?
I kind of feel like those questions were asked on the last. What's the question that I've always wanted to ask a man?
Is it
Mhm.
too late to ask a question? Is that what you're insinuating?
No,
I,
I'm saying, is that what you're asking? What's the question that I've always wanted to ask a man?
Something I wanted to know about a man.
Sure. I mean, do
I
you think
already asked those last week.
yeah, those was last week. I think we should just put the what. What is something you never told a man, and now make it a question. Switch the tell and put what is something you never told a man. There it is, a question.
that's fair?
I can't think of anything.
What is something you never told a man? Question mark.
Okay, y'all got to stop popping on and off because I can't keep moving people around.
I
I
lost
can't think of
connection. I'm
anything.
sorry. I'm the host.
What is something that I've never told a man?
I was born C-section. I don't think I ever said that out loud to a guy that I dated. I was
Right.
What is
cesarean
wrong?
birth.
What's wrong with you? What?
I used to have a very irregular menstrual cycle. I don't know. Like,
You're laughing through it, but I'm growing through it. So realize that like your comedy or what you think is obvious is healing and growing for somebody else.
I know that's not obvious. I mean, but that I'm trying to think, what have I never told a man? I mean,
I can't think of anything.
As you
I
wipe
hate
and
your,
rub your face.
look, I mean, because
I ain't
yeah,
never thought of nothing ever.
No, because I'm trying to think.
Well,
Well, I've never
what
told a
you
man.
what do you expect us to say? Because you making it like what answer are you looking for?
No, what is something you never
I've
told a man?
never.
Like I've been
Okay,
with
I've
you
never told a
15,000
man.
years. Like what answer are
Like
you
what is
looking
something you did? Like you anything. We don't have to take it
he's
sexual.
looking for a
But if you want,
particular
go ahead.
answer, and we don't
I
have
have
it for him.
I have never told a man your dick game is weak.
Fair.
So it may be true.
Fair. Okay.
We'll never know because I've never told a man that.
You don't let them know though.
You should. You really should. You really should do that. You should tell him that he's weak.
Yeah, or it's a
You
way.
really
It's not how
should.
you say it. It's not what you say. It's how you say it.
How
But
you say
definitely,
it.
unless
It doesn't
you-
matter if you say it a certain way or not. If his dick game is weak, you need to tell him his dick game is weak, flat out.
Okay.
I wouldn't
That's
phrase
it.
it like that.
You
I
Well,
feel like
phrase
some
it how you
people- some
can,
people-
but you
no,
gotta tell
should
him.
say it. I feel like some people you shouldn't tell that, but I ain't gonna. Anyway, next
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
No.
Has
Answer the
everybody
questions,
answered?
ladies.
Has
I don't have
everybody
an
answered?
answer for that.
Has everybody
They did
answered
not
this
answer.
question?
They don't want to.
What do
I
you
don't have
mean?
an answer.
Okay.
Okay. So I have a question. Are we good? Okay. So yeah, I just was making sure. I have a question. So a lot of times it seems like for me as a man that women like to play by different rules. Like they like to do certain things that they would not like happening to them. Do you feel that this is and I know they're gender specific rules. I know there's certain things. No woman wants a
There's
man
double
that
standard.
feels and thinks like a woman. But do you believe that women have woman's privilege when it comes to playing by relationship rules that are different?
Well, let me see what I can say. Just like women have to play by certain rules, same thing with men. So either way, there's a double standard on each side. So men play by certain rules too.
Wow.
For example, men can sleep with however many people and nobody thinks anything bad of them, but a woman can't do the same.
True.
And the same thing on the women's side. Like, women can get away with doing certain things and talking to people certain ways. I don't know.
Well, that's clear and correct.
What
There's a reason for that.
What are some
Yeah,
like
because
what are
there's a
examples of
double
relationship
standard, though.
rules? Because I don't think I'm understanding this question.
So relationship rules, like for example, a woman can say, you could be driving somewhere with a woman. She's like, "Don't you be in nobody's face," yada yada yada, this and another. You go to the bathroom and you come back, and she's showing all 6 of her teeth to every man in the room. But look at Dr. Jackson. She couldn't help but smile just then. Look at but I think women.
I have an answer.
Women naturally flirt, and I think women also will break your neck.
Okay. What is your? Because he giving us a whole.
I have an answer.
Of a show.
I got it. In the wise words of Meg the Stallion.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
I made up the rules so you can't say I'm cheap. Period.
Selfish.
It's a double standard. It is a double standard a lot of times. And I'll be honest, with me, I think I've heard that from every dude I talk to. It's double standards with you. I mean, that's the truth with me. I feel like I feel like, in my opinion, if it doesn't bother you that I do it, but it bothers me that you do it, why are you mad? If it don't even bother you,
that's where
so
I'm
why
thinking.
you just say, "Oh, well, you said I couldn't do it, but you doing it," but it don't bother you. So why are you mad about it?
Could you ask someone?
Blows my mind.
Could you ask someone in good faith to do something that you're not willing to do, or ask someone not to do something that you are intent on doing? That seems improper on its face value.
Yeah, no, I can definitely do that.
If you don't want me to wear a 2-piece, I have to not want you to wear boxers.
No. I think she said we're talking about something that can be. For example, if a woman says to me, "I don't want you to have any female friends," and I've never said to her, "I don't want you to have male friends," is that woman wrong for having male friends?
No.
Even though she has no. So what?
Did you agree to it?
I don't know, but your skin tone looks really pecan tannish. I like it a lot right now, like a little peach. I think that I think even if you don't agree to it, why would you put an expectation on someone that you won't put on yourself? How about that question?
I think because if it doesn't bother you that I do it, but it bothers me that you do it, then it is what it is.
Do you not hear how,
there we go.
Do you not hear how crazy that sounds?
Selfish.
No, because if you say,
it's not exactly as crazy as it sounds, though.
And I
it's
just
not as
want
crazy
to point out.
Right, if you're telling me that you don't like me in the color black, but I don't mind you wearing the color black, should I assume you're not going to wear the color black? It doesn't bother me. So some things that I do don't bother you, but you doing it bothers me. So I will continue to do it, and you don't do
something.
Or if you want to do it, but feel like you can't do it, then just leave.
And then I also want to bring up something where y'all were talking about something. We bring up stuff that happened in the past. We bring it back up. Every time somebody says selfish, is that not bringing something up in the past that has happened already? Next question.
Right. No, it's something that's happening currently that I'm just acknowledging as it's happening.
Exactly. That's what we said.
I'm acknowledging it as it happens.
We're doing exactly what we said.
It's not something that happened before. It's currently happening.
Us right.
No. It's currently happening at the moment, and I'm making note of it.
The host. You're proving our point.
I don't know how ST3. I don't know how ST3
triggered you.
I don't know how every week ST3 gets lassoed into this. Earlier you said this, but now you're saying every week. But we're working on that. I have some questions that were sent to me. I want to ask the first one. Why do you all, women, get emotional instead of logical when we ask, why are you being so emotional?
Because we're emotional beings. Next question.
Right, that's like somebody saying, why are you being so black? Because I'm black.
Why are you being such a woman?
It's not gonna
Why
change.
you being such a woman when you're womaning me?
That I'm black. It's not gonna
You're
change.
womaning
Like
me.
I'm still gonna be black.
Well, I think well then let's answer the opposite of that. Then why do women want men to be emotional when their men are primarily logical?
That's not
Good
the
question.
That's not the question.
No, I'm saying
That's
let's
not-
reverse that. So
Yeah,
we
it's
can
not
ask
the
Well,
the
if
question.
you reversed it, you would say, why do women want men to be logical instead of emotional?
No.
when we
You want us to
ask
be
you-
emotional, not illogical. Why is it that women want men to be emotional rather than logical if logical is our natural state?
We want men
Okay.
to use their feelings sometimes.
The
That's
que-
what it is. We don't
the
want them to be
reverse-
emotional. We want them to use their feelings sometimes.
The reverse would be, why do men get logical instead of emotional when we ask them why are they being logical? That would be the
Okay, well
reverse.
then forget the reverse. Why do women want
Okay.
men to be? Forget it then. Okay, since we want to be all technical, because y'all don't want to
I
answer the
mean,
questions. Why do
Jesus.
women? Why do since y'all want to be all technical, since you don't want to answer the questions?
Then
Why-
we want to
why-
hold you to
listen,
your word.
I'm
hold
gonna
on,
ask
wait.
Always
it.
revert
Essie,
back to
wait.
something.
Hold
You
on,
don't want
hold
to
on,
answer
wait,
the
To you
question.
like
You
this.
don't want to
Why
answer
do
the question.
women
wait,
want men to
Okay,
be
reverting back to
emotional when
that.
our logical
Wait.
state is
Moderator
logical?
speaking.
Hey, listen, wait. Literally, they just got emotional instead of logical, and you're asking them why are they being emotional. I mean, you're literally living this out right now in real time. But that brings me to the next question. A man and a woman are arguing. He says to her, "Why are you crazy? Girl, you so crazy." Why does the word crazy set women off from 0 to 100 like that?
I don't call me crazy. That's something I do not like. And I think that that's equivalent to calling a man a creep.
I was just gonna say
You're a
that.
creeper.
Really?
You're a
Yes.
creep. Yeah, that's the same thing, because to say I'm crazy means to me that I have a mental disorder, that there's something wrong with me mentally. Just because you don't understand me, don't say that I'm crazy. Just say you don't understand.
Right. And I feel like, and I think it sets off because you're saying it to set me off. I think you're saying it intentionally to upset me. You're saying it to hurt me on purpose.
But let's be honest.
As a
Are you
person who
ever?
deals with psych patients, don't call me crazy.
Wow. So that is Kavina Samuels. You want to chime in on that so I can say I had 100% participation from the women on the panel?
I mean, it depends on why he calling me crazy. If he call me crazy, if I'm doing something crazy, then he want to call me crazy. It is what it is, because I'm crazy in that moment.
Cuckoo.
So you watch your mouth. Be careful about that one now.
I didn't say that. I said the other C word. Okay, I ain't say that one.
Right, but don't call me crazy if I'm not doing anything that's weird.
So a woman could feel
Definitely
that
don't call me
crazy.
childish.
Don't call them any of the C words.
Why is there a ninja folding laundry with a bun in this?
They can read it. They can read it. Next question, host.
The next question.
Oh,
This.
You have a good laugh, SC3.
No, I'm gonna answer it.
Thank you.
It's because
You don't have to answer it. You don't have to answer it. They'll be okay.
Oh, I thought this was a dialogue.
Well, it's actually questions for women.
Wait, Brandy ain't the host no more.
Right, that's true. He's got
Look
you
at
there.
that. Controlling.
Grow
Wait,
up. Grow up.
Look at that.
Okay, so listen.
I'll give a nod to women in this because I admire my mother and women. Sometimes you got to fit in life when you fit in life. So I'm folding laundry before I bounce to Denver because I got things on my agenda. But I'm supporting.
They called me out for that too. The
Because
other week.
I love Brandy and I love what she's doing, and she's building a community. So if I have to take time to fold laundry while I'm participating, that's what I'm doing.
And I just want
being a man, and I want
Kudos to you, bro.
that supports me doing things outside of a schedule, because you got to get in where you fit in.
And
next question.
And I just want to say, that living space looks really cool. I can definitely Airbnb it while you're in Denver. 1,000%.
Next year it'll be on Airbnb. Right.
So next question is, what is masculinity to you? How do you define masculinity?
You still don't have to go in order, just so you know.
Okay.
Thank you. I just thank you. Thank you. Come over to come on. Thank you.
What about me? See there? No love for me.
Who's
I'm
trolling?
sorry.
I guess I can guess he has 4 letters in his name.
That's not my. Don't be funny.
Okay, what was the question?
The question is, what is masculinity to y'all?
Can we add a word to that? What is healthy masculinity to us?
Well, I think, and let's
It
make it
was
2 questions.
Chubb.
Let's make it 2 questions. What is masculinity, and how do you define unhealthy masculinity?
Masculinity. Knowing when to be, how you like, when to be soft, when to be hard, knowing when to be patient, when to let's go, baby, let's get it. Taking control when you know you need to take control, and then just being able. Masculinity is being able to follow. You know how to lead, but no one can be a good leader without being a good follower. So knowing when to let your woman step up and take care of something when she has that skill to do that. I don't know what you're wowing. Oh, because you don't think women should be able to talk without holding their hand up.
No.
So
But
that's
it's
my
just
answer.
it's oh wow, okay.
It's not rompers. It's not painting your nails. That's not masculinity to me.
Okay.
Know when to follow to you. That's what it is to you.
You missed all that, and that's all you snatched up. So yes, take that answer.
Okay.
You
Anyone?
missed everything else I said.
Randy,
Any
we're gonna
other
have to have a
lady?
talk because you're doing too much right now.
Whoa.
We could.
Hey, no, not. We're
I'm
not
not
going
the
to
host,
talk
boo
here.
boo. I'm
We're
not
not
the
going to.
host.
Right. We're not going to talk here. Any other lady want to answer? Next week, Raw News No Fluff is hosting its first annual pillow fight between Brandy and ST3. We're selling
I'm winning
tickets.
that. I'm winning. She ain't. Yeah, okay. Continue. Let's stay on task, guys.
I think masculinity is being a protector, a provider, and a priest of your house, or the homes that are around you that might have a vacancy in that position. And I say that again, I go back to my dad. I don't have a man in my house. So even though I was married, he let go of that role. He was still there, but he let my husband, well, my ex-husband, have that. But the moment that vacancy came into my life, he became the protector, the provider, and the priest again for me. To me, that's a man. I don't feel alone. I don't feel like I'm lacking. I don't feel like there's a problem that can't be solved because I know that he is protecting me in prayer with his own finances. If I need them, he's going to give them, whether I want him to or not. My dryer broke the other day and I wanted to pay for it. He refused to let me do it. And he's definitely the protector of my family as far as the girls and myself is concerned. So to me, that's masculine.
I like that.
To add to what what's your name today?
Open book.
Open book, yes. To add to what Open Book said, a good leader, and of course, a good leader knows the strengths of his team, and therefore he is able to put them in the place that they need to be as far as what their strengths are. Another thing is they have emotional restraint, emotional
like
control, and they're very emotionally intelligent.
Emotional,
like
emotional constraint. Dig deeper there.
Meaning that they know how to control their emotions. They know how not to overreact to certain things.
I like
And
that.
I say what Brandy said about knowing how to follow. I say this, and maybe I don't say it out loud, but this is my thought process. Is I want a man that's so comfortable in his role as a leader that he doesn't have to show me he's the leader. He doesn't have to argue me down about everything. He doesn't have to be the lead. Let me pick the radio station. Let me do something, because you're so content in who you are and the leader that I allow you to be that you don't have to always show me that you're leading. So to me, that's being able to follow. Like sometimes let me answer the question or figure it out, because you at the end of the day or the beginning of the day, you have the final say. So you don't have to show me you always in front. Sometimes be behind. It's cool because you're still the leader. No matter where you stand and you still leading.
Don't have to
I
puff
get
out
what
your
Brandy
chest
was
all the
saying when she
time.
said follower. I'm just poking fun at her. Because in order to be a great leader, you have to be able to be a follower. And at the end of the day, a leader just add it into it. But a good leader, a leader that God intended us to be is following God. So at the end of the day, you are still following. It's just what are you following is the question. But I like those responses.
Chev is having a whole thing over there.
Is that everybody that answered? Because I have a question for that.
Davina Samuels has not answered.
Okay. Well, I agree with what everyone else said, and I want to add that he doesn't act feminine. I don't want a guy that I don't want him acting like a girl.
Come on.
To me, but everything else everyone says, including acting like a man, being a man's man. But when y'all said that, I just thought about a person, and he's he's all man. You hear me? All man.
Throw some ice on her. Throw some ice on her.
Right.
Cool her down.
Right.
It's the sun over there burning her.
My mind went straight.
So I have a question to follow that, because based on your responses, ladies, you have a strong idea of what a masculine man is. Why then? And I'm not gonna say it's directly you all, but I've seen it happen. Why, if you know what a masculine man is supposed to be, why is it that you want him to act outside of that? Because earlier that was kind of the point. That was kind of what was being said. It's like you want him to do everything outside of what you just said the masculine man is.
How did we say that? I'm gonna say how did I say that? How did I say anything that I want him to act outside of being able to lead, being soft, knowing when to be soft, knowing when not to be, knowing when to take control, knowing when not to take control? When did I say that? When did I say that?
Brandy, you did not.
I don't remember us ever saying anything like that.
Because I'm learning a lot. What I learned in 35 minutes or so is that men take an approach because we are not combative naturally. We don't like the banter of like yada yada. But because of this environment, I've heard a lot of why questions from men. I'm saying myself as well. So,
but why is the basis of a question.
Who?
Sure. Who, what, when, where, why, how? That's how you start questions off.
What?
There's many ways to start a question.
Who, what, when, where, why, how?
All I'm saying is that I observed that we're approaching things with a why, and it's not being responded positively from the female gender. What, who, where, when, or what was your motive? Somehow is resonating more than the why. The why does not resonate. But you can try to answer it. But I, even myself, have an issue. Like I'm struggling to even answer why for certain reasons. So let me give 15 more seconds. I am navigating life naturally and with a heart.
Who is that?
And if somebody asked me, why am I doing it that way? It's because my heart convicted me to.
Okay.
There's no more answering than that. So why might be shallow. Not to judge your question. It's just how I heard it.
And I just want to say real quick, somebody mentioned something about emotions. If a man tap into his emotions, that's not being feminine. That's everybody has. Right. So Feminine is happening to no. That everyone has emotions. I don't
If
think
a
that's
man's
feminine.
mother
I,
dies,
I think
I
we can
expect
all
him to
agree that
cry.
men and women both have masculine and feminine in them.
I
So
think what Dee was saying was right. If a man's mother dies and he cries, I'm not gonna say stop being a girl.
Right. I don't think that's right. Exactly.
So
but if you're
next
crying like,
question.
Oh,
3 years
start
later.
crying. I'd be like,
Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
Even if you're crying 3 years later, I wouldn't feel no type of way about it.
That's
At
what
all.
I'm saying.
So let me ask you this: why do you believe, woman, that it's hard for a man to tap into his emotions with you?
because he don't want to appear
It's
weak.
He doesn't trust me.
or he doesn't feel comfortable
Whoa,
being
whoa, whoa! Hold
vulnerable
on,
with
wait,
you.
wait. You said he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to appear weak. You said he doesn't trust you. That's good. I like that.
Ding
I
ding
think.
ding 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 ding.
What did you say,
Oh,
Dr.
he
Jackson?
agrees with me. I'm sorry.
Huh?
What did you say, Dr.
No, I
Jackson?
said because he doesn't feel comfortable being emotional, being vulnerable with you, so he doesn't trust you.
Doesn't
Okay.
trust
Not to weaponize it.
And
You
open book. What was your answer?
because you said why does he not feel comfortable being emotional with me?
With you,
I
correct.
would say that over time I haven't met a guy who wasn't emotional with me. But I have it does take some time to build that, hey, I'm not going to weaponize your emotions. So there's some guys who have been hurt because they've displayed emotion. So they don't. Because I've heard a guy say he ordered a dessert and she was like, oh, you're acting like a girl because he ordered dessert. So I
Seen
think
that
that
post.
that's
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I think it was like a post going around something, and he was saying that, and I think that that's not to go back to the very beginning, but that's past trauma that's triggering him that he'll bring into another relationship that men and women do. I want to point that out because right when I said about the post, they're like, "Oh yeah, I saw that." Men do the same thing. So hey, but yeah, so that's where I'm at on that. I think that I'm a safe space.
Excuse me, kind sir, with the neon cap. Would you make yourself familiar with the rules that are in the chat? They're rules that the hosts have provided, so make sure you read those before you jump
The
in here.
private chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
I definitely think it's trust. Just
Yeah,
to
I think it's trust
definitely
as well.
Well,
Well,
luckily it's
y'all
what the
aren't
ladies think. So
No, I'm just letting you know y'all right.
we've been right the whole time. How you gonna tell us we wrong with our answer?
So this, so right. I just want to say this is a record week because ST3 was able to make all the ladies on the post do this again. And then some of them did this. They always no. So this
That's what
next
I'm here
question,
for.
I'm gonna read this question how it was sent to me, but I want to change it a little bit. It says, "Why is being independent so important to you all?" But I think the intention of this question was, "Why are you so independent?"
I think that was rightly worded though. I think that
I
whoever
think
Because we
asked
don't
the question,
trust you.
I,
Because we
okay,
don't trust you.
Mine
trust.
has
Okay.
nothing to do with trust. No, mine has nothing to do with trust. Mine has everything to do with if this should not work out, that I can still stand on my own. I think women get caught up.
Trust.
Not trust. I trust you, but I'm not naive to say we'll be together forever. And I've heard women, especially back in the past, oh, I can't leave him because I don't have money to take care of these children. So they'll stay in a whole abusive relationship with children that are being abused because they don't have enough money or they can't take care of themselves. So for me, it's important to know that I can do that, and that I'm with you because I want you and not because I'm 100% in need and dependent upon you. I think I'm a better partner when I don't need you, when I want you.
I think okay.
so. Why is being independent so important? I'm independent when I'm by myself. I'm interdependent when I'm with someone.
I was just
So
good answer.
I'm independent because I have to. It's important to be able to be independent because I have to live. I have to survive. But when we're
Gotta
together,
be an
I'm not going
adult.
to be dependent on you. Please don't think that I'm going to be dependent on you, but I will be interdependent with you.
That's a phenomenal answer.
I concur.
Samuels.
I agree.
Um, with what? What part exactly?
With what
All of
what
it.
Brandy said.
Thank
which was which was no. Okay, I'm done. So I do have a question.
And Chef, does Chef have a question
Oh, I'm
also?
sorry, Chef. Do you have any questions for the ladies?
I actually was. I just need to know what the rules of the panel, because you mentioned it, and so it said it was in the chat, and I didn't see it in the chat.
Oh,
in
it's
the
not up there.
Yep,
it's not up there anymore.
So if I
okay.
can get the
I'll pop it on
rules,
there.
and then
I'll pop it on there.
I will be able to engage from an
You can
academic.
engage, but it's basically the men asking women questions, not the men asking questions that they're going to answer.
Basically, the opposite of what we've been doing tonight.
Oh, I just want to know why most of the answers in different questions were contradictions to what the women were saying about men before.
Thank you, Chef.
What was the
No, I
question?
think if I'm wrong, I think that Chef, you can let me know if I'm wrong. I think you're referring mostly to the masculinity question.
Oh man,
And how to
Emotion
define.
I just,
man, Chef,
I'm
you
just
coming through.
just
Chef,
asking
you coming
questions.
Is that what you're talking about in particular?
I am asking a question
What was
where
the question?
Man,
Well, I need
Chef,
understanding.
be coming through.
Hold on, SC3. Let him get his question out without putting a look
Okay,
at
oh, I
it.
got my
I'm gonna mute
question out.
myself.
The question
What
is
was the
out.
question?
The question is out. The question is essentially, why are there contradictions to the answers or to certain questions that have happened from a male's perspective, and then all of a sudden, when it happens in another question, the script flips. So I'm just trying to figure.
I need an example.
Oh,
I need an
Yeah.
example because I'm
I
not
would
sure
like
what
an
you're
example.
talking about, and I
I would
won't.
like
I
an
won't
my
use the
goodness.
ST3 answer, which is I never said it. I need an example.
An example, I think Ashley was alluding to one of the examples. However, there were three or four that actually happened. But one of the examples were that someone said, no, we actually want men to exhibit emotion. And when it came to the question around femininity in men, and it was, oh no, we don't want any femininity in our men. And we also agreed that emotion is a feminine feature.
We didn't agree with that.
Until ST3 came in and said, can we agree that people exhibit both masculine and feminine qualities? But that's beside. I'm just asking before all
My
of that
brother.
stuff.
I think that
He
I
said
think,
being emotion. Oh, go ahead.
I think that no one said that emotion is a female trait. I
Nobody
know
said that.
that we said that women lead with emotion. And wait 1 second. And I love how you try to include ST3 on your side in that by trying to until he said because you need somebody to help you on that one. We
Me
never
and
said
Chef don't
that.
always agree.
No,
I
okay.
was in the comments.
Hold on. Can you
I
mute
was in the
please,
comments though.
ST3, can you hit a mute button, please? Controlling. I think that I never said, I'll speak for myself, that emotions is a female trait. I said
Wait,
females are more emotional and men are more logical. But I believe that everyone has everything. And I would prefer my man not to lead with emotion.
I just want to, for clarity, to keep everyone honest as the host here. When the question was asked about why do you all get so emotional without logical, literally every woman on here said, because I'm a woman, we're emotional. So it did give the impression that was tied directly to women as a lead response and an end response. So for you saying, I didn't say that for me, women are emotional. Every woman's on here said that.
We did not say women are emotional. We did not equate femininity with emotion.
To say I'm a woman, I'm emotional.
I'm an emotional creature, but I didn't say
hold
only females have emotions.
Wait,
I did not say only females have emotions.
No.
When Chubby said before, females, I know it's frustrating, isn't it? Now you know how I feel. when females say, when Chev said, femininity is emotion, or basically not, that's not to quote. Nobody said that's true. We said, and I agree with Ashley. She said that everyone has emotions. Mm-hmm. Emotions is not does not make you female. Being emotional all the time or leading with emotion does make you feminine. Does give you femininity, feminine qualities. Leading with those. When you lead with logic, it makes you masculine. Mm-hmm. Now, that doesn't mean you cannot cry, because Jesus wept, and Jesus was all man.
I think that, and
he was all woman.
I didn't use emotion to say, I didn't say, oh, I'm a woman. I didn't use that to define my womanhood, because if I was defining it, I would say I can bear a child, I have a vagina. I would have used more characteristics of being a woman. So I wasn't using that to define womanhood. Or
I just want to say for the record,
I was saying just a woman, it leads with emotion. Period.
Put that comment back up, Brandy. Put that comment back up. She missed it.
Because I don't know what to call you, friend. Anyway, go ahead.
Hey, listen. I do want to say this also as a host. Every weekend, your vagina comes out of your mouth, Ashley. You got to stop that. Every weekend.
It doesn't come out of my mouth. I'm trying to put it in somebody's mouth.
Oh my God.
Look, I gotta go. All right. I gotta go. I gotta go. Look at Chad. Chad's
ready.
Just kidding.
What's the next question? I can't get y'all.
When do I log off is the next question.
Actually, my church members are gonna have I'm out.
A whole new church too.
Right. Again. So literally,
but literally my question was not answered.
Right.
It was answered. We do not use emotion to define femininity. That is the answer.
And nobody said
that
my
way,
man
we're
did
clearing
not
that up. If you receive it that way, we're clearing
I asked
that
about
up.
the contradiction, which you're doing again.
There is no contradiction. Nobody said that a man cannot have emotions. We said he cannot lead. He cannot lead with emotions. He can't be emotional all the time. We didn't say.
So here's my question. Then here's the real question: why can't women be accountable to their contradictions?
Oh, that's a good question.
Women be
mic drop.
Why can't women be accountable? Who said we're not accountable to our contradictions? If we're contradicting
this whole answer that you just gave,
hey, you can't say nothing, Mr. President of Contradictions. Be quiet with the woo. You sound dumb.
President of Contradictions.
Stop it. I didn't say that. I did not say that. Go watch the tape.
Oh, you're doing the swallow voice.
I think that I don't think that women can't accept their contradictions, but you have to prove to me that I contradicted myself. I think that that's the issue here. I think because you receive something a certain way, you want me to say that I agree with how you received it, when we already said that when ST3 said, well, is it my fault that she was triggered by that and that's her emotion?
Actually, so even with context clues.
Hold on, please.
Even with context clues, you didn't do.
I'm answering.
Let her finish.
I have to agree that I've contradicted myself. Because I don't feel like I did. So if you can't prove to me that I've done it, I'm not going to take ownership of it.
Okay, hold on. Now, Chev, are you going to bring an example to solidify that she's contradicted herself tonight?
I got an example.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. So even with context clues, so someone gave context clues of you said X, Y, and Z, which could translate in most of us. Half of us, I don't know about the other two that didn't answer, but at least half of us understood the context clues that were given around what femininity could mean with emotion, what logical could mean with men. Even with those context clues, you're still deviating from the accountability of it. And it's okay. I was tasked to ask a question. And I asked 3 questions, 3 of which were not answered, and I tried to rephrase the question. So
you're not receiving the answer because you understood it that way. I came back and clarified what I meant. It wasn't a contradiction.
Well, I think that's not well. I think that's relative to your
Understanding.
to your perception or your understanding.
Correct,
So
which is essentially my question. That's why I went over most people's heads on
You
the.
didn't go over anybody's head. You think you so
okay.
deep.
I-
You think you so deep.
I just want to point out the fact that the last
I'm gonna
5 to 10
recognize-
minutes
I'm
of
not
last
the
week's
host.
episode
gonna recognize-
was
That host is
literally
amazing.
this
Not
what's
being
going
the
on
host
right
is
now. That's what I want to
amazing.
point
Why
out.
we not the host a lot more often? Because I like this. You think you so deep. You ain't that deep. It ain't go over nobody's head. We answered your question. But if you can't, if we don't
Emotional.
feel
No,
we contradicted ourselves, and you can't make someone believe that they contradicted themselves. A contradiction and saying something bluntly, like straight up, and then saying I didn't say that, then that's one thing. But you saying that we're saying something that's contradicting, and we don't feel we said anything that was contradicting, then if you can't give me an example of it, then this is a moot point.
I did give you an example. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just trying to get an answer that I did not get. It's okay.
I just want to say this.
You did get an answer. You didn't get the answer that you wanted. Next question.
I just want to say this for.
Did get an answer.
I just want to say
It's
this
fine.
for the record. Ever since ST3 started getting on here, Chef, you've been kind of spicy. I just want to say it's kind of spicy for the record. And last week I said that ST3 likes to beat white women, and tonight I'm going to declare that you like to beat white men. There is something going on, and it is very spicy. It's very spicy, and you and ST3 are definitely abusive. I just want to put that for the record. I just want to say that. I
just want to point this out that what's going on right here with the whole.
Can we get a question, please?
Well,
I
want to point something out real quick. I want to point out that this whole idea of what's going on with right now in this panel about a message being sent and you're not receiving it is the exact same thing that happened last week, where I was pretty much, I ain't gonna say attacked, but I was told to change the way that I am.
Conversations. Next question.
Right, I'm gonna bring it up. Fine.
We know.
I have a question that was sent to me.
I got a small question.
Go ahead, Chad.
No, I'll give it to you first.
Oh, man.
Okay. Well, no, Chad, go ahead, because my question is a completely different topic. Go ahead.
I'd also like to say ST3 and I are usually not on the same side
on
many things. So don't try to play that card.
Thank you.
Question.
Chad, you have the floor.
My question is, I bowed out earlier last week, so I don't know how it ended. But if you were to, as women, take advice from last week and turn the tables, what is the one question you would want to ask us right now after going through this back and forth? Like, what do you want to know?
That is a fair question, though, Brandy, because it is a question to women. If there is...
I have an answer because I can only talk to the people on this panel, ST3 and Chev, because Chad's not saying much. My question would be, why can't you receive the answer if it's not or why can't you let go of the answer that you wanted to receive the answer that you were given?
No, it's not for y'all to answer. It's not for y'all to answer. These questions are for the women to answer. Y'all wanted to ask these questions, then we would have answered these questions on the last one.
Right,
you can ask us a question that we wanted answered, and if she wants y'all to answer the question, then she can ask y'all to answer the question. What's not going to happen, folks? I'm going you to be on your job. It's for women to answer the question, and not for men to.
Right. So I want to.
I was also tardy. I'm sorry, I didn't know the rules. So yes, thank you.
So I want to be clear. Chad asked, "What would they ask?" But he did not ask for us to answer. So I agree with Brandy. So Ashley would ask that. What about you, Dr. Jackson?
You have to come back to me.
Okay. Kevina Samuels.
I wasn't prepared with many questions.
He wasn't listening.
So.
Yeah, Kevina Samuels. I know this look that Kevina Samuels has. I see it in Sundays when I'm
not
preaching.
tired. If that's what you're
No, it's not. It's not that you're tired. You're playing a game on your phone, and look.
I lost. Anyway, what
So I like the fact that there was no answer to the question because I had a second question to the question.
Okay.
Because, you're right. I wasn't interjecting or participating actively in the conversation because I was watching a tornado. It was Women Are From Mars or Venus, whatever that book is. the reason why men are not responding to the questions that you're asking is because it feels like we're fighting for a conversation. It's so wild. Like, you're saying this, I didn't say that. I got this to say. And my man who with the glowing green hair, he came in with a very logical man perspective. I was like, he said what I feel. And the immediate reaction was, oh, why you coming in here trying to fight? And it was, that's not what you women said. This is me not translating appropriately, because we're fighting, just trying to talk. And it's wild, but it's healing. If you didn't learn something today, then I'm blind.
Okay, man. Is it an edible? Is it a what is it, dog?
No.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
I'm kidding.
Wait, hold on. Let Chad finish. Let Chad wasn't finished.
There are equivalently women to men in this conversation. And if you are telling me that as men, we haven't been fighting to try to talk, then I was not in this.
Brandy, hold your thought for just a moment.
Sure.
Go ahead, Chad. No, I was telling Brandy too. She was going to say something.
Yeah, but the women are also just trying to respond, and they feel like they're being attacked. We just need to listen better. That's
now
all
I
I'm
respond.
saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead, Brandon.
I feel like in response to that, the point of today's conversation was women explaining and answering questions that men have for them. If we answer a question, like if you go back and watch last week's, you will see that men answered a question. We very seldom had something to tell you. We very seldom said, "No, you're wrong. No, that's not what it is. No, this is no. Why are you so?" No, we didn't do that. How it went last week was men asked a question. I mean, women asked a question, men answered it, and I was very adamant about, ladies, this is not about us. This is not about us. Just let the fellas answer. And anybody that was on that live can confirm that. But now it's like, y'all, we get a question, we answer it how we feel is correct, what we feel. And it's like our feelings are not valid, or the way we answered it is not correct. And then you get okay, now okay, now that's the answer. Like, no, we told you the answer before, but now that you hear something that you like, it's the answer. So that's why it seems very combative, because men are not letting us answer it how we as women want to answer that question.
I think that I want to say something to that, and that goes back to Chad's question before that. You're hearing an answer that you didn't really want, so now you come back with something else, and I think that is combative, because I think it goes to all of the side comments, controlling. So all of those little selfish, right? Selfish. So all of those little things, and I feel like you're trying to tell someone to ignore someone trying to bait you, because that's what it is. You're trying to bait me. And then the whole thing of, and I'm not going back to this, but I'm gonna go back to it, Chef. The whole thing, I like my man ST3 already said. Those little things, just say your point of view and not try to do a team up or a gang, like try to get somebody on your side to rile you up. Because the moment he said it, ST3, and just start laughing, just over talking. So
y'all spit this for real. Y'all spit this for real.
Answer, and if you don't like my answer, oh well, that's still my answer.
Well, okay. Can I say something to that?
But just did the same thing.
Can I say something to that though?
Hold on, wait. ST3 and Chef, let Kavina Samuels give her, because this is about the women expressing. So let her.
She put down her game. Okay, we cool.
Now, I just wanted to answer Chef Chubby question. In regards to in regards to when I say I want a masculine man, I don't, like they said. I'm hoping I answer your question. It's not contradicting. When I say I want a masculine man, that's what I mean. If he's emotional, that doesn't make him feminine. I don't want my man to wear a skirt. When I say feminine, wear nail polish, have his hair. I don't want him doing feminine ways. If he's showing emotion and he's crying and he's showing that he loves me and he cares for me, I want that. That's not being feminine. Everybody was born with emotions. So he's gonna go through the motion. If he get angry, that doesn't make him even more of a man. If I get angry, that doesn't make me a man. That's my emotion at whatever time it is. So I do want a masculine man. I just don't want him to have feminine ways. But emotion, like they said, all the ladies said, if he leads with emotions and he make his decisions based off of emotions, then that will be a feminine trait. Like everybody said, they don't want a female president because she'll react off her emotions and trigger or whatever. But
Okay, not you.
But I just wanted to clarify when I say I want a masculine man, but he can have some emotions, because I want him to show me that he loved me. I want him to tell me, I want him to cry if need be or whatever. So I just want to ask, that's not contradicting. I just want to throw that out there.
Next
question.
Well, can I
but is this like a debate where I get like a 30-second rebuttal?
Well, I was going to say, I was going to say I do agree with Brandy. Last week, the women did discuss what they learned from our answers. They even did discuss how our answers impacted them. They did not really try to diminish our answers or change them. So I do want to continue that. I do want to ask this question.
Hold on. Let me make an observation real quick, man. Come on now.
Hey, look. Come
on, man. Let's not do that.
Hey, look.
Let me make an observation real quick.
Hey, look.
Well, here's the thing. No.
There's no thing. Wait. No, we're not gonna do that.
Come on, man. Be a proper host, sir.
Listen,
here's the thing. I think the men. This is what men do.
I'm moving on from that question. Give me
men
one moment.
answer questions directly. That's
okay. Wait. First of all, if he's gonna be a proper, I'm gonna step in on this one. If he's gonna be a proper host, you have to be a proper guest. Go. Don't. I'm just saying.
Do I have a chance to say what I was going to say? Well, last week what happened when the woman asked us a question, we answered it directly. Whether it was something that was just that's a little outside of what we would thought, or if you agreed with it or not, we answered the questions directly. What's going on here tonight is if we ask a question, it's like you're asking a question with a question, and you're not giving a response.
Duly noted,
and that's what a disconnect is.
Duly noted. Duly noted. We
That's
got that.
What's going on?
I did it.
I have a question. I have a question that was sent to me. And it says, "Who's the person in your life?" To the women, that holds you accountable. Men have women holding them accountable. They have other men holding them accountable. There's more than enough instruction on what a man should be doing. Who's holding you accountable, and where do you learn to be a decent woman from?
I think from this live, Black men hold us more accountable than anybody. I think we can see that here, and even if they're wrong in how they're holding us accountable, they still try to do it. I think Black men try to shape us to what they want us to be in the time that they want us to be in.
I think that was a gut punch, but okay.
Are our answers never good enough for y'all?
No. I think who holds you accountable?
I accept the answer.
I have my best friend who's a female, and I also have my brother-in-law who's a pastor as well. That keeps me accountable.
So are we asking what, like a person in general, or like a male that holds us accountable?
I think, it seems like it doesn't say specifically a male. So I'm assuming it's a person in general.
Okay.
My mother holds me accountable. My mother won't take down for anybody. She requires right no matter what the situation. My children hold me accountable. They are looking at me, and it makes me have to be a certain way before them. So even though they're not verbally doing it, their eyes on me are doing it. My clients hold me accountable to upholding good business practice. I mean, it depends on what situation you're in or I'm in. Is who's holding me accountable.
I'm gonna say my mom, my dad. I'll say Ashley holds me pretty accountable.
Kevina?
Mom.
Okay. Let me ask this question, and this is
What was
Go
that?
ahead.
And who was that directed to?
Our answer was
Well, no.
I'm
I'm only saying no. Okay, let me. I said because you see how direct y'all just answered those questions like mom, aunt, sister, uncle, cousin, whoever. It was direct. There was no, oh, well, let me ask you this. It wasn't
Okay,
no
so
like,
we get it. So we get it. You only hear
I
the first
I'm
three.
just pointing it
let me-
out. I'm just
So we
pointing it
get
out.
it. You only hear the first 3 words that come out of our mouth. Okay,
No.
we'll
You
make
were
sure the first
direct.
3 words direct
Well,
back
not
to you, and then you cut out.
necessarily.
You were
You didn't
direct.
Because
answer
Can I
the
go
I was
back
gonna
to
jump
say
in and
something?
say,
You were direct.
yeah.
Okay,
Can
hold on. Dr. Jackson, go ahead.
Earlier you asked us, why are we so controlling? My response was because we don't trust. Wasn't that direct?
No,
Thank
it is.
you.
But no, it was. I didn't say y'all didn't. But
I
there's
feel
times
like
when
a lot of our answers were very direct.
Who said
and
Thank
this
you,
wasn't
Stacia.
specific. That Dr. Jackson, this wasn't specific to anybody. But I wanted to answer the question to the whole combativeness is
But we're
from
not
last week
talking
to
about
this
that.
week.
But the problem
And
with
it's
that
not
is
for men to answer
hold,
questions.
hold on. The problem with that ST3, it makes you answer a question, and that question wasn't asked. So if you have a feeling about a question in the past that you didn't get to answer, it's okay that a man didn't weigh in on every question because it's not the purpose of the night.
Just making a
So
comment. Just making a
yeah,
comment.
yeah.
The combativeness came from
Hold
you
on.
saying,
Hold-
that's
now,
the combativeness. We could have moved on to the next question, but you had to insert a sound effect
That's
to
legit.
stop what's going on so we can address what you're thinking instead of letting the question be answered and moving on. That's the combativeness. And that's very direct.
That goes back to the first question when we had why women can't let things go. You can't seem like you can't let this go. You still chiming in for something that just happened 2 hours ago.
So I want to do some rapid fire questions. I want to do some rapid fire questions based on my memory from last week. Some questions that we ask men, I want to ask women. All right. The first question I want to ask, and this is literally you answer. Men, we don't say anything, not a word. And by men I mean by men I mean Chev and ST3. Not a word.
I
don't want to see.
Right.
I don't want to see it.
Right. So
just take it, Chev. Just take it.
You meet a man.
That's a compliment. That's a compliment.
You meet a man. How soon do you know that he's the one?
It takes me forever.
What? Okay, go ahead. Rapid fire.
Oh man,
it takes a while because I believe people's representatives are showing, and I'm not the one that falls in love. I'll ease into love, so it'll take some time for me. It's not 3 weeks. It's not 6 months. I don't know how long it takes, but it's not like.
It's relative to how much time I spend with you. So if I'm only seeing you once a week versus if I'm seeing you every day a week, it's different. So that could come quicker or slower. I don't have a specific timeline.
I was just thinking I can't put a time on it either.
In the fear of sounding like Leroy or the realist, I can know pretty off the bat. Like I know my top boxes that I have to have checked. So if he checks those fundamental boxes for me, I feel like I can move forward with him. And I know pretty much I can know in a short time.
Okay, another rapid fire question. Do you prefer dating or exclusivity? Or dating exclusively?
I can't do the multiple people at one time. I can't. I've tried it and I couldn't do it. So the whole dating multiple, you know how like there's some people that, oh, you need to date this person, you need to date multiple people, keep your options open. I can't do that because I feel like I can't get to know somebody from doing that.
I agree. I feel like if you're interested in me and you taking me out, let me be the only one you take out until we decide that we're not compatible.
Yeah, I like exclusivity.
Multiple people.
Really?
Yeah, I would like to date multiple people. I need to know. I'm not going to invest. So I feel like a woman has what she gives is time, what a man gives is money. I don't have time to date. Thinking of it as childbearing age, right? So I don't have time to invest 7 years in you, and I don't even know who you are. I want to see how I'm compatible with multiple people, and I narrow it down. If you want to do the same while we're talking, that's fine, but be open about it.
And that's the logical way to date. That's definitely the logical way to date. It makes more sense. But I just kind of have difficulty with that.
Yeah, I've tried that before, and it was like, it seemed like each man had a personality or something that I liked in them, and I wanted all of them to be in one man. So now I just try to focus on that one person and try to get, because no one's perfect. But I tried to, and I couldn't decide who I wanted to be, because all of them had a trait that I really loved.
I was just gonna
with none of them, by the way. Just one.
Okay, we know low mileage. My question is, that I'd like to ask is, you said that by dating multiple people at the time, you were not confused, but it was hard to decide because they all had anything.
Yeah, I had.
Did it make you want to find a man that had all of those things,
or close to it? Yes.
So it was possible that both of them could have been disqualified because you're looking for this Superman now.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
It's not a Superman.
It's not a Superman.
It's my man.
Right.
Wait a minute.
But he doesn't have all the qualities.
Wait. I asked a question.
Right.
When I said Superman, my intentions, because I was the asker, my intention was a Superman for her that has all the qualities that she's looking together. So super.
Right. So yeah, but this one guy that I'm talking to, he has everything that I love in one person.
Bring them out.
What? Who you trying to convince?
Me and y'all. No, but no, for real. He has everything. Like but that it was a few men. One had like the hands-on, the other one had the money, the other one had all of them have good personality, because I love to laugh. I can't talk to you if you dry and you always serious. I can't.
Men say the same thing.
My family, we all joke. We all like to laugh. I cannot do that. So if you dry and you like be combative, you can keep going. But each man had a certain trait in him that I love, and I just was like, where can I find just that one person at least come close to the traits that of him having almost all of them? But yeah.
Any other woman want to weigh in before I shoot another question? Next question is, when it comes down to a man and his money, how much of it's about material and how much of it's about security? Give me a percentage.
All of it's about security for me.
I would just like to say that because I'm not materialistic.
I'm not materialistic, so.
So it's 100% about security.
Yep.
So, okay, I want everyone to answer. I have a follow-up question.
Not for me.
Yeah.
Do you have a percentage?
I would say maybe 70% security, 30% material. And I'm bringing up a past relationship, and that's why I feel that way. In my marriage, we did not spend. Everything was save. And then now what happened to that relationship? And I felt like I was cheated out of enjoying certain things. So now if a guy is save, and that's all he's thinking about, I don't care if he has 10 jobs and he makes great money, that's not for me. I want to go out. I want to go out to eat. I want to go on a trip. I want to do stuff.
Yeah.
I want to live my life. So 70% security, 30% YOLO.
Mine was 75-25. I want to be secure, but I also want to have fun in being secure.
Wow.
Thank you for the honesty, for real.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley.
Security
wow.
is unrealistic. Thank you because I was thinking about just the regular things, like taking a weekend off, like
right,
a Red Lobster, tipping high.
Oh, not Red Lobster.
Okay. No, I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
all those little things that, like, we're not going to Aldi every weekend. Or, like, couponing is good, but I want the liberty of being reckless with somebody.
Right, and I want to be able to do something that doesn't require a coupon.
What are you reckless? You know what I mean? Like 75-25.
No, you should not. Right.
What y'all said?
You were.
When I was when y'all was mentioning material, I'm thinking like purses, bags. But yeah, I love to go on
That's
a
what
trip.
I'm talking. That's what I thought we were
I
talking about.
thought initially too, like purses.
So,
We'll need
I
a pair of
love to
shoes every now and
travel.
again, though.
I love
But if
to
you're penny pinching, you never know. You know what I'm saying?
But-
Groceries expensive. Groceries.
I'm
I was
surprised
thinking-
it's not 50-50. Like I'm actually pleasantly surprised to hear around the higher numbers of security, rather than like, because I didn't think of diamonds and houses and cars as materials. I kind of thought about like
security.
I thought about
What's the
like
type
trips.
of house and cars and stuff?
Well, I thought about like trips. I thought about spending time with one another. I thought about like the things that, because with security comes time away from the other person, right? Like the working, the long hours, the ensuring that you're trying to do the like. So I didn't necessarily think about like Louis Vuitton or Red Lobster.
My interpretation was a little bit different, so
Yeah, mine
I
too.
would have to change my number then.
Yeah, me too.
What's your new number?
Probably 70.
70-30?
Mm-hmm.
So 70%.
Because I do want to travel.
So
I do want to
70%.
go out to dinner once in a while. So.
Okay.
And
Were
what
you
was your
done?
percentage?
You.
But I'm not. I
Who are
don't. You
you
don't need to
pointing
buy
at,
me a
Brandy?
Gucci purse. You don't need to buy me that.
Brandy, you're pointing at me though, right
Yeah,
now.
you're pointing the wrong way, Bray.
To Twella. Okay. Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, you've been
Okay.
doing it for a couple shows,
A
but
couple weeks now. Yeah.
Ain't
Yeah.
nobody tell her.
The
I
reverse.
thought that I didn't know
Y'all
what was going
trifling.
on.
Y'all are
You
trifling.
know.
Ain't nobody give her no feedback about that. Y'all
I
trifling.
thought that she sees it reversed
Yeah,
until
I
somebody.
thought she
I
did.
thought
You
I
just
saw
see
it
somebody
wrong.
say
And
you're
I
doing
have
it
chat over
reverse.
here and D
I
over
thought
here.
that I saw it wrong and everybody else saw it
Oh.
right until Jay said you're reversed. So now I feel okay, maybe.
Oh,
So
that's fair.
that's why I didn't say anything.
That's fair.
Well, I thought that you. Well, never mind.
But that is but I do want to see if that does change your answer a little bit, knowing that we're not talking about the purses or the
Yeah.
jewelry. We're
I
talking
was
about
talking about.
yeah,
Oh,
we're
you
talking
need to
about
buy me a
experience.
Lexus or a Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, that's
bag.
what I was.
Yeah.
I don't need
They
that.
was.
Experiences in general, like
Okay.
you know, things that don't take away. So security are things that don't take away from that time together that could be intentional. I think that's
Well,
what is material.
well, as my love language is quality time, so that's necessary.
Okay.
And I'm not saying I wouldn't want a bag. I'm not saying I wouldn't want a diamond ring. I want all of that. I want to be very clear to my next husband out there. You know, I do want all of that too. Come on, come through.
But it doesn't, but it can't fall into, because mine is 75-25, but that can't fall into the 75% of security. Don't take from our security to get me this diamond ring. I want a shelter over my head before I want a car.
Right. And that is it. Like, because I know somebody, a guy is like, no, you can't buy me that because security has to come first. So if it does impede on security, then that's a no-go.
Okay. So my
What do you mean
question
by
is.
that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just having a. What do you mean by that? Like, if meaning it's a no-go that you don't want the material thing, or it's a no-go I can't be with you because you can't do like the security.
I don't want the
She
material
doesn't want
thing.
the material thing.
Okay, because okay, cool.
Nope. I think that it's a little bit of both, but more so, I don't want the material. Don't say we're gonna go on vacation and we can't afford the vacation, because then I'm not having a good time, and then now I'm questioning, are you good with your finances?
Got it.
But that won't stop me from being with you, but it will make me
Got it.
question some things. But
That's clear.
it is a
Am I
hard no
pointing at Ashley?
on the.
No, she's pointing to me. I'm kidding. No, it's actually.
So I have a question I have a question in regards to this. What do you ladies consider to be what falls into the category of security versus what falls into the category of material for ladies?
Security is paying the bills, making sure that the house, we have a reliable vehicle to drive, that our bills are paid, like to make sure that you can function independently by yourself without needing like that kind of security. That's security to me.
So, Brandy, of that 75% from that answer, of that 75%, what percentage is your responsibility?
I have a hold on, wait, Chev.
No, I want to answer ST3's question.
Wait,
answer
Chef.
the questions first. Y'all host.
Let the host be the host, though. God, now you see my struggle.
Answer the
You
question.
see my struggle. Everybody's
ST3,
gonna be a host
I'm
from now on.
literally
Everybody's gonna alternate hosting.
what you're saying, and you threw me under the bus. But I was going to say ST3 was not finished. Chef, that was going to be my follow-up question, so we'll come back to that because I think that is a very legit question. Yeah, I think that's a very legit question. So ST3's question, were you finished, Dr. Jackson, answering?
I am.
Anyone else want to take a stab at that question?
I don't know what the question was.
Ashley said she
What
wanted
is
to.
security?
Yeah, security.
Ashley wanted to answer it.
Right. Security for me is we're not going to be borrowing money. We're not going to have to ask someone to help us pay for something, whether that be a person or the government. that I'm able to live comfortably, the way maintain my lifestyle, and that you're not changing my lifestyle. So material, but I do feel like I'll just leave it there. That's security for me. We're eating what we want to eat when we want to eat it, and we're not saying, oh, we got to eat beans. I'm secure and we're good. We're not struggling. I don't want to live paycheck to paycheck.
So to add to that, I would say security for me is there's money saved in the bank. There's an emergency fund. We have an emergency fund to take care of. If you cannot work or if I cannot work, then we are not, like Ashley said, we're not struggling. We're not in detriment of being homeless. The lights aren't cut off. There's no gas in the car. Like that is security.
Brandy, can I?
And an emergency fund is not Ramsey's $1,000 emergency fund. We're not talking about the mere minimum 1,000, emergency fund. And again, going back to my dad, which I love to do, because his biggest seasons are hurricane season, he will take that money from hurricane season and he'll pay all his bills for the next year. He'll pay lights or whatever. He used to give my mom enough money for 6 months at a time. That's security. I'm not worried about what's about to happen. Heaven forbid something should happen. And another thing I want to add, my last security is if somebody gets sick, we can afford to help them get well. That is a big part of security for me. I don't want to.
Yo, I love that.
How am I going to heal?
I never heard security defined like that in a financial forward paying way because I don't have children, and that was a beautiful thing to hear. Your dad is crazy, like I love crazy.
You know, it's okay, and that's how and that's how I live. Like they know I'm paying my bills are paid in advance. It's me knowing that next month if I don't have money coming in, my light's gonna be on.
So is this the same dad who's like in landscaping and like grounds work?
He does tree work, yes, sir.
Can I hire him finally, please?
Yes, you can. Call me.
Can we stay on top?
That was a question.
Yes, you can call me. Next.
Yeah. So quick. I'm under a trance, not because you're gyrating. Sensuela, what were you? I was trying to think of your name. Not open book.
Kavina?
Yeah, Kavina. Okay, so did you want to, because you didn't chime in too much on that, but I just was making sure that I wasn't skipping over you about security versus the material, what part of it is what, and how you separate the importance of it.
You want to know the percentage? I mean,
correct.
Well, I would probably say 60-40 because I'm so used to, I don't know how to say it, used to dudes not doing anything for me. I do it for myself, not because I want to, and not because I guess because I have to. So I was always, I guess, the breadwinner, or the person just didn't have the unction to be like, I want to buy you this, or I want to take you here, I want to do that. So I'm so used to, doing everything, I guess, myself, even with someone. But I guess, I don't know how these women get all this money from these men and they pay all their bills. But
I can tell you exactly how they do it. Call me after this broadcast. But warning, it's graphic. Go ahead.
No, but I would say 60-40. But I do love to travel and I love to eat. I love to try new things. I love to try new restaurants. So it doesn't matter to me. I'm easy going.
Okay. So Cheb, since we're gonna ask the same question, I'm gonna let you lead into it so you can take the blame for it. Go ahead.
So I think it was originally to Brandy, but I do think it's because I forget the spread of everyone else. I think Ashley was maybe 70-30 on this part. And Dr. Jackson was 100, but then she changed it to 60-40.
No, 70-30. She changed it to
70-30.
Swella was 60-40.
So
and I think
what
Brandy
of
was
that,
75-25.
What of that, because the 75-25, right? Of that 25, that was the material, the 75 was the security. Of that 75 of the security, what percentage of that is your responsibility?
So as a female in a relationship, I feel like my job is to supplement. My job is to make up where he lacks. But I'm not gonna take care of no man. So I'm involved, I'm invested in the 75-25 as well.
So your responsibility in that is of the 75% security.
Making sure I don't mess up that 75, making sure I don't lose that, making sure I keep that 75-25 in place.
Sorry. I think maybe
sorry.
Let me rephrase. I mean, meaning let's say that's what I mean. Of like what
percentage of the 75? So you have the 75%. What percentage of that 75 are you responsible for as far as the security?
I hate this word, but it depends on the makeup of our relationship. If I'm a stay-at-home wife, then 0. I'm all the security. Then my percentage would be 75% of making sure the house is secure, making sure the house is taken care of, making sure the kids are fed, making sure the house is clean, making sure your clothes are folded, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. So my percentage would be whatever I'm doing, then I am supplying that same thing. It depends on our role. It depends on what we agree to within the relationship. I don't know how to answer that question, but
I think this is the question the chef is asking.
Talking, there's still 75% of that security that need be.
Good luck.
Hold on one moment, ST3.
Well, I think I know the question Chev is asking, so I can ask it. So I can ask it. Was that?
I said I thought I clarified it. He agreed that I clarified it.
Right, I was going to say I don't think anyone's confused. I don't think any of the women have
She just said she was. She didn't understand it. I was listening to her.
Okay.
She said she didn't know how to answer that question.
She didn't know how to answer it.
She didn't say she didn't understand it.
Okay.
I'll answer next.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
So it depends on the dynamics. It depends on what our discussion is for our relationship. If the man is the leader in the relationship and he wants to lead and he wants to provide and stuff like that, it can be 80-20 of that. Or and it also depends on our income. So it's flexible based on the dynamics of the relationship.
I'll go next. I would say it's 100%. I'm 100% on both sides. I feel like the security for myself and my girls, no matter if I'm in a relationship or not, is my responsibility. And I would never slack on that, even if I'm in a relationship. And I don't care what he makes. He can be a multimillionaire. I'm still going to have my business. I'm still going to be able to provide for my house. And I'm going to give him that 25 or my 30% of material. I'm still going to buy him stuff. I'm still going to suggest we go on trips. I'm still going to do those things regardless of what he's doing. But my requirement for my mate is that he can sustain us if need be. My requirement for my mate is that he give 100% too. So if we're both giving 100, we're gonna have a great life.
So 100.
Chad had his hand up, so I want to recognize Chad's hand.
That's hard to recall. I will try, because the lesson I learned was listening, right? Like, stop trying to interject, let people speak. if I can try to call it back, man, this is really tough.
Look directly into the
Long
camera.
enough, you don't really have something to say, right?
Look directly into the camera, Chad. It's coming.
What are those fingers doing to me? I didn't
Or
agree.
or when it comes back to you, just let us know.
I will. It's
okay.
fine.
Okay.
So I want to be clear about my question because I like the answer in the discussion. My question was specifically his money,
That's my
money,
thought.
and your desire for him to, because the trade-off always, the conversation is always, what should a man do financially? What should a woman do in exchange for those finances? My question was a woman's desire to have a man with money or enough money or a lot of money. Is that for her security or for her material things? That was the original intent of that question.
It's for both. And so I go back to my 70-30.
Oh, I remembered.
Okay.
Hold on, Chad.
The amount, I mean, I want a guy who makes more than I do.
Poor Chad is over there thinking, I'm going to lose it. Go ahead, Chad.
I want a guy who makes more than I do. And I'm not saying he has to give me what he makes, but the peace of mind knowing that he makes a certain amount that will be able to sustain if I should get sick or heaven forbid I can't work, does something for me. I want that. I don't want to have to move and start eating differently if something happens to me.
Okay. I heard your answer. And I'm coming to you, Brandy. I have a follow-up to that question. Go ahead, Chad. Chad, do you remember?
Yeah, I do. And I'm going to
go ahead.
It's short. So it's short because next episode. How much do you want to contribute? 70-30, right? That's one number. One aspect of it is financial. Like initially, it's like how much dough you putting into the pot, right? If we're both working 70-30, if we both do that, we have savings, we have a little bit of fun, it works. But then the second chapter is, so Brandy broke it down a little bit. If I'm staying at the crib, I'm not putting nothing.
I don't have anything to put in.
It's
I need some of that.
already full, right? It's already full right here. So I might put in 30 in the other category, but ain't no 70. So it separated financial from emotional investment of the relationship, right? So let's separate the necessity for both of them to exist. Sometimes you got a breadwinner and you're dope and you're settled and you might be cute enough to merit that. But on the other hand, a full relationship has to satisfy multiple categories of what is needed to be filled. That is the end.
Correct. Whatever. Yes.
Okay, so to answer
Chef is stupid, man.
So to answer the question, I agree with what Ashley said in that I will contribute my share. But oh wait, I'm sorry, I actually forgot. Maybe I forgot the question. What did you ask?
Come on, y'all. You and Chad in the same house.
What did you ask, Blackshear?
I asked of his money, your reason for wanting a man with money.
Oh, that's what I was going to say.
A lot of money, more than enough money. How much of that reason is for your security and how much of that reason is for material, trips, bags, diamonds?
So I wanted to actually say something that Ash said, in that I don't want to know that he makes enough money to secure us. I want to know that he has enough money to secure us. So you, in your savings account or in your IRA or in your whatever the case may be, that you have that money available to take care of us. Because even though you make the money, are you saving the money? Are you being responsible with your money? And what if you lose your job? You're not making that money anymore. So you won't be able to sustain us with what you're making. I need to make sure that you have that money.
Okay, stay right there. Brandon, can I bring up something that we talked about a couple weeks ago without talking about?
I don't know. We talked about a couple weeks ago.
So we were talking a couple weeks ago, and you said that a man that you would seriously consider needed to have a year's worth of salary and savings.
Right.
Do the other women think that that's realistic? You're dating a man, he makes $100,000 a year. In order to date you, he has to have $100,000 in the bank. Is that realistic?
How long
Yes.
Not in this economy. I don't know.
Did he just start the job? Has he been on it for?
Sounds like you guys are asking a lot of clarifying questions.
No, like I said, no.
Cricket.
I said no. That's not realistic. Not in this economy.
See,
Because even if you make 100,000, that's still like.
If you make 30,000, whoa.
I'm in agreement with Brandy. I would want you to have some kind. Well, I think it depends on your circumstances. I would say if you have children, if you have debt, or well, I'm not gonna say debt because that's not a dependent. I think if you have children, I think that changes things. If you have a parent that's depending on you, maybe. But if you're single and free, you should have savings.
No.
But
The question is not about savings. The question
a year's worth.
The question is specifically a year's worth of whatever his salary is. In order to date you, he should have that in the bank.
Not in order to date me. No, I didn't. That's not. But I would.
That was the question, though.
I would prefer it.
Okay.
I would say, yeah, I would prefer it.
I don't have that as an expectation.
Yeah, I don't have that as an expectation either.
Okay. I want to follow up with this question. Brandon, did you want to answer that? Or it was about
said what I said.
Right.
Now,
okay.
Let me add.
Well, I have a question because I haven't got it. I have a question for that.
Hold on, wait. Brandon's answering.
I will add that within that conversation, I did say, like, she said, I'm sorry, I don't know who I'm pointing to. Like, Kavina said, has he just started that job? But I also want to know, why are you switching jobs right now?
Right. She did say at her age, he should.
I didn't say at my age. I just said period. You added words. That ain't what I said.
And I wouldn't say it's a requirement to date me because I don't think I would ever ask what's in your bank account. So it's not a requirement to date me, but it would be nice if he had it. I mean, but it wouldn't be a requirement.
Would I like if he had it?
Yeah, it would be nice.
It's another level to this.
Yeah. Would I like if he had it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Expectation? No.
Right, because I've already said that before. Man, you'll date somebody and they're putting on this big front, and then you realize they don't have nowhere near anything that they say they have.
Okay. But why would that be an issue at this age, or this stage in our lives, when we should already have that, and everyone on this call should already have that?
Well, like Ashley said before, it depends on their situation. For example, if he's a single dad, he has children, dependents, so it can be.
Should have what, Chef?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just hitting up something. Because this conversation made me want some nachos, but I know, weird. I'm sorry. I think my question really is, we were talking about security. We were having answers around us being secure no matter what the situation is. So why does it matter what the other person has if at this stage in our lives we should already be settled in that anyway?
Because for me, it matters that that person has a job, a good job, or I would say a career, because I'm not helping pay anybody's bills. And I'm not, and I know this might not sound the best, but I'm not in the stage of helping you build either. I think my building years, helping a man build, those have passed for me. So you need to come with whatever you have, but I'm not don't ask me to help pay a bill. I don't want to do that.
So you want a companion, not a partner?
I want both. I want us to work together and build more, but I don't want to start from zero on your end because I'm not starting from zero on my end. And so I'm not bringing you down, and I wouldn't ask you to pay my bills. So I'm not paying your bills. I want us to build into more, be partners in growing and increasing.
And taking into the fact that she has children, she shouldn't be asked to build anybody at this point.
I don't think that's my question. I'm sorry. I think I'm not saying that you're getting in a situation where you're having to take over someone else's responsibility, right? I'm saying you're getting in a situation and this person is sustaining their responsibility, but sometimes, and I could be wrong, and I'm not trying to start any other SHIT, but it sounds
What exactly
some of the conversation.
Nothing. Go ahead.
I'll say it in German. I'm not trying to start any Scheiße, but what it sounds like, what it sounded as if, like in the beginning of this conversation, or the beginning of this kind of segment, as if the man has to be able to sustain and take care of me if I should get in that situation, and it shouldn't be the other way around. And it just kind of sounds, it's not contradictory, that's not the word, but it kind of sounds
double standard.
It kind of sounds double standard. Yeah, it kind of sounds like a thank you. That's helpful. It kind of sounds like a double standard.
No, because I said I'm doing 100% too. I said I'm doing 100%. So I feel like if me and
so maybe this question isn't for you.
Okay, guys, but I want to clarify. If me and that guy and we're married or whatever, and something happens to him, I will be able to. I want to have enough that I could sustain us. And it's not that I won't take care. I just if life circumstances make you immobile or you're just not healthy, I'm there for that. But if you're able-bodied and you're in your right mind, I'm not there for that.
Okay.
A grown man.
All right. So I like this vein we're in. I'm gonna keep up just for a little bit, and then I want to switch gears a little bit until you tell me that we're out of time, Brandon.
We only answered 5 questions with the ladies. I'm kind of disappointed, but go ahead.
We've answered more than 5 questions.
Go ahead.
And you
go ahead.
You know how many questions the men had last week? 65.
From my perspective, I wasn't here last week.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
So it doesn't sound like
I've been trying to ask questions, but I've been getting cut off.
Okay, I tell you what. Why don't you ask one now?
Well, I don't got one now. I had plenty before.
Oh, God.
When I have my questions, let me ask them.
That'll
cut me off asking your questions.
Oh, God. He got me again.
Well, okay, but no. I got a question. In all seriousnness.
In
all seriousness. No.
He got me this time, Brandon. He got me.
In all seriousness, though, to continue on with this topic of the being able to carry the load and whatnot. If a man does have what you're looking for as far as this 100,000 or whatever salary worth of salary for a year in his account, why then, and this is probably just directly per person, why should then he choose you and not a different option if he has the option to do that? That's my question. Why should he? What makes you worthy of a man? And this is no disrespect, but what makes you worthy of a man? What do you bring to that man that can do that type of thing?
That's the
Wait, hold on. Before we answer this question, I'm going to ask you if that's the question you want to ask. Because seems like
let him ask that question.
All right. Well, ladies.
A man is the beholder of that, right? So he has to be able to determine, as a masculine man, he should be able to determine if that woman is valuable enough to him for him to do that. That's for nobody else to decide, but for that man to decide.
Right. I think the host had paused when you said worthy. But he does have to determine if I am of value to him, just as I have to determine if he is of value to me. Just because, and we're focused on this 100,000. If he makes $35,000 a year, then he should have $35,000 in his account. If he makes $1.7 million a year, he should have $1.7 million in his account. So this $100,000, and I feel like we're getting into that. What's that? Kavina Samuels. What does your brother call them? High value men.
High value men.
I think that's what we're getting into the mindset of, and I think what makes me valuable is me. And he has to, like Dee said, he has to see the value in me. If he doesn't, bye-bye. I'm not gonna make you stay here.
Right. And there been like different things, like whoever or whatever you like, Jay might not like. So like they said, you'll determine what you want out of the woman. If she doesn't meet your standards, then it's not like we have, so.
But I want to, just so that the question I'm asking is clear. I want based on what the conversation is and based on the type of men that you're talking about that would have that kind of money saved up, that is in fact that would be a man of higher value, because they're the ones that.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
So his money makes him high value.
Well,
it's not about the money that makes him high value. But that would be the kind of person. Let's be honest. A person making $35,000 a year probably isn't going to have $35,000 in their bank account, because they're not making enough to be able to sustain themselves in this economy, as we know, and to be able to save that kind of money in their bank account. They would have to make a certain amount of money. They would have to be making a certain amount of money over a certain amount to be able to put away money and still take care of what their responsibility is and whatever other responsibilities they have, if that is a family, if that is a wife, etc., etc. So if you're making $35,000 a year, point me to the man who's making $35,000 a year and who has $35,000 in a bank account.
I think that
does it have to be a man or a woman?
It's often said that teachers are the most wealthiest people because they know how to use their money. They don't make the most in society, but for me, I don't want a man who feels that it's more important to buy shoes outside of his price range than to save. Or I think that I subscribe or ascribe, I don't know the word for it, to the FIRE mindset, the financial independence, retire early. You can't be flashy all the time. Like I'm not, I think I'm a good dresser, but the tags that I wear are not the most expensive. So I want a man who can prioritize and rationalize need versus a want. And just because you don't make as much does not mean you shouldn't have something. You might not be able to eat out every day. And you have to be able to make that decision. I'm not going to do that because I want to be secure financially. And I think that another misconception, maybe, I'm not saying that you're getting this, but I want to make sure that I'm hearing this right. His value is not how much money he makes for me. Because you said what makes me valuable to a man I'm not saying that. What makes me valuable to a man that makes that amount of money, his value for me is not in how much he makes. I just want to make, or how much he's worth. I want to clear that up too for myself.
Brandy had her hand up.
I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Because Freakily came on.
It's just sit up and make the broadcast a little less janky, sir.
It's Freakily.
I think that having 35 or having your money, the important thing of it all is, are you living within your means?
Yeah.
If you're y'all make it's making it seem like as soon as you get that $35,000 or $100,000 job, you have to have $100,000 in your account. Just like, but are you working your way to having that money? Like, how long is it going to take you to get that to save that money? What are you spending your money on? Why do you have a $2,000 or $2,500 apartment when you don't even make that much per month?
I want to challenge
something. How are you? What is your debt to income ratio? How are you being fiscally responsible in doing that?
I want to challenge something on that, Brandy, for you and Ashley. And Chef, I'm coming your way. But it was a question I had. I want to challenge it. Say a guy makes 35,000 or 60,000 or 100,000, whatever bracket he's in.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If I make $35,000 a year and I want to save $35,000, let's say I say I'm gonna do this in 3 years. That means I'll have to save roughly $11,000 a year, meaning I'm only living on 25,000. My question is, you meet a guy making 35, but he's living like he's making 25. He may not be able at 25,000 to do the wine and dine or all these things, but he can be a fun guy. He can have a great personality. He can make you feel good about yourself. Does that guy get a shot at you, even though he lives on 25,000 a year, but he's saving 11,000 a year?
So we don't go out? You don't need to be dating. You don't need to be dating, my friend.
There we go.
There we go.
Do you hear what that sounds like? Meaning a guy who makes a respectful.
There we go.
At 35,000, even if he tried to accomplish, you're saying that guy could, even if he checked all the stuff you mentioned earlier, even if he spoke your love language, even that guy is you're out of that guy's league.
Okay, so we're not going out on dates. We're not doing anything. What do? We just sit at home and I'm just waiting for him to
cooking you a
say
nice
this
dinner.
35. I'm sorry.
No.
Go ahead. It's on you. You were saying, sir?
I said cooking you a nice dinner.
Okay.
If I'm dating somebody, I'm not supposed to be going to your house, period. If I'm just dating.
You're not supposed to be going to someone's house if you're just dating?
If you're just dating, if I'm just meeting you, my first date is going to be at your house?
No. That's not what you said. If we're dating, though.
That's what it sounds like.
Really?
Dating doesn't mean
Brady's basically saying he's not ready to date if he's still in the process of trying to save to get. He need to still focus on that, and then when he's ready to start dating, because I heard a man say that before. He said some men do not need to date until they are established and they have a certain amount of money in the bank and they're able to sustain themselves.
Do women?
And I can use myself as an example. I feel like I don't have certain things in order for myself. So me getting married isn't an option right now because I don't have certain things set up that I would want to have set up. Or there was a time where I did not have a certain amount of money in my account. And I'm like, and my thing is, if I can't if I can't take myself to a certain restaurant, I'm not going to expect somebody else to take me to a certain restaurant. If I can do it for myself, then I expect somebody else to do it. If I want to go to Burns, then I take myself to Burns. If I can't afford to take myself to Burns, I'm not going to make somebody else take me to Burns.
Okay, but my question is, to that same token, if I have a place, I have a car, I have money in the bank, and I can take you to Chick-fil-A, you eat Chick-fil-A, you mean to tell me that a person, because, and I wish Ash was here, because she said something earlier as well. She said that she would have to date someone who could keep up her current level of lifestyle. That's scary. Are you saying that if you're a person and you built a life where you spend 15 grand a month, that the only people who qualify to date you are people who can keep that up? You're saying that it's not possible to date a guy who treats you well, doesn't cheat on you, doesn't beat on you, a guy who does all those things, and even if your levels have to come down to a comfortable level, maybe we're in an apartment, but we're eating. We're not eating out of the cans. We're not eating ramen noodles. We're not going to Burns. Maybe we are going to Olive Garden. Are you saying that those?
But you just said he's not taking me out. So how are we going to Olive Garden? You just said we're not going out on dates. He's
using another example.
I've used a different.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Another example.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
use it.
So my point is, if I meet a girl and she's in a mansion, she likes me, right? We're together. If my ability goes down to where we're in a regular home, are those people X'd out, or there's no such thing as declining together, but positioning ourselves to build again. Is that not a real thing with women?
Declining together.
No, I think that is no such thing as declining together.
What?
Because if I'm already making and I'm sustaining my life, so now I gotta come down because you couldn't do it. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep climbing. I'm not gonna decline with your butt.
See, that's such. That goes back to my point of contradiction.
I feel like,
I think
that is
fellas, y'all don't like the
absolutely
answers. Y'all
positively
don't like the
scary.
answers. Don't date us. It's that simple. You don't like
Right.
the freaking answer. Don't date us.
And that's why I don't.
And it goes to say,
and I don't.
That ain't why, boo.
That if
Our
you make
esteemed host.
$25,000 a year and you're saving 11, what you need to do is reconfigure your finances for that 25,000 and figure out how you can take me out on a date. Stop buying the Jordans that you want to buy and take me out on a date.
No. That's not. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Jackson.
Well, this goes back to a conversation that we had before, because I asked a question once where if a woman was making a certain amount of money, what type of money, like if a woman was making, say, $200,000 a year, right? How much money would the man need to make so that he can feel like a man being in a relationship with her? Remember? I don't know if you remember that
That's
question.
a good question, though.
It was a question that I asked, and I said at least 50% of what she makes.
At least 50% more?
No, I said at least 50% of what she makes, because she makes 200,000 and he makes 100,000. She can make 200,000 and have 100,000 in debt. You know what I'm saying? But at least if he's making at least 100,000 or whatever the case is, and they can sustain that lifestyle, then that's fine. But I don't feel like a woman should have to.
Well, so okay, let me ask you clarify.
Okay. No, my answer to that was I don't care what he makes. And I don't. If you're making whatever you're making, that doesn't matter to me. But I don't want to have a broke vacation. And you're looking, I'm like, I want to go parasailing. You're like, well, I gotta check my account. Okay, well, you're not going. I'm going.
You see the way my bank account work is.
Right. I'm not doing that.
In a savings.
I'm not doing that. But I feel like if we just kicking it, I don't care what you make.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you don't ask me to pay your bills. And that's a hard no.
And don't ask me, and if we on a date, you forgot your wallet. Oh, well, God knocking out here too. What we gonna do?
Okay, last question about finances, and then I'll move on. Joint accounts, yes or no?
Yeah, there will be
a joint
account, but you also have your own. I have my own.
Are we married?
That joint account has the bills. This is what we pay your bills out of this
account.
We're
seriously dating.
You take care of the kids.
We're not seriously dating. We're married.
We're married. Ain't no joint account. We dating. What you talking about?
We're dating? Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely, when we're dating.
So okay, wait. I got a question to rebut on.
Wait, we didn't even answer the first question.
They haven't answered. Next week we've done the mails, we've done the questions. Next week we're gonna do the ST3 questions. He's gonna ask them all and answer them all. I'm just joking.
There we go. Let me do that. I'm just joking. Now y'all just come to my own podcast next
week. Right. So listen, John. So you said for you, Dr. Jackson, only if you're married. Brandy, you said joint accounts, yes, if you're married, but you still have your own?
Yeah.
Yes, there'll be a joint account that takes care of the family bills, the household stuff, this, that, and the third, and then you have your separate accounts.
Ashley?
Fun time. I'm okay with that too.
What does that mean, Ashley?
I don't know.
What's yours is mine, what's mine is mine.
Come on.
Look at that selfish. SC3 should definitely have a button with sound effects.
I'm gonna have a sound effects to watch.
Don't use those.
Right. I feel like I think I would not do joints again, unless we have established a business together, and we put that together. Like we're growing this together. But I don't know if I would do joint again. And I don't care what his worth is. He could be worth a lot, but I don't think I would do it. And I would actually sign prenups.
Wow. Sensuela, joint accounts?
I have a prenup.
Probably not. I've never done a joint account. I didn't do a joint account with my ex-husband. Probably we did. No, I wouldn't do it.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for 5 minutes and then we can be finished. We didn't get into anything raunchy this week on the women like we did with the
because you're going.
I got a raunchy one. I got a raunchy one.
Like what?
I got one that's raunchy. Let me ask you.
Look at
SP3. Why do women lie about their body counts?
Ooh.
Why do the women you date lie about their body count? That's the question you should ask.
Why'd you get so offensive about that question, Brandy?
I'm not offended. My question is, why do women you date lie about their body count?
No. I don't ask, but I'm just wondering.
Then why does it?
Because there's a double standard.
That's a fair question. That's a fair question, though.
Well, she's answering it, but I ain't lying about it.
Because there's a double standard.
Okay, good. There's a double standard.
So they don't want to be judged.
They don't want to be judged.
Well, women are judged based on that. When a man has a high body count, he's not judged based on that. But when a woman has a high body count,
I judge him. I do. And that's why I don't ask that question, because I've done that before with somebody I really like, and when I found out, I was immediately turned off. But I don't lie about mine because.
What was the number that he gave? I'm just curious. What turned you off?
That's a fair question.
Right. It was a lot.
What's a lot? Because that's subjective.
Yeah,
we don't know what you're talking about. You could give a number.
Yeah.
He was in the 3 digits.
I love it. I think that's great.
And I said, "Oh wow."
So I have a two-parter to that first question I asked about.
Oh wait, I didn't finish. But
my
count, I think for a 37-year-old is low. But I was married for 12 years, so and I got married young, so I don't lie about my count. I'm actually pretty proud about it.
So okay, so then if it's for the double standard, so
everybody
if women who do answer those questions, would you say that you're lying?
SC3, hold on. Everybody didn't answer that question, your first question yet. You left the kid in the candy store. Sensuela, Brandy?
Brandy did answer. She said she don't lie.
Yeah, they did answer.
Not Sensuela.
Sensuela.
With the women lying about the house.
Why do women lie about their body count?
Yeah, they don't want to be looked at as, easy or floozy. I mean, if like that one girl I heard, she said she had sex with over 2,000 men.
Jeez.
If y'all hear a woman say, give the real number, y'all gonna be like,
2001.
So the real number is 2,000.
It's gonna be 2001.
She said she had sex with over 2,000 men. I don't know when she started. I mean, I don't know how she even kept the count up, but it was weird.
It's gonna be
2001. I'm progressive,
four,
and I'm very sexually positive, but that's a lot. Right now, that's a lot. Right
that's
now.
what she said. I don't know. And then said she had sex with over 900 guys in 24 hours. So I mean,
she lying.
24 hours?
Ain't no way she lying.
Trying to break a world.
That was Jerry Springer.
Just stick it in and then move on.
Episode.
Those are exceptions to the rules. That's not normal. But I will say, men do look at body counts different. I remember a young lady who she was proud that she didn't start being active until she was 18. And by the time she was 20, she had a body count of like 9. And I remember thinking to myself, 9 in 2 years is a lot. That's a whole lot in 2 years.
4.5 every year.
Yeah, and so it wasn't an immediate turn off. And we have a kid. But anyway.
Oh my word! Oh my lord!
Look at that! Oh my goodness! You shouldn't have said that. Wait, okay. But my follow-up question to that: is it safe to assume then that most women are lying about their body counts?
Yes,
that's a good question. That's a good question.
No, I mean you can't assume that. I think that you're asking us to speak on behalf of all women.
Well, speak on behalf of your sister.
What?
I
meant the people on the panel.
Well, if you answer one, then I think you can answer the other one. If you answer that, most women.
No, the answer is no. It's not safe to assume that they're lying. No.
No. Okay.
Any other questions, Rapido down there?
Well, I do have a question actually, since we're still on this, right? So, is it the body count that concerns you, or is it the timing within it with you that is the most concern? So if someone has a higher body count, however, when they met you, they haven't done anything for 2 years, is that more of an issue than they have a low body count, but they did something with someone a week ago?
That's a good question.
You drive a used car that been sitting for 2 years?
For what?
That was offensive, first of all.
No, it wasn't.
No. I'm offended.
You can't say, would you drive a
You
used
can't
car
tell me
that's
that I'm not. What's wrong with you?
Apparently he can.
What did he say?
You can't tell me that I'm not offended.
What did he say?
He said, "Would you drive a used car that has been sitting for 2 years?"
I'm crying.
So if a woman was celibate for 2 years, you wouldn't have sex with her? That's what you're saying?
I didn't say anything. Like I asked a very clear question. I didn't say anything on what I would do or what I wouldn't do. I just said what I asked.
No, but the thing is, he asked a question and you answered with that.
Right.
Right. But I
thought this was a question for the women.
Okay, so women, so women.
From my experience, men don't care. Men don't care about the time because they don't care about the fact that okay, you're 37, you're whatever, you're in your late 30s, early 40s. They just care about the number. They don't even care about the fact that okay, you might not have had sex in 3 years. They don't care about that. Because you may have sex in 3 years and say, throwing a number out there, say you had sex with 60 men. They don't care that you haven't had sex in 3 years.
So they hear 60 rather than
and that
the
overshadows
36
everything
months
else.
of celibacy, essentially.
Go ahead.
So I used to hang out when I was in college. I hung out with the football players, the basketball players, the fraternity guys, all that stuff. And when I say host next level, well, I don't know what that face is for.
I'm just making faces. What?
Don't let them trigger you.
Making a face for a reason. Like, why are you making a? Anyway, you're right. I apologize. So they were hoes next level, like hope, like sleep with everybody.
Are you saying hoes like
H-O-E? You know, I used to hang out with. I'm sorry.
You're saying hoes like HOE, like hoes.
Like they slept with every. They were used goods, like
slut buckets.
Yes. Like Dino hung out with. I hung out with the dudes. That was just how I was. But and in talking to them, they'd be like, man, I was gonna hit this girl, but she said she slept with this many guys. Man, I can't do that. And I'm like, but dude, you slept with 4 women last week. He's like, but it don't matter, man. People don't ran through her. So yeah, when the dude hears a number, they stick that number is. Let me not say all men because we know how y'all get. A lot of men that I spoke with, and the vast majority, that number sticks with them, and that number is how they define different women that they interact with.
And I think
can I say 2 things to that?
I know who you're talking about. I was
one, the number, and it doesn't even matter how old she is. She could be 60 and say 60. If it's still a high number to him, it's still a high number. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And secondly, Chev, I can hear you chewing. You look like Auntie Lisa, and I'm disgusted. Close your mouth.
First of all, she's gorgeous.
No, talking about when you're eating. Close your mouth.
She's talking about when you're eating. You know,
smacking. I can hear it.
She look what she
and I will.
So I want to say this.
So, I want to say this real quick.
Go ahead.
So I was ladies, the answer is whatever the number is, the answer is 4. If you've been with 2 Davids, that's 1. That counts as 1 person.
Oh my goodness.
If you was sleeping around for money, that's considered a job.
Oh yeah. Hey fellas, y'all getting the game out here. If you're listening. I hope you're listening. We're in game right now.
So whatever the
game
is being, but round up or down, the answer is 4. That's what
nobody likes you, Sister Wella. Nobody likes you at all.
4 exponent 4. There we go.
Right. So the next girl tell me 4, I'm going right in her mouth. Listen,
4 to the 4th power. There it is.
Listen. So I want to ask.
You going in her mouth in what way?
You know.
Well, she's already at anyway. You're not gonna get me fired from my job, right? She's already at 4. So I want to say this. Let me ask you this: Ladies, do you think a man cares about frequency like he cares about bodies? Because I had a friend of mine tell me she was in a long term relationship and she said, we did it every day. That made me just as much angry as that made me just as much angry as her saying she had 10 people. Because I'm thinking to myself, it's the same thing. Do you think men care about that as much frequency as much as they care about count?
That's a great question.
That
because
is.
That's a great question.
No, from personal experience, I would say no, because the assumption is that me and my ex had sex all the time, which we did. I mean, we were pretty much daily. And when we separated, that was a turn on to a lot of men. It was like, well, dang, I know you giving it out because you have so many children. And I thought it would be a negative. But to hear like you know, they wanted to know, do you like how, you know, how's that? That was a turn on to a lot of people.
I agree. I feel like the count is more important than the
The
frequency.
count.
I feel like dudes want you to be more frequent than not.
And they'd
But if
rather
you're
have you
being
more frequent with your ex than to have a
right,
higher
and
number.
if you're frequent and having sex with a different person every day, they're gonna be like, whoa, okay, whoa. But if you're frequent having sex with the same person every day, I think that doesn't. But I can't. I
Now,
mean, I can't speak to the mind of men. So
So
now
are you saying
listen.
consistency? Are you saying consistency happens to be more secure
Have
than
y'all noticed how
just?
how perked up Sensuela is now for the last
Mm-hmm.
6 minutes? She's all the way up.
Because she nasty. Because she nasty. So you're saying I
Miss
forget.
Nasty.
Oh, consistency happens to be more elevated than like the frequency of
Than the number.
the number. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Next.
Brandy said something about she can't speak to the mind of men, but so I figured that's me to give my opinion. I would say
No,
that
that's
doing
not what that
this.
was. One
I
moment.
would say that doing
Listen,
it 60 times with one person is different than doing it, with 60 different people. You know what I'm saying? And
really?
that just tells me you just gotten good at what you're doing because you've been doing it 60 times versus trying to do. How could you get good with doing it with 60 different people, but instead of doing it 60 different times with one person, you done perfected a craft, which, to go back to what Ashley said, that's what the turn on part of it is the fact that you've perfected your craft rather than you bouncing around because you're not learning with 60 different people.
Oh, I'm
That's 60
bouncing.
different
I'm bouncing
methods.
too now.
There's something for you to take from that. There you go.
Quick question. Why does it seem easier for women, for all the women here, why does it seem easier for you all to get over infidelity easier than men? And what I mean by that is we know that men have a problem with infidelity more, but why is it easier for a woman to stay out
Men
of
have
it?
a problem physically with infidelity more, not mentally. Those are two different things.
Okay.
go
Why
ahead
does
and
it
ask
seem
your question.
so the question is why does it seem as a woman, why does it seem easier to get over infidelity or to stay after infidelity more so than a man?
Because the justification that most men put is that, and some women and a lot of women agree, is that when women cheat, they've already mentally left. Versus the man who sex is like changing his underwear.
No, not for me. I feel like it's easier the less time I have invested in you.
Yeah,
I
that
feel
too.
like as a woman, we're always nurturing and trying to shape you into something like to help you reach your ideal person, to help you maximize your potential. Whether we meet you at a high level or not, we always have a mindset to help you go higher. So if I've invested so much time with you, it'll be harder, I think, to let you go. But if we just met and you cheat, oh, that's easy.
Mm-hmm.
And I also feel like as women, we have more faith that you won't do it again. Like we're more
Mm.
believing that you won't do it again. Or men, I feel like men, your egos take over.
It is definitely.
And since you feel like your ego has been crushed, you must move on, or you can't get over past your ego to live with that person.
And then
Okay.
visual,
and
and
I
then
think
because of oh, sorry. Go ahead.
and I think we also rationalize or take into account the whole sum of everything. How things are, in different areas, how you make me feel in different areas, how we've struggled or had successes together, and we're not so quick to just wash it all away. Versus a man, like Brandy said, your ego, it'll have you throw away years of whatever because you just couldn't get past this one thing.
Okay. Another question. Cheating affects women more deeply, even when they stay. Um, and this is a personal question, and you don't have to answer because it is so personal. Have you been cheated on, and in what ways did it break you?
I have been cheated on.
And what way did it break you?
Um, I can't say that it broke me. It made me realize that I didn't like myself
Oh,
because I let it happen, or I stayed. So it didn't break me. I was already broken.
that's deep.
So I guess that's my answer.
And a
What
lot
does
of
that mean?
That's deep.
What do you mean? What does what mean? What?
I actually just I don't know what that means. I don't know.
I wanted to
Go ahead, D. I'll answer
I
you.
want to piggyback off of that because we take it um, as an emotional hit. Also, we tend to internalize a lot of things when that happens. Um, so we try to rationalize it, we try to stay, but at the end of the day, it takes a big emotional hit on us. And then a lot of times, many times you can't get over it. Me, I can't get over it.
So if someone cheats on you, it's over.
Huh? That's well, in the past, that's how it's been. Yeah. But again, I've never been married. I don't know what I would do in the case of a marriage because that's different.
Marriage doesn't change anything.
Okay, Chef.
It,
That's
it,
just a universal law because you said it. Got it.
I feel
I think
like
I'm also, aside from one other person, the only other married person on here. So I don't think it really.
You're not
Not
the
saying,
only person. You're not the only person been married.
but that's not what I said.
Okay, so it's not about the fellas. Moving on, ladies. I feel like because I stayed with him when he cheated, knowing he cheat. Well, even after finding out he cheated, I couldn't have liked myself because I stayed with him, because I allowed him. I technically allowed him to cheat again. I gave him the option to cheat again because I stayed with him. So I couldn't have been. I didn't like myself. Now, if you cheat on me, we good. I'm not. You don't get another chance.
Good for you.
There's no second option. Brandy deserves better because Brandy's great.
All right. Open book, Kevina Samuels.
I've been cheated on before. It made me compare myself to who he was cheating with.
Wow.
And then eventually I started to try to look like her in hopes of him stopping. And then I was still trying to figure out, why would you cheat when you want it, I give it. Like, I got a headache. If you want it, it's there. I'm spontaneous. So I was confused. But yeah, it broke me. I started to want to look like her, and then I wanted to it's devastating. But yeah.
And I want to say something that my dad told me. He said, when you have that situation, if you imagine the girl he's with, and imagine she's everything that you're not. She's beautiful, she's this, she's that, this, that, and the third. And then that'll help you. I guess I can't explain exactly how he said it, but he was like, imagine everything is great about her, and let it go. He got somebody better. Okay, what are you gonna do about it? There's nothing you can do about it. Don't sit in that. She's perfect. Okay, there's nothing you can do about it. So
I
that's
think
another.
what he was doing was saying what he was doing was visualize it so you can sit in that emotion and process the emotion, not kind of get over it, but just visualize the best in her. If see yourself meeting her or whatever, so that way you can deal with the emotions in the comfort of your home and keep doing it until you're over it.
But that didn't work for me because I could visualize it, but then when it actually happened, it was a whole nother beast. I mean, because I wasn't prepared. I was prepared, I thought mentally, but then when it happened, it was like,
the girl was saying in Sensuela's head, "Let my hair go."
Stop it. So with my situation, I imagine I think he gave that to me so that if I did ever meet her, if I did ever run into her, then I wouldn't be like, oh wow, she's so beautiful, this, that, and the third. But for my situation, I saw her and I was like, oh, okay.
So I put it in the chat, Swallow, what he said.
Open book, did you want to answer that question or no?
I don't think that I've ever been cheated on physically. I've had a guy kind of entertain a girl verbally and saying things that I felt were inappropriate. And that it was getting to that level, but I don't think I've ever been cheated on where he had sex with the girl.
Okay.
But that's still cheating.
Right. I think it's a form of, but like I said, I don't think I've been cheated on physically.
So
I made the clarification.
So then for the women, do you uphold certain levels of cheating over the others? So do you uphold physical cheating more than mental, more than spiritual, more? Do they all have the same weight, or is one more than the other?
Good question.
And it sounds usually that from my observation, and
don't answer. Let them answer first.
Well, but I think it's important for context, right? Because we're hearing.
No, we understood. I understood the question.
I know you understand the question, but I just wanted I want to talk about the perception that it's giving. But if you also understand the perception that it's giving, from my perception, then that's fine.
Well, let them answer the question and then come back with your perception.
Okay.
Which one is more significant, emotional or physical cheating? That was
emotional, physical, spiritual. There are three.
Spiritual. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Physical. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
In my case, I don't think either one had happened for me in that, because it was a text message. Like I don't think either one had happened yet, but I think that they all. I would prefer emotional over any of the other two. I think physical. If I'm in a relationship with you and we're sleeping together, at this point, all other bodies have come before me. You have forgotten what she feels like, and I want to be the only one in that space at that moment. And spiritually, I can't compete with the spiritual connection. So that to me is the worst one.
Agreed. I feel like, and I'll add to it, emotions are
make you cry sometimes. I'm sorry.
Emotions, right? They're fluid. So this person can have your heart one moment, the next person can have your heart the next. So even if you do have an emotional connection with her, I can get that back. The physical, I can't take you connecting with her in a physical way back. I just can't. And I agree with spiritual. I can't fight that. Hey, buddy, you need to go there because that's where you are.
Doctor?
Physical cheating puts me at risk. One, puts me at risk for diseases. Puts you at risk for getting her pregnant.
Baby, it puts us at risk because this is our baby, girl. What you talking?
You said yeah.
If there was a reason for a divorce, that's it.
Oh, I know.
So you're saying physical? So Dr. Jackson, you're saying physical is the
worst? I was just explaining that physical is one. The spiritual connection, I also can't compete with that either because I'm not. She clearly has some kind of connection with you that I don't have, and you probably will never have that. So
they all hold the same weight, or one is over the other?
No. Emotional, that can be fleeting. Emotions Emotions ebb and flow. But
So
if you
which
bring
one is
me,
more important?
So what is your answer?
so spiritual and physical are the same weight to me. Spiritual and physical hold the same weight.
So
Because
those are the highest ones for you.
herpes, I can't give that back.
Okay. But
that is so interesting to me.
That's very dark.
Why? Because men don't want women to have an emotional connection with someone.
I think for a man, I think for a man, men do cheat over. I mean, men do trip over the idea of you sleeping with someone else. But I think if
Kavina didn't answer.
I'm sorry.
Kavina Samuels didn't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let me just finish answering this because Brandy did ask. I think that for a man, if a man saw an emotional attachment, if I went to a girl's phone and she was calling Joker daddy and sending him the same emoji she sent me, I'm gonna break your ankle and your neck.
But see, that's different. That's why men and women are different in that aspect.
Yeah, I think an emotional attachment. I think even if it was just physical, I think even men, as much as we hate the idea of that, I think we could slide from that. But that mental space, knowing that he was like me, I think Leroy said last week, knowing that he's in the head space, I think that's a different type of.
But you're answering the question. It's not your turn.
Thank you.
That part.
Kavina?
So I would say physical would be the highest one for me, but I feel like emotional would lead to the physical eventually, because if you're getting to know the person, you're laughing and you get to into a certain predicament, it will definitely be easier to lead into that physical aspect. Spiritual, I don't give a care about the spiritual. I mean, everybody needs a spiritual person who you can connect with. Now, if the spiritual gonna lead to something sexual, then that's a problem. But I feel like you can have a prayer partner, whatever.
I got a question.
But that's not my question. Like, well, I guess that's kind of.
Well, I say physical. That's the highest on that way.
Well, but also, I'm not talking about it leading to physical. I'm talking about like it can be one or the other. So you're saying you're comfortable with your spouse, your partner, your ride or die, having a very deep spiritual connection with someone, with a woman who's not you.
I'm saying physical. I mean, yeah, because physical for me is the highest.
So spiritual in that way is fine. Oh, I'm about to call my prayer partner.
Yeah, we gonna all pray together.
But that's not what.
But what we're not gonna do. But what we're not gonna do. The physical for me, if I know how he's laying it down, all I'm doing is picturing how he's doing her. I can't get it out of my head. If I know whatever he's doing to me, he's doing to her, and God forbid I'm thinking he's doing something better, a little bit more in detail with her. That's gonna play in my head.
So he's giving more of him. He's giving more of himself as a penis, the power to penis. But he's giving more. I'm not talking about the physical. I'm talking about the spiritual. He's giving more of himself in a godly manner. In godly manner.
She done answered it.
She answered it.
No, wait.
I'm asking an additional question, y'all. Chill. It's okay.
We're just trying to move it along, to be honest with you.
I have a question after.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I thought.
Well, she said.
Well, I thought we were supposed to be asking you the question for you to answer, but that's fine. That's
right.
fine.
But if you're asking the same question, this is what it sounds like. But you want to let me talk? Can I talk? No. Is that okay? Can I talk?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Brandy, you can talk.
It seems like if you're asking the question in a different manner, you're asking the same question just in different wording. That's what it seems like.
Do you want to reword the question to have a separate question? I'll allow that.
No, because I think we're deviating from the rules of the questions being asked. So I don't need to re-ask, or I don't need to ask.
Next question.
I have a question.
That's fine. Next.
Sure, ST3.
All right, my question for the ladies. Okay, what do you do individually to keep your man engaged so that he doesn't have to find whatever he's looking for in a different woman?
Why'd you be getting comfortable? You're such a weirdo.
Me personally, I'm not competing with the girl outside the house. If that's what you want, then I can't stop you from doing that. I'm not going to break my back I'm not going to let you, in the words of the baby, put me in a chokehold like I'm a wrestler. I'm not doing all of that to compete with the girl outside the house. If you want her, go get her. I'm going to be me authentically. And if that's not enough, then I can't do anything about that. I was in a marriage for 12 years. I never looked through his phone. I never said, where were you? Because if you're going to cheat, that's on you. I can't do nothing about that. So I'm not going to worry myself trying to figure out how I'm going to keep you.
I'm not chasing a ghost. I'm not. It's either you want, and I basically repeating what she's saying. If you want to be with me, then you're gonna be with me. If you don't, then you're not. What am I doing? I'm doing the same thing that I've been doing to get you. And if that no longer works for you, then it's okay. Go find someone else.
Wow.
Can I reword it so that I'm more clear? Like,
Sure.
On the question, what are you doing with the man that you're with? Not so much of trying to overextend, but what do you do for your man? You know what I'm saying? What do you do for your men so that you keep them engaged? If they decide to do whatever they're doing past what you're doing, then that's on them, obviously. But what do you do within the confines of what you offer to keep them engaged?
Consistency.
Consistency.
Who's that?
Consistency. There's consistency, and then there's, evolution.
Is that it?
Well, for me,
That's
Right.
Come on.
I'm just wondering. Okay.
Come on, here we go.
You can like my answer, you cannot like it.
Is that it? I'm just consistency and evolution. Okay.
ST3, Dr. Jackson, be quiet. The adult just entered the room. We're listening.
Right.
We're listening.
In my head, because I've been cheated on, I'm always on the preventive. No, I don't want to compete with the next female, but I'm always trying to prevent. So whenever he ready to have sex, I'm there. I could be sick, I get tired, whatever. I'm doing it. Spontaneous.
You tired?
Where you want to do it. I'm cool with it. I love to laugh, love to have fun, love to travel. We're gonna have a conversation. I'm gonna give you advice. I'm gonna take your advice. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna give you that feminine energy. So that's what I do. So
okay,
because I'm trying to prevent.
I respect that.
I want to change gears here for the next 2 minutes. Anybody else got another question, another answer? All right. Last week we're going deeper, but we're going to be respectful. Oral sex, receiving it, a non-negotiable, or you have to have it. I guess that's the same thing. Non-negotiable or optional.
You say giving and receiving?
No. A woman, we're going to do receiving first. A woman receiving. Is it something you have to have, or is it optional?
I already know Ashley's answer.
You gotta speak my language, honey.
She said all the time.
It's not optional.
Gotta be good with alphabet.
Wait, hold on. Dr. Jackson, you answered?
I did.
And what was your answer?
You gotta speak my language, honey.
Okay. So
is that a yes?
Yeah.
It's a non-negotiable.
It's a requirement.
It's a requirement. Brandy, that was your answer, or were you recounting her? Okay.
No, it's a requirement.
Open book, Kevina Samuels.
Open book already. Open book, we already know hers.
We already know her. She said every week.
But I've had one instance where that wasn't the case. And we had a good relationship while it lasted. And I think it could have lasted longer had he been more verbal. I hate using that, but for me, it's a party starter, and it's a party ender.
Come on.
Hello.
So you just haven't had it right. Why is the party ender? So what's
it's an opener and a closer.
The middle's not doing well.
It's a party starter and it's a party ender.
Dang, I'm sorry.
No, you can feel how you want to feel about it. It's a party starter and an ender.
That means that party born in the middle, boy.
So y'all do realize that women
hold on, but yeah,
right, exactly. Y'all just over it.
Y'all are missing out is what y'all doing, brothers. Y'all call me offline. Y'all call me offline. I'll help you. Go ahead, Kevina Samuel.
I'm good. I'm good.
You're on live, Pastor. Be careful.
That part.
You're right. God bless you. Marriage is honorable in the sight of God.
I'm good over here.
And the bed is undefiled.
I'm sorry, your middle party.
Amen.
I'm sorry, your middle party ain't party.
Right.
Kevina.
Amen. Kevina?
Yeah, I like it.
No, that's not the question.
That's not the question.
Is it optional or required?
It's required that he know how to do it. I mean, but I don't have to get it every time.
You still didn't answer the question.
So it's optional. It's optional.
She answered the question.
No.
Right.
She didn't answer it directly, but she answered.
She said he's required to know how to do it. That's what I'm asking.
But she then said followed. It is not required.
Right. I don't have
to do it every time. So that sounds right. Like that's right.
Hey, listen, Neon Cap. Don't do it. All right. The next question.
I just gotta say, Kevina Samuels, you sound a lot like JT on this live.
Like who?
I just had to say that.
JT, like the city girl?
JT, the city girl, yeah. You sound you got like the same cadence. I don't know if you know the city girl. Your voice.
What's that reference?
JT is
now I gotta Google them.
She's the city girl that's not dating Puff Daddy. She's the broke ugly one.
No, I think she's the one dating Puff Daddy, ain't she?
No, that's Carisha.
Well, I don't really know him. I just know the voices.
Okay. So what's the other?
The other question. Contradicting. The other question is, giving. Is it something that is voluntary or let me say it this way? But if it's not voluntary, it's rape. And if you are the victim of sexual assault, put the number up right now, Brandy. If you have been the victim of sexual assault, please reach out to your local authorities. Thank you. Giving, is it something that you like to do or feel required to do? Willing, but required.
Oh, so nobody's gonna start? Okay.
I got nothing.
I am giving as much as I love to receive.
Ooh. Okay, fix your face.
Wait, did you say you're giving as much you like to receive, or you're like you love to give as much?
Exactly what she said. So she,
okay, I'm just clarifying,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk about being awake.
I kind of
mic check. Right. 1 2 1 2.
Wide awake.
I could be down with that.
Hey, bro. No. Brandy, Kevina Samuels.
Just the look on Brandy's face says it all.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Is that an answer, Brandy?
Wow. You gotta come with a full salary, Brandy. And you ain't getting no head.
Wait.
You gotta come with a whole year salary with no head. Oh my goodness! Wow,
Brandy, I'm actually gonna let that comment ride. Actually,
SC3,
I'm gonna let you ride on that.
You see, I ain't say man.
Yo,
it's this half of the kind of screen that's like Kevina Samuels is like, yeah, dude. Like,
yeah, to know to get that.
Yeah, do it.
Right.
Everybody comes over here. I saw that too.
Yeah. And her original answer for the other one was also, it's required for you to know how to do it well, but it's not like I don't need it. So it kind of aligns, except for Brandy. Like, I'm really surprised.
Sit down.
I'm gonna look in your eyes. While it's going down.
Ooh.
Okay.
Go on camera.
We're gonna talk about it.
Dry? How do you chime that?
If the pastor had to drop out.
In this moment, if Ning can blush, that we would be doing that right now.
I wasn't the only one that got off. I just want to say that for the record.
If Ning can blush,
yeah,
ninjas would be blushing right now.
Right. So if any other lady is looking in the eyes will get you proposed to and $100,000 in the bank.
And a house.
You would definitely get the 35K
and a house.
Right,
Sure.
right.
Not
You're
only
gonna
not
get it
only will this
the whole
person
year.
live their
The
whole
whole
life,
And
blinking
he's
the
going to
eye.
chase all the boogeymen from underneath the bed.
every single one, every
Come
night,
on, ask the
Make
questions.
it a
Come
little
on,
make it a
ask the
little wet
questions.
every
too.
night.
Make it a little wet too. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So listen, next question. We talked about ED a couple weeks ago.
Who?
ED, erectile dysfunction.
Erectile dysfunction.
Is erectile dysfunction a deal breaker if he refuses to consult with a doctor? And by erectile dysfunction, I don't just mean not able to get up. What I mean is premature ejaculation or not able to perform again.
Are we married?
Ashley's
Well,
shaking her head. What does that mean?
I'm a pastor, Sensuela, so every conversation that I have about sex is in the confines of a sanctified, holy matrimony.
Negro, please.
Okay.
Please.
Every right. So go ahead and answer, Sensuela.
Yeah, I would want him to. Yeah, if you're not going to the doctor to try to correct that, yeah, that would be an issue for me because I like the hunch.
We lost. We lost. All right, Ashley, go ahead.
I'm gonna need him to lay them all them pounds up on me.
Right, put your weight on it. No, I don't think it's a deal breaker for me. I would want him to seek medical attention for
He
sure.
said,
But I think that again, I can run off words. I like physical interaction. But I feel like if you can get my mind, you could be dangerous. And I would prefer that over because but I would want him to get
So if
checked.
he don't go to the doctor to find out what's wrong with him, you okay with that?
No, that's what I said. I would want him to go to the doctor to find out.
But if he don't go,
because that was the question.
that was the question.
If he doesn't go,
If he refuses to go to the doctor,
and he's refusing to change his diet and all of that, then yeah, because I would question him as a person. Why wouldn't you want to be as healthy as possible? So
And
yeah.
why wouldn't you want to satisfy me? Yeah.
I mean, I agree with both of those. Like, why do you not care about your health? Like, is your health not important to you? Like, it could be something larger than just your cover your mouth. Wow.
Or your
It could
prostate.
be something more dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And also, why don't you want to get it in?
And you can only ride a face for so long. You be wanting that
What?
insertion.
Dr. Jackson, your answer. Someone mute her mic.
What? I'm just saying you want the penetration.
No, what you
said the terminology.
No, right. No, what you said was you can only ride a face for so long. That's what you said. Dr. Jackson, please. You talking some what? That's what.
Why Digger open his mouth while he laying down? Come on now.
Right.
Oh, Lord. Y'all better leave that man alone.
Dr. Jackson?
yes, especially since what I do for a living, you'd have to go to the doctor. Like, if you're not willing to do that, then what are we doing here? What are we doing?
What if you do go and it doesn't work?
Oh, it'll work.
That's not what I asked.
If it doesn't work,
if you go to the doctor,
I feel like sex is more than the physical. It involves the emotional, the mental. It involves
if it
a lot
requires
of
for you to go to therapy,
So if
if it requires for you to go to a physical doctor,
then it'll last just fine.
Or with Ashley, as she said, with the words and the handcuffs.
Words can only do so much. I need you to blow my back out sometimes.
Oh my word! I'm gonna go.
All right, we're getting down to it. I'm almost finished. We're doing good tonight. We're about to break our record. So another question. This is for grown folks. In the bedroom, it's time for things to get spicy. Whips, chains, ropes, collars. Are you in or no? That's a yes or no question.
I'm down with the get down.
I never tried it, but I would love to try that.
I think it's as simple as who would you like for me to be today?
Yeah, I like the role play. Yeah,
I got a question after that.
You know what
Would
I
you
also
like
even
for
like,
me
which
to
sounds
be
weird, and forgive
today?
me for anybody who has endured this, but like when I'm with somebody and I gotta know him, and me and him are sexually active, but when he take it, I love that.
What do you mean take it?
If we're
She
sexually
means
active,
control.
he come in, and I be like, no, you know, I'm playing like I don't want it. I don't know, and he just beat it. And he just
Unwilling.
It's a role
Like
play.
just snatch you up.
Yeah, put that
Take
number up
it.
again. But then there you go.
She doesn't want
Take
to. She want to
it.
get snatched up, is what she's saying.
No.
It's
right.
not questions, just
As
take it.
someone,
So
as
I had
someone,
not do that, and then
Somebody got raped.
I didn't like it at first because I was scared, but then it started to turn me on. I was like, okay, this might be
as
something.
someone who was this close to being a lawyer, never do that, gentlemen. Run
Right,
from
that's
that.
rape fantasy.
Right. That may not age well
No, it's not.
at all.
What?
You almost have
It's
to
not rape
invite
fantasy.
me.
I don't ask him to do that. Thank y'all. It just
He just do it.
falls into.
No, that's what makes
Just
it even
snatch you up
worse.
like
I
a
think.
stranger.
You're proving their point.
Right, I think that makes it even worse that you did ask for it.
Y'all know
I
what
see
she
what you're
means.
saying.
Okay,
Well,
right.
I know.
It's all right.
But
Yeah,
we
it's all
we
right.
know
No.
we know what you're saying. We know what you're saying though. It's a role play moment of
Right.
this person
But
like control and like
Right.
you're playing the innocent. You're playing the
right, but I don't want to make it sound
do it.
insensitive to the people who are
All right,
actually
y'all.
raped. So I want to
It is
clarify
1:00 in the morning.
I got one question. And at what point?
Good night, D.
At what point?
D, I got one question for you. Don't go.
I got a question for the kinky ladies.
Okay, wait. ST3. Can I ask this question because she wants to get off one question I've been.
It's a question I want her to answer too.
Well,
All right, both y'all hit me up. Go ahead.
Same time. Oh, same time.
At what point for the kinky ladies would you allow your man, or would you introduce another woman to the situation, if at all?
And before you answer, let the pastor ask his question because Dr. Justin has to go first.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
My question is, your man comes home and he says his suggestion, he wants you to peg him. Are you in?
What is that?
No, the answer to both of that question.
So for His Excellency, nah.
Dr. Jackson, don't you talk. Don't you call me His Excellency, even though that's my name.
And then my question.
For you,
what was his question again?
So
my question is, at what point would you, my question is, at what point, if at all, would you introduce another woman into the situation where, obviously a threesome? At what point, if you're comfortable, what is it? 2 years in, is it they got to show you something specific before you allow it to happen, or are you just like, I'm threesome down, I want to get eaten and beaten?
Oh my gosh!
probably 3 years in.
I just
so
like
you sleeping with her too?
Heck yeah.
Is it two men and myself?
No, he said her.
He said
her.
another woman.
I said her.
He said a female.
Brandy.
So Brandy answered the question.
Not Brandy answering the question. Oh, bonjour.
Well, Brandy knows me in
If
college.
you know what I'm saying.
So Dr. Jackson, from what I'm getting from that is, you get down with the get down.
Anybody else want to answer that question?
Bye.
I said no to both of them.
She didn't answer the pegging question.
I did answer. I said no.
Okay, thanks.
What is pegging? I missed that.
A girl strapping
That's
on a
when you
dildo
take, a strap on.
Right,
and use
fucking
it on
her
her
man
man.
in the ass.
Oh Lord, I don't like her facial expression. I don't like her go.
I will strap it.
Oh my God!
And I will have them legs up.
I want to
Well, you
lies. Where is? I've never done that before, but I feel like
wait a minute.
I feel like, hey, we're gonna do it then.
I'm not judging you. Listen, remember that conversation we had? What is off limits in the bedroom? It's between those two consenting adults.
Period.
That's
Whatever
it.
it is.
No.
What you gotta do with what we saying right now?
The question is, the question is just if your man.
Nobody says she's wrong. If she wanna do that, then do it.
It right, but I can be shocked by her answer though.
You can be shocked.
Kavina Samuels, he comes home. He says, "Hey, One of my white homeboys told me this is what's up.
White.
I want to try it.
He white.
Because black people didn't start that, and you know it. Go ahead.
Black people are the freakiest.
No,
They didn't start pegging each other. Come on, bro. They didn't do it.
I don't know.
no.
Okay, so the
Let
answer
that
is
go.
no
Let
and
that
no.
go. Oh my
It's
gosh,
two
that was
no's.
not
It's
needed.
We can't do it
no's.
about race though. Yeah.
2 no's.
2 no's and how many yeses?
No, mine is no and no.
Oh, she was saying no to both.
Right.
Pastor trying to find out.
Yeah.
Oh, to ST3, when would I allow another woman in the bed after he allows another man?
Ooh.
I'm not doing either one.
Wow, he's quiet.
Ooh.
Exactly.
What? That's a train, ain't a threesome.
On that note,
Come on, ride.
No, why? I don't get. No, he's doing something with you.
No.
It's a trip to France, is what it is.
Dr. D,
But see,
come
that's
back.
the double standard.
Dr.
there.
D, come
See,
back.
With the
One more
with the
question. I didn't
man,
get
it's
my
a
one
threesome.
question.
With the woman, it's a train. See, that's the
Come
double
on.
standard.
Come
again.
on.
That is.
Wait, say
That's
that
true.
one more time. With the man, it's a.
With the man, with 2 women, it's a threesome. But with a woman and 2 men, it's the train. That's the double standard. That's what we
But don't you enter a train?
it depends.
Don't you like get
Okay.
on and enter in a train?
All right, so quick
No,
question.
I think I know. I don't think it's a train because you're
And-
entering me. He's entering you.
And a train has 3, 4, 5 cars. That's a train.
Hey,
2 cars.
however you want to phrase it, it's still a
It's
train.
just
But
But that's still a
two
double
dudes
standard.
in
Okay,
the train.
Dr.
You enter
Jackson,
trains.
Dr. Jackson, I want to get this question, and it's not sexual in nature, so calm down.
So
for
if you enter trains and she's automatically the train because a man enters her, but you're
Right, it
fine.
just-
But and I wasn't thinking of it as a train. I was actually saying, "Were you welcome to France?" Because I was thinking the Eiffel Tower.
What?
What's
But
your
yeah,
question?
yeah.
What's your
I mean-
question, host? Oh my goodness.
This is an age-old question. Your husband and you are going somewhere. His mom is riding. Who sits in the front seat?
Mama,
Me.
don't even.
Me.
Be quiet. Nobody asked
The
you.
mom can sit in the front. I don't care.
I don't really care.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't really care.
If I had to make a choice, I'm in the front, but he can put his mom. He can open his mama door.
Really?
No, I don't know. No, I'd probably say his mom is in the front because I want my mom in the front. Wait, let me think about it.
You see?
I
No,
wouldn't care.
no.
What's your answer, Ash?
No, I would
But it also
say
depends on my relationship with the mother.
no. I don't care what my relationship with her is. I would say I would want him to want me in the front, but
No.
I would give his mom the front.
That was going
I
to be
think-
my next question. Who gives the mom the seat?
I think that if he's like, you need to sit in the back, to me, that would be like, really? That's how you feel right now?
If
But-
how someone treats their mother, does that not dictate how they would treat you? Like,
No,
imagine.
because mamas
I-
always treat their moms well.
It infuriates me to think that someone would treat Valerie less than, not even less than, but like that they
then
would
is your
not
wife
put
less than
Valerie on the
put her in the
pedestal,
back.
right? Like, or Betty Joe in the like that. That's not.
So
but
is your
how you
wife less
treat your
than if you put her in the back?
How is that relevant? Like, I'm there, so how you treat your mom, it doesn't really matter.
You don't have to treat me bad
because
to prove.
we're both there. But because I would want my mom to sit in the front, I would let his mom sit in the front, just on a fair tip.
That's fair.
But he better come right. But he better open my
subscribe to that.
door and buckle my seatbelt.
Period. That's fair.
So if you're driving up to a house, if you're driving up to go pick her up, are you automatically coming out of the car to give her the seat?
No, I'm not doing
If
that.
you guys are driving in the car together,
I'm not
you
doing
guys
that.
are driving in the car together, you're gonna go pick her up. Are you coming out and go into the back seat?
No, because that was my
As you
seat.
should, yeah.
And what if it's a
probably
two-door and you have to
would.
let the front seat up to climb in?
Oh,
Does
then
that
I get it
change
back. I get it back if it's a
Then if
two-door.
that's the case, then I'll get in the back.
Yeah, if that's the case, I
She's
get it back.
geriatric.
Yeah.
Geriatric. Go.
If
go
that's
to
the
bed,
case, we need to
Dr.
drive the
Jack.
car
Go-
where
go
there's
to-
a sedan. We need to drive a sedan. Why are we taking a 2-door?
Go to bed.
Yeah, if we're picking her up, I don't think I would get in the back.
Yeah, because I'm already in the front. My purse.
Exactly. My purse is
Wait,
already
what?
there.
You wouldn't get in the back?
You mean
I
to
don't-
tell
That's so disrespectful.
It is
We
not. It
pulled
isn't.
up.
That is
But
so.
I
Can I
would.
get out and get in
We
the
pulled up and I'm sitting in the front and all my stuff is in the front. I'm probably snacking on some stuff whatever.
Y'all, you know,
I'm not going in the back.
Y'all put in these scenarios like a
And I
mug.
wish.
I don't know
I
about
wish
Dr.
my
Jackson,
man
but I know
would tell me
three
to go
other
in the
folks
back.
on this call are just straight up BS right now. That is just
First of
straight up
all,
disrespectful. You would not do that.
pause.
Wait a minute.
Pause.
I
Because
don't
I said
know.
I would.
Two other folk on this call would
I'm
let me
not.
rephrase.
If me and my man pull up and his mom comes to the car, I'm not getting out the front seat to go. I'll get out the front seat to give her a hug and sit my butt back down in the front seat.
If he asks you, mom's coming out the car, he say, "Hey, babe, you get in the back." So my mom's in the front. Are you arguing with him right there or no?
No, I'm
I wouldn't
not
argue
gonna
with
argue with
him
him
right there.
Then I get in.
But we
Then I
don't
get
talk
back.
about it
That's
when we
fine.
get home.
I mean, I'm not for this.
But what are you talking
I
about?
want to ask a question to the guys, and I know it's not the night for that. But if I'm driving and we pull up to get my dad,
Real quick.
you would
Real
get
quick.
out?
Real
Yeah,
quick.
get out and go to the back. Yeah.
Real quick.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
You know what? I don't think I would get out. And the reason I don't think I
Thank
would.
you. Thank you for being honest.
No, that's
Thank you for
honesty.
being honest.
I only
Good
got
job.
honest.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, honest
We
man
were
right
honest, too.
there.
We just got decorum and respect.
And I think the reason that I wouldn't get out is because
being
I'm thinking like a man. Most men, if their daughter pulls up and their husband on the front seat, most men gonna go to the back.
Yes.
Like most men are gonna go to the back anyway and just be like, "What's up, son-in-law?" and head to the back.
So why wouldn't you?
But I think as a man, we would, at least for me, I would offer to give him, hey, let's send a point. Like, hey, no, bro, you got it. I would offer
I
it.
think in that instance, I would. If I pull up driving, I'm gonna get out and get in the back seat and let my man drive and my dad get in the front seat.
Oh, that's really smart.
Okay.
Why would I be?
That's really
It's
smart.
a dynamic.
But would you get
So then
mad
what
if
changes
my
about the
son
mother
told me to
then?
get up the seat to my dad?
No. No.
The changes
I'm
about the mother
I'm
is
talking
if I
to
pull.
His Excellency.
Oops.
What she
So
said?
what was your?
Would you get upset if your
Say
girl
His
said-
Excellency
if your
one more
wife,
time.
Would you get upset if your wife said, "Hey, my dad's coming. Can you go to the back?"
1,000%. If I gotta have $100,000 in the bank and I'm paying all these bills, 1,000%. That nigga better get in where he fit in. You feel me? Straight like that.
It comes off different when your spouse.
But I think it's
asks you to
different.
get up.
I think it's different for men though. I
Why?
think because I'm always fighting to prove to your dad that I'm a man.
Well, we're going to the same
women,
place.
women don't have to do
I
that.
think what you said, I think what you said about a man, that your dad would come out the house and he would automatically get in the back. You said most men would just do that.
Right.
And I think that we need to stop and talk about the psychology of that, because he's not competing for your spot as my husband. But for your mom to come out and look at the front seat as if that's her spot, that's different. She is making a claim into where she stands with my husband. That's why I wouldn't get in the back. If she's standing at the door looking at me,
good. That's
you
good.
need to get in the
She
back
has a
because
point.
you have this
That's
dynamic.
good.
She has a
I'm
point.
officially
that's good.
staying in the
Well, I
seat.
think that's more.
I'm officially staying in my seat. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
really
for the
good.
men.
That
That's
means-
not in our head. We're not
Hold
thinking
on.
about it from that
That's
standpoint
exactly-
in the men's.
That's
Right.
exactly
We're
where I was
not.
going when Chev
We
was
are.
like, oh, well, what
Chev is
about how a
rethinking
man
his life.
treats his mother? And I said, yeah, mama's boys do that too.
Absolutely.
Mama's boys take real good care of their mothers.
100. And I paid off her
treat
house.
their wife secondary.
Let me ask the women here, knowing that that's a thing, because it's always a conversation. The four of you, would you be that type of woman who's trying to get in the front seat with your son?
No, I would not. I would not.
So what would happen
If I'm
if
getting
that
to the
person
car
did
and
not
they're sitting
get
in the
out?
front seat, I am not going there. I'm gonna sit in the back.
So what would happen if? So in the same vein, you're the mom in this situation. The wife, because we're holy and sanctified, as the pastor said, in this instance, did not get up.
I wouldn't care because that's not my husband.
Would you not
She
think any
said
less
that's
of her?
her husband.
No.
Would you not think any different of her?
No,
If she
I
did
would
not
not.
acknowledge, if she did not acknowledge me, I would. Like if she's sitting there like,
Fair.
No, of course she has to.
I
Oh,
would.
no.
But if she speaks to me, if she says something, then no. Like, girl, sit down. It's not that serious.
So is it like, oh,
Would
do
you think
want
more
the-
of
do you
her
want the
if she
front
got up
seat?
and offered the seat?
Yeah.
Would I think more of her? I
I
would think
wouldn't
she
think
was
any less of
considerate, but
her
I would
if she
expect my
didn't.
son to be marrying a considerate woman. So I wouldn't think any more of her. I would expect her to already be that considerate person. So no.
How
I
does she
would-
show she's
I
considerate
would
without
Any
doing
less
the
of her, she
consideration
didn't
things?
offer up her seat either.
I wouldn't expect to see, nor would I think less of her, because my thought process is I want my husband to have a great, healthy marriage. I wouldn't impose any negative
That's
emotion
good.
in his life and try to make it harder for him to deal with her. So I wouldn't feel any type of way. And if I did, I wouldn't ride in a car with them. I'll meet you there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let me
And this
actually.
is me speaking as a single mother of a son.
Let me ask you this. Switching gears a little bit. You guys are out at a bar. You walk by. You got on some nice little shorts. Somebody's at the bar. They have a couple drinks too many. They're saying something inappropriate to you. Your man is getting ready to get rah-rah. Do you calm him down or do you allow him to defend you no matter what that looks like?
Good question. Good question.
That's a compliment to me. So at the end of the day, you're coming home with me. I'm going home with you. We're not going to be like, well, what Charlie Murphy said, we're not about to die off no Franks.
Right.
That's a
moron.
Right. Well, so we're not
Call
doing
it a moron.
it. If somebody is complimenting me on how I look, and as long as he don't touch me, then that's but talking,
So compliments come in different forms.
No. What if it's vulgar?
To answer the question, I would calm him down. I'd be like, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. Don't ruin our whole night because one dude had too much to drink or because he's trying to rile you up. It's not that serious. Let's go over here and just have fun. I would calm him down.
I would calm him down, but I would second guess who am I with. If that's what got you to a point, somebody making a comment, you ready to fight and go to jail, and it's like, why am I with you?
But you don't love it a little bit.
You're trying to be too alpha right now.
But you don't love it a little bit. Like, oh, he got really into it because of my honor, and that like he's really into me that way.
I'm say
I'm
no.
thinking, what woman damaged your butt? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
You know what's crazy?
No for me.
Hearing
They
that,
just feel
you're doing a lot.
hearing that as a man is scary because we feel disrespected and we're defending your
that's what I
honor.
just said.
To hear that you would second guess a whole relationship with me for defending your honor, black men are abused. But I want to say this. My next question. My next question. Let's say the fight pops off. Your man gets out there, he's defending your honor, and he's getting his clock clean. Do you jump in to help him or no?
I'm gonna be glad they sent me home with some clean dishes. I ain't jumping in.
She said, "I'm not paying for the ticket."
If a female jump in, I help them there. But other than that, I'm not fighting no man.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Wait a minute.
And then on top of that,
that's a
how
hard
that
question
man
because
feel?
Alabama
On top of that, how would that man feel if I'm jumping in a fight to defend him?
See, in Alabama, though, they fought the females.
Right.
Oh yeah, she's jumping in.
This one I jump.
No,
I've actually seen it. I want to point in my direction too.
I try my best to. I can't fight no man.
But
you try.
I mean, I try my best to help, get the person off. I mean.
But you still jump in.
Okay, let me change it. Let me change it a little bit. Let's say the drunken compliment didn't happen. Your man is just somewhere and stuff goes left, and before you know it, he's in a fight. Are you jumping in?
I'm gonna tap this purse.
Oops.
Oh Lord, you gonna bust back yours, huh?
I'm not doing that.
All I gotta do is tap this purse twice.
No, I'm not going to jail because you're a hothead. I don't need to.
I remove the element of him. He's just in a fight. What if he's?
Why are you in the fight? What happened that caused the fight?
I'm not in the fight. I'm gonna stand at the side and tap my purse twice.
Because either he getting shot or them people around him getting shot. That's what Dr. Jackson's saying.
Did he start it?
So what if it's on the other foot? What if it's you're in a fight now? Do you want your man to jump in, or do you want your man to do whatever and defend your honor, or do all the stuff that is being asked?
Am I the protector in the relationship, or is he?
No, he's saying if you're fighting a female.
No,
that was his end. She answered it. If I'm getting my butt kicked, you better break that junk up.
You better come in there and help.
It ain't no breaking no junk up. You ain't gonna beat my girl. I don't care who you are. You ain't gonna beat.
That's what I'm saying.
I will push her through a wall. She hit my lady, and I will, nigga, I knock you out. You hit my lady. You ain't nobody hitting my lady in front of me. Girl, child, old people, your daddy.
So if a woman's fighting another woman, you gonna jump in and knock her out?
Listen, true story, and I know this is not about a man. I have an uncle who had his father-in-law living with him. His father-in-law was 70. My uncle and his wife both were 50. The father-in-law was cussing out his daughter. He was living with them. My Uncle Jim hit his father-in-law and knocked him unconscious.
That's
and
different,
said,
though.
Don't
We
you
talking about
ever
woman to woman.
disrespect. Don't you ever
woman.
disrespect my wife. And
He
I
didn't have
believe
to
that.
hit him.
But we
He didn't
talking
have to
about
hit
that's
him.
man
I
to woman.
knocked
We
my
talking about woman to woman.
father-in-law slap
It doesn't
out.
matter
if
woman
you
to woman.
You
If
better
you
Alright,
see me
okay,
getting
I
beat
get your
up
perspective.
by another woman, you better
woman to
jump in
woman,
there.
I'm not gonna let no woman beat my lady up. What is you talking about?
You
I'm
better
not gonna
jump
let
in
no
there.
woman beat my lady up. I don't care who
And I
you are.
feel like if I'm with ST3 and I'm getting beat up and he let me get beat up, we're not together.
By a woman even.
Like we're not
ST3,
together.
are you saying that you would allow your woman to take a whooping from a woman?
First and foremost,
Because
my
it
woman
doesn't
ain't gonna
even
be in that
matter. You all
situation
it
to
takes is
begin
for
with.
you to step in the middle and
No,
separate them.
That's
not my
first and
woman ain't gonna be in
foremost.
that situation.
No,
Your
first and
woman
foremost, she ain't gonna be in that situation to begin with.
Okay, so we can move on from that then.
Yeah.
Because
That's my
ST3,
opinion.
how old are you?
I'm 31. My woman ain't gonna be in that situation to begin with.
All right.
I don't choose women that be fighting all up in the street, all crazy and shit.
They
I
don't
don't
need
do
to
that.
be a woman that's fighting all up in the street. If somebody comes and does something to her and then she has to
No, you got to turn
retaliate,
the other
that's not a
cheek. Walk
fight.
away. Well, if she assaults you, we're gonna handle that how we gotta handle that. But
All
first
right.
and foremost, you're not gonna we ain't no. We walking the hell away. We doing we doing nah. I ain't doing that.
All right.
And
Somebody
I'm gonna nip
walk
it
up
in the
to your
bud from the
girl and hit
beginning.
her in the chair with
So
one of them,
before
hit on the
before
head with
anything
one
is
of them
thrown,
chairs.
before anything is thrown, before anything happens, I'm already in the middle of that. I'm stopping that. Hey. Go.
So are you gonna
Give an
say
example.
so?
I'll give an example of a time where I was on the beach. We were hanging out on the beach, and the guy started getting a little rowdy with the dude I was with. And so they were going back and forth or whatever. And I'm sitting there like, because the other dude was wrong, sitting there or whatever. And the girl walked up. And I'm like, okay, I got your back. If she jump in, it's me, you, him, her. But if it's just the two of them going back and forth, if you ain't got hands, then you shouldn't have no mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with that.
I'll tell a very true story. I went to the movies with a friend, not even my girlfriend. Went to the movies, and we were sitting next to a white couple, and she was checking her text message before the movie started, and the white lady went off on her, and I sat there as long as the white lady was arguing with her. As soon as the white man said something, I went off to another level. The manager comes in, and she automatically is, you two need to leave. We're the two black people. I went off on the manager to the point where I was getting ready to get her the business. The girl in the scenario, my friend, literally looked at me like I scared her, like I was the one wrong, and I was trying to defend her. Literally looked at me because I went off on the manager really, really bad. Like it was like real bad. But
Well,
I
she
feel
shouldn't have told you to leave.
So what?
I said she shouldn't have told y'all to leave.
Right, she shouldn't have told us to leave. That's why I went off on her, because you came up here, you didn't ask what happened, you didn't do any investigation. Dr. Jackson, don't go. You didn't do
Well,
any.
we do need to.
Yeah, this is yeah.
It's 120.
Ain't nobody holding y'all. I'm the host. Just
That's
I'm
a
host.
fact. Nobody's holding you. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
nobody's holding y'all hostage.
You just
Sorry.
keep telling her don't go.
There she
Right.
go.
Right.
Good night, y'all.
I ain't got to tell her twice.
Good night.
All right. Are we done?
No, go ahead. She
No.
just had to go.
Yeah. So I think that in situations like that, men, you can't win. If hearing y'all say, all of you all say that y'all would second guess a man who loses his cool about somebody disrespecting you in a club, to me, how did you?
I said I would calm him down.
Oh, that was just Ashley who said that.
Right, and it depends on the circumstances in which. If he said, "Wow, I like your outfit," and he pops off, yeah, I'm gonna question that. But if he like, "Dang, I want to take you home tonight," I can understand why you about to pop off on this dude, because that was like utter disrespect. But if it's something simple, then no, I'm not gonna question. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be like, "You all right?" I mean, you are like, I'm gonna go date him or something, bruh. But yeah, I'm not gonna be like, "Oh, I gotta break up with you because you got mad at him for saying he want to take me home tonight."
Well, I think to Brandy's point too, like A man, this whole relationship thing, a man needs to be comfortable with the situation of the relationship and has to trust his woman to be able to handle situations like that. And at the same time, if someone like, oh man, your woman is bad, be like, okay, yeah, I know I got a baddie. I know she looked good in that dress. I bought it for her. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? I'm gonna take her home later and take it off. And she know I'm gonna go home and take it off. So it's there's certain. That's why I said that with the whole fighting thing, we're gonna calm that down from the. Hey, there might be a few words, but there's gonna be a point where hey. And I trust myself enough with the energy I carry in order to stop it before even go any further than that. Hey,
you even trust yourself with the energy of the other woman who's not enamored by you?
Yes, because when I say stop, my woman's gonna understand. All right, hey, stop. And she gonna go and retreat. There ain't nothing left. Now, if you want to come after my woman, now we're gonna have a problem. But I already dismissed her and say, hey, go. We ain't dealing with this.
I was gonna say, you think you got power on all women?
No, I don't got power over a woman. I got power over the woman I'm dealing with, and I got power in the situation. I got power enough to say, you step over this line and cross me, then whatever happens next. And I got witnesses around here to say what happened, plus my woman. But my woman already done. Hey, go to the car.
Right. All right. No. I've accomplished my goal of keeping us 4 hours. I'm done.
Yeah, you was talking about
just so you know, the longest show was 5, but you tried.
Was I on the 5-hour one?
I don't know, but it was 5 hours.
Oh, well, I got more questions.
What was that topic? All
right, now
I have to look.
Let me ask you this. No,
we're not going to stay up for 5 hours, but you got 3 more questions. Go.
All right. Why do women desire for men to plan dates? What is the big deal?
Because it takes effort. It literally takes effort. And I think men place this onus on women that we're the nurturers and we're the this, that, and the third. And it's like, oh, it's expected for you to do. But when you step outside of your role and you put in that effort, it's like, oh, wow. You really legit want to spend time with me. You really actually have things that it's not just winging in a prayer in it like you would do with anybody else. But with me, you made that extra effort to do something that I like, to plan something that I would like.
I like that take chargeness.
That too. Ooh, wow.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Secondly, a man you're dating flies you out. You get flued out. Do you feel obligated to have sex?
No, I do not.
Buy your own plane ticket back.
Question.
Buy your own plane ticket back. What?
Yeah.
So you think?
So you have a prostitute? Got it.
So you think one fly out guarantees sex?
I don't think one fly out, but if I'm flying you out, then there's a reason.
But flying a woman out is not a cost you're giving her though, because you're paying to see her. You ain't that's not too benefit.
I'm trying to see you because I'm trying to see you. And we would, but here's the thing here, and I know where this question stems from, but this would have been something we've already discussed, and I've done this before, where it's like, hey, I'm gonna fly you out. We about to, you know what I'm saying, get it in, and so the expectations coming to the situation, and that's why you asked.
Y'all agree?
Yeah, we agreed, and she even said, "Hey, fly me out, daddy. I'll come." You know what I'm saying? Obviously, it was dating, but it was like, yeah. So she knew why she was coming, and I knew why she was coming.
That
so
yes, was real suspect. That's definitely prostitute language.
No. Yeah. But no, but that's and I know that where, like I said, I know where that question stems from, and that's the problem I have with the dudes that be recording and be like, oh, the dude never even bring up the fact that, hey, this is why I'm, you coming through. They don't even discuss it. I discuss those things. You know what I'm saying? Right. I'm like, hey, I'm trying to, I'm not gonna spend X amount of money on a plane ticket to fly you out. I'll come see you, and then we could hang out and do whatever when out my time. But if I'm spending my dime to bring you out here to come be with me, then obviously I'm gonna want some booty. And I'm gonna tell you that. I'm gonna communicate that.
If the topic was discussed, then it was discussed. It was agreed upon. Now, for that female that reneges at that point, okay, well, whatever he do. If he record you, that's on you because you lied, you denied. Mm-hmm. But if it was not, and for example, I had a guy take me on a trip, and there was no booty provided because it was not discussed. And even if it was, it would have been a no. So he would have still been spending his money knowing that it was going to be a no. But again, that has to be discussed. I feel like a lot of men feel like just because you put some money out there, it's automatically assumed that we're obligated to have sex with you.
Yeah.
And you get mad when I can't read your mind and you were wrong.
I think for me, the flew out to the city that I live in, I don't think so. I think going on a trip together, a cruise together, or I fly you out and I wine and dine you. If I were a single man living like that, I would have an expectation. And I think we're all adults. I think if a woman could take a $300 round trip, come out, you take her to fine dining, y'all shop, you buy things, and she racks up $400, $500, $600, $700 worth of your time in 2 or 3 days, and she has no expectation for you to have that expectation, I say she's full of it. She's got to be.
So you said $300 round trip. So you threw on Spirit and you was like, I know your knees hurting. I know your body aching right now. But get off this plane and give me some right now.
Torque something.
Listen.
You said
you
what?
Got here.
Why do y'all expect sex though?
I said torque something.
Let me ask you this.
My knee hurt.
Let me ask you this. Would you fly a man out? Or even if you didn't fly a man out, if you paid your own way out, let's say you paid your own way out to hang out with me. Once you got there, if he didn't spend a dime on you, are you satisfied? You just came out here, you hung out, we went Dutch.
No.
So my question is, we talked about security.
But I'm not requiring him to have sex with me either. So,
I wish everyone was still here, because my question is how women put material and money, the percentage of material and security. A man's greatest need is sex. How much of that is fleshly desire and human need?
Now, I've already said that a woman, we value time because of birthing. Our time, we're only going to birth for a certain amount of time. Dudes value money. So if I'm giving you my time, why are you not giving me your money? And that sounds really bad, but I don't mean it. I don't mean it in the way that you just took it. Like, I didn't mean it in the way that you just took it. Just explain in the way in which I meant it. So take with it what you will.
That's exactly what I want. Your time, your nasty time. That's exactly what I want. What are you talking about?
You were gonna say something. I don't know who I'm pointing at, but
okay. I forgot.
We're talking about you spend your money going out. You spend your money to fly to him, and he doesn't, and you're Dutch the whole time.
Right.
Yeah. No, I would have a problem with that.
But you don't feel any kind of way if a man wines and dines you on his dime, and you go back home with you don't feel bad, guilty, or like you finessed him.
No, unless I finessed him. And even then, she's not gonna feel bad because I intentionally finessed him.
But I'm not finessing him. I'm just like, we going out to eat or something, or he don't gotta buy me anything, like no bag or nothing. But we do need to go out to eat, and he need to pay for it at least. But I shouldn't obligate to have to add.
And he gets in exchange.
And he gets in exchange for that. About it. I don't want to do all that.
And he gets in exchange for that conversation and your presence.
You're welcome.
We're getting to know each other.
So what is the value of a man's conversation and presence?
No, I'm joking. The value of a man's conversation and presence.
Because yours has a price tag.
It's wallet.
No, it's not a price tag. It's just the gentleman thing to do.
Because
what is
the
value of a man's presence? You said you like guys to make you laugh, Swella.
I do.
I make you laugh. I'm in your presence. You don't give me money or pay for anything. What do I get other than the personality? Because I'm giving that too. So what's my payback?
Eventually down the line, I mean, it may lead to that. I'm not adding nobody because you
steer clear.
Darn. What?
No, go ahead.
No, say it again. What did you say?
I said steer clear.
Please do. Because if you expecting sex from me, it's not gonna happen. Because I'm not adding no body, and then people like you, ST3, want to be. Why do women lie about their body count? Because y'all start judging. I'm not. I'm not.
I don't
like I'm not
judge.
to have sex with nobody because you bought me a goddamn Crystal Burger. No, I'm not doing it.
Said
Not
Crystal
Crystal
Burger.
Burger.
Crystal
I'm
Burger.
not doing it.
I
Thank
feel
you.
What do you
like,
take
and
me
also I
for?
feel like it's y'all think these things have to be reciprocated immediately. So
With
you're like, where are you
sex.
getting in it? I'm gonna cook for you. I'm gonna cater to you when you're sick.
Okay.
I'm
That's
going
good.
to bring you. If we're at a cookout, I'm gonna make your plate for you and bring it to you while you're sitting at the table.
Exactly.
I'm going to
I mean,
take
it
Well,
care
might
of
not
your
My neck
be the
health
hurts. You
same
gonna
and
give me
really
day.
a, you gonna
should
give me a
take care
neck?
of you.
It's not
You
gonna
gonna
be the
rub my
same
neck?
day though, Brand.
but
It's gonna be
when
I'm gonna rub
when
on
does
you
that
however
return
you
on
want to be
investment come
rubbed
back?
on.
How
What you
long does
say,
that return on
School?
investment come back?
so you
How
want
long
your
does it
feet
take to get that
rubbed?
return?
Would you be
How long
happy if
does
you
it
got
take
your
to get
foot
that?
rubbed?
Huh?
Would you be happy if you got your foot rubbed that night after
If
dinner?
I got my foot rubbed, now I need
Yeah,
something
your
else
feet rubbed.
rubbed.
Huh?
I need something else
Oh,
rubbed.
right.
See, there you go. You want it. We try to give you something, but you want to take the whole enchilada.
The
I
foot
mean,
rub. If you're gonna rub my foot,
But
then you might as well work your way
you're
up.
missing the point though. You're missing the point though,
right?
ST3. You're missing the point.
What's
The
the point?
point
What's the point?
is
What's the
you're
point?
going to be reciprocated. We're going to be compensated for what in the heck just happened here?
I'm sorry. I switched iPads because one is dying.
Okay,
You
that
said we're
was
gonna be
weird. Okay. So the point of the matter is you're going to be reciprocated. You all, in some form or fashion, but you all want to be reciprocated immediately, and how you want to be reciprocated to. But then when I don't cook for you, when I don't bring your food, when I don't whatever you want from your female, you're gonna be like, why you not doing that? Oh, you had your sex. That's all you needed. That's what
Wow.
you wanted.
I got a
Be
question
happy
then.
with that and let it go.
Wait, let me ask you real
Wow.
quick before you answer that.
That's a good. That's a
You
good
want
point.
a hand job? That's what you want. You want to come.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if I use my hand, you okay with that?
If you use your hand?
Yeah.
I mean, if you use your hand, then yeah. But then
So if I
eventually
buy
you're
you,
probably
if
gonna
I
look at
buy
it,
you,
and then you're gonna, probably gonna do
no,
some other
it
stuff.
don't work like that.
It
So if I
doesn't.
buy you
It
a
actually
Willa
does
said
in
that
my
like a
experience.
mechanic. She
It
said that
works
like
like
she was
that in
talking
my
about her car.
experience.
Willa said that like she
At
was talking
all.
about her
Like
car. Come
y'all
on.
be
It works
Oh,
like
it
that
don't
in
work
my
like
experience. You touch
so
it,
when
then
sure
you
does.
don't
see
want
they
to.
gonna
But anyways,
that's the difference. Free.
I have a question for you, ladies. Then in that case, wouldn't it just make sense to just kind of do a 1-for-1 if the man isn't going to be getting in return for his time what he desires? Shouldn't it just be now you getting, if it's the basis of just getting to know each other, shouldn't it just be like, all right, we're going to go take a walk in the park now because we're getting to know each other? That way there's no expectation on the other end. Is that okay for the women? Is that okay for a man to do that for you? Or is that no, they have
That's
to
for
do these
men.
certain things?
Oh, go ahead.
Me personally, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I don't mind the free dates. But if you hear
really,
yeah, I don't mind the free dates. We can go to
there's
the
a
park.
lot of women that would disagree
I can
with
see
that.
that in you. I can see that.
I've done that plenty of times.
You
I
don't
can
see it in Brandy.
And
Sex
that's
after
where
dinner,
No.
I'm gonna need an
What?
indecent proposal in order
He
for
said
me
he
to do
can see
that.
the free dates in Sensuela. He said he don't see it in you though, Brandy.
No,
First,
not at all. Not no. You see how
first of
she laughs?
all,
She knows true.
I was gonna no, that is not true at all.
Oh,
That's
no,
where
okay.
men mess up. Y'all think all dates have to cost. We can go to freaking Lake Lily and sit around that bad boy, have a picnic, and watch and feed the freaking ducks.
It still
As long
costs.
as we're having I'm sorry.
That picnic still costs. You got to buy the food. You bring the picnic basket.
If you can't afford the food for a
so
picnic, though,
I'm just saying.
I'm just
being
saying.
technical. I'm just being technical here. But go ahead, Miss Kaveen.
Well, I'm just saying if
I'm not going. I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he wants to wine and dine me, the only way I would consider if it's in a decent proposal, that number have to be so high on whatever he spent. It has to be extremely high. Then both of us would be happy. But what you're not gonna do is pay $50 and expect me to open my lid. That's not gonna happen.
Oh, and I that's fair. I agree.
You needed 4 more zeros after that. I'm not. No, it's not.
4 more zeros.
You got darn Skippy. You want sex? Then make it worth my while. And they need to be
how many zeros?
It's not a plane ticket. It's not a plane
ticket. If you
like
can't meet it, don't even ask.
That's crazy.
And it's crazy for you to expect sex after a $50
crazy.
not $50, but you said add 4 more zeros behind that.
Anything less than 25,000 is crazy.
Anything less than 25,000.
You got darn skip. If you want sex
What?
that night for me,
to get some ass.
It's a lot of women out there you gotta do a door kiss and they'll give it up to you. That's the one who
no ST3, not to get some A, to get their A.
Hello.
Oh,
that's what I said. It's a lot of women out there you could just blow a kiss at and she'll give it to you right then and there.
It's some decent women. It's some decent. I don't know this from experience. But it's some decent women. You take them to a nice restaurant. You ain't got to spend $50. You treat them nice, and they can tell you a safe choice. They'll give you some tail. I don't know.
I mean, that's really what it is. It's like if they're attracted to you, and they, you know what I'm saying? If they're attracted to you, and the energy is
many
right,
years ago.
You know, like that's no like this $25,000. I'm like, what?
Right, but you're saying you expecting it because you bought a round trip ticket on friggin' some simple airline that
Who said anything about simple airline? Who said anything about that? I don't do nothing simple over here.
You're
feeling
you know, FT3, you know you won't put that girl on Frontier or Spirit.
No, thank you.
It don't matter. You can put her on friggin' Emirates Air. That does not entitle you to have sex. Well, for me, that doesn't entitle you to have sex with me just because you put me on Emirates.
Let me ask you this.
Well, that's fair.
Quick question. How many dates do you go on with a guy you like who's done everything right? How soon is too soon?
How soon is too soon?
For sex, right?
The first date.
So the second.
That's too darn soon.
So the second date I'm in,
you have a better chance in the first, but I can't answer that question because I don't know the answer to that. I don't know, but the first date is definitely too soon.
The first 10 days is too soon.
Wow, I'm going on a date with me then.
I know,
plan on it.
Anyway.
What did he say?
Thank you for confirmation. He's talking about something. Don't go on a date with him. Then confirmation. Bless you, Lord.
Yeah, that was already a given at the beginning of when we first started.
I'm just talking. But no,
we just answering. Bless the Lord. Speak to him. Speak through him.
No. But no, honestly.
I will say the soonest I had sex with someone, and it was only one person. Everybody else had to wait years. But the soonest was my ex-husband. Me and him did it in 2 weeks, and we got married. So I ain't mad at that.
Wow.
But I also had somebody wait 20 years.
20 years?
Are you serious?
Oh, he ain't wait 20 years.
I sure did.
He just came back around.
Sleep with somebody else.
Yeah, he came back around.
He waited 20 years from the first time he wanted to. It took him 20. I'd have been angry. Especially
nah. I get it. So you just come around. You just come back around. You double back.
Listen. I would have got it.
I would have got sex with other people.
No.
Yeah, you just double back.
But was he consistently in your life though, or did he like disappear and come back? I'm sorry, I'm asking a question.
It was like off and on. Like we'll talk and then but then it was like, nah, I wasn't into that.
I would have been so angry, especially if it was good, because I'd have been like, 20 years, let's say at 38 this happened. 20 years after 18, I'd be like, girl, you gave me this good at 38. I bet you at 18 when them knees was fresh. Yeah, I'd have been mad, boy. I'd have been angry. If it was good,
gripping, boy. Oh man. Yeah, I would have been upset about that. Not knowing what it felt 20 years ago. That would have been the only thing I would have said.
Could you imagine?
Dang, that thing was probably just. But at the end of the day, you got
one more question.
It was worth
it. It's gonna go down a deep dark hole real quick if y'all don't get this.
Last question. As a woman, well, y'all both single women. I'll make this a single woman. As a woman, single at your age, do you feel like the older you are, marriage is not probable again, or are you still holding out that marriage can happen again?
Well, marriage has not happened for me yet, but marriage, marriage is definitely,
yeah. I think it's still on the table. I've seen people get married at 60.
I have a question to that. What do you ladies think is holding you back from being married? That's a deep one. I felt that. I felt that
The
whole
right,
body.
I mean, the right person.
You want my initial answer?
Brandy, you look
I want
really
the truth.
soft just then.
I want the
Brandy, I
truth.
just want to say this. When he asked this question, when he finished it, I always say you come off something about that question did do something in you. And I hate to agree with him. Your demeanor, your face got soft for like 3 or 4 seconds.
Did it? Because
When
my first
Yeah.
answer was men. Really? Because my initial thought was men like you.
Men like me.
Mm-hmm.
Keep you from being married.
Mm-hmm.
God
So is
almighty,
that, or
what?
do you only
That was
do you
legit my initial
do
thought.
do you only run into men like me? Is that a thing?
Yeah, men are very selfish, men are very demanding, but they don't want to give. Men are very controlling, but they think they're leaders, but they aren't. They just want to portray leaders. Men are set in their ways, even though they know women do have good judgment. Women can be great assistants, great leaders for a time. I'm not saying they need to lead in the relationship, but they should definitely, you can definitely hand over the reins sometimes, because again, women, some people are better at one thing than another. The lack of leadership and the men thinking that they're leading, but they're actually just being controlling. That is what
Wow.
pulled up.
Okay. Is it that you haven't found a man that's not like me?
I'm
I'm
not
just
looking for a
wondering.
man that's like or not like you, but I'm
Oh,
looking for the man that is the whole package, and leadership and knowing how to lead fair, not even fairly, but equitably, is important. I don't want someone that's, if we're having a conversation, I don't want him to overtalk me just because he has a point to make. I want him to actually listen to me, finish what I'm going to say. He can still disagree with me. That's fine. You don't have to agree with everything I say. You can disagree with me, but you don't have to do it in a demeaning or controlling type of way or a disrespectful kind of way. And it's not that I haven't found a man that's not like you. It's just, or that, yeah, that's not like you. It's just I haven't found the man, or let me rephrase, the man that God has made for me hasn't found me, because I'm not looking for him. I'm making myself available to him if he comes or when he comes, but I'm not looking for him. I'm not like out in the streets like, oh, would you do you? I'm not doing that. And as she said earlier, I may not know what I want, and I do know what I want, I do, but I definitely know what I don't want.
okay.
I
So
would
if
say
my face looks soft, that's dope. I like it. I'm soft.
Okay.
Kevin.
I would say I guess the man just not ready, because I really thought with my ex that I thought him and I was gonna get married, be together for 2 years, but he wasn't ready. So I mean,
So you
can't
were with him
nobody
for
do
2
nothing
years.
they don't
Does
want to do.
if
You break up.
if
Bing bong.
if he if he became
You breaking up. You, instead of you putting I bet will still be lost, you need to put your internet is lost. Because this is
So with that question, then at what point do you ladies realize that this is just not gonna be, the person is just like, at what point do you realize that
that he's not going to be the person that I'm going to
that
marry.
right that they yeah at what point do you realize that before it's like, all right?
So for me, and people think I'm hard
no
on I'm hard on people, but I know pretty
well
pretty early if
you
somebody's not for me, because I
Let me
know what I
text him.
don't want, and I know what
like
I have. Are you still pinging?
Yeah, this is
That's how I
me.
said, let me call him.
Like, stop it. Come back in, because you pinging like a motherfucker, bruh.
Well, go ahead, Brandy.
I'm right. I'm ping, ping. So I know what I don't want. And so if I see those characteristics that I don't want, I'm not trying, because I don't think I can change anybody. I'm not that person. It's like I can change a person. So what you show me is what I feel like you are. So if I see something that is definitely a red flag for me, I'm out.
Yeah, and I say actions speak louder than words.
Okay.
And I'm actually trying to work on that, because people do say I'm harsh on that. Like people do like, because I am. If I don't like it, I'm out. I'm turned off. I'm not
don't want to
into
waste no
it.
more time. Yours,
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah,
But I'm trying to give
Right.
people a second chance, I guess you can say.
Right.
But it's hard.
So another question then: are you ladies willing to change things about yourself in order to find the man to that to find the husband? Are you willing to like change things that might be not giving you the results to do that, or is it just I need them to accept me the way that I am?
I mean, change like what, physically or emotionally?
Well, anything, physically, spiritually, mentally.
I mean, yeah, I'm willing
you
to.
know,
I'm willing to make a. I'm willing to compromise.
I feel like I won't necessarily change a thing about me because I've worked on me. I've worked on, and I'm very flexible. I'm very compromising. It may not seem that way. I know you're talking trash in your head right now, but it may not seem that way.
why you? I didn't even. I'm just listening.
I'm just saying. I'm very
You're
compromising.
defensive.
I'm not being defensive. You're taking it defensively, but I'm very
No.
compromising. I'm very adjustable. I'm very loving. I'm very supportive. I'm very giving. I will adjust certain things about me. But like I said earlier, like I'm trying to change that about the one take. We're done. Like cut. That's a wrap. Get out. Like I'm trying to change that about me. But I am willing to adjust some things about me because if I want to if I can't adjust some things, then I can't expect him to. And I
Right.
want somebody that's flexible with me just as I'm flexible with him.
Wow. What I was going to ask in my
Oh,
this is my last question for real. If a man proposes to you or you have been engaged and before marriage happens, the relationship ends, or he proposes and you say no to the engagement, is there coming back for that? You said something earlier, sort of about your ex. Y'all were together 2 years. You thought you were going to be married. Is a door open for that still? Because you liked whatever you liked.
For him?
Yeah.
No, because I didn't. It was the trust had left.
Okay.
So it'll probably be a no.
But if you get to a proposal, an engagement, talking about marriage, and for some reason or another, a marriage doesn't take place, let's say it's not infidelity. Is there a way back for that?
Why didn't the marriage take place?
There could be multiple. There could be multiple reasons. But I guess this is my real question is: you put up a post, I think yesterday, got a lot of action from women. Women, do you consider going back to an ex? Why or why not?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of women say no, they won't go back. But do you consider even? Why you look like you're adamantly against going back to exes? Why, bro?
Why am I not going back to an ex? You're an ex for a reason. Whether it was my fault, especially if you broke up with me, I'm definitely not going back to you. But we're ex for a reason. Yeah.
I'll
You don't get another chance at greatness.
Well, do you leave room for the possibility that that person has evolved since the last time you've been with him?
That's what I was
That's a great
thinking.
question, and that is something I will definitely consider.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
I will do that.
Because sometimes and this is just me throwing out a comment, but sometimes you do have to leave a situation in order to actually grow from it.
Right.
You know, you realize the mistakes you made. I could speak from my own personal situation where, I had someone I was dating and we separated. They try to find a little way back in every so often.
Not their little way back in.
They try to find a little poke, little holes they could try to come into a little every so often. But and I understand what your perspective is. Well, you're an ex for a reason, but then I try to also leave the possibility that there's a chance that this person might evolve and become a different person. Now, if and I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I always give people another chance to prove themselves. Now, if this chance you come back and you didn't show me, then I can't keep giving you multiple chances, right? But but then there's that room of that person evolved. That person became a different person by the time,
I've got a good question to that same token. You said if he dumped you, it's more common for a woman to cheat, and if she's caught or dumped behind it, she's heartbroken like she's the victim. Explain that to me. How? Why is that? So what?
I can't explain that because I don't know that situation.
You've never cheated.
No. Well, no.
Neither one of you have never cheated on a partner.
For what? If I don't want to be with you, I don't want to be with you. But no, and that's why. But I take dating seriously. I'm not dating you just for the freaking fun of it. Like if we're in a relationship, I've done my due diligence. Like I've taken the time to like see and understand, and like, is this somebody that I can like be with for at least the next 6 months type of situation? And if it's not, then
so you would break up before you cheat every time. Wow, good. Y'all some good, honest, decent women. I could probably make good money selling y'all. Y'all, I mean, not like sexually, but I'm just saying.
Well, as long as you know it's at least 25K or more. So
right, they were 25K. Good grief, man.
My time is not my vagina.
Inflation is
and you only get 15 minutes.
If what they say about you, that'll be the best 15 minutes, and that 25,000 will be super worth it. What they say is true.
Who said what?
You say 15 minutes, but after I give you this 10 minutes, you're gonna want to go another 30.
It could last 3 anyway.
Right, okay.
And anyway, all right, y'all. We have to get up off of here. I do have to wake up and read my Bible in the morning. So thank you for hosting.
Sort of, kind of.
Appreciate all y'all.
Kind of went off the
kind
of went off the rail for a little bit.
But thank you all. Y'all have a good night. Next week we're talking domestic violence. So
wow. Okay.
Beyond.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
Okay. Later.
Have a good night, y'all.
Good night. How you turn this thing off?
I got you.
Thanks.
All right, y'all. There you have it. I do want to say that men feel like, so I asked this question. I asked men from everywhere to say why they like questions that they would want to ask females, and I asked females questions that they would want to ask guys, and the men had 0 questions. So I've decided that men think they know women and they have nothing more to know about them. And even in this live, that was interesting. It was interesting. I wish we had gotten more of the questions that were asked in. But it is what it is. Maybe we'll do this again. And we'll see how that goes. Take care.